everybody. Before we get started, as always, I want to give a shout out to the lovely music we've been listening to during pre-stream here. This is Imagine by Declan DP. You can find their information in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Thank you to Declan and everybody like them who makes either free-to-use or low-cost assets for us streamers so we can have better streams. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever it is in your part of the world. I am Deus Kane, your variety-type streamer here for the night. And tonight, we are joining Rad Mahou with some Fall Guys, which Rad has never played before. Let me get switched over to the collab screen. Here we are.
Hi everybody, how's it going? Yeah, I've never played this before. As Tiberian points out, I'm choosing to finally take the plunge. I guess. I think I know what I'm getting into, sort of.
That's a bad pun, but I love it.
Oh, okay. I'll get it eventually. Probably in my first match, if it means falling off the stage. How you doing, Tiberian? Thanks for being around.
So, yeah. Game's been out for a while. I've played it and like it, but I'm mostly used to playing it solo. And then Rad, I convinced him to check it out. So
it's free.
Yep. Makes
Not
it easy.
A huge fan of the Epic Games launcher because it's not Steam, but you know, I
yeah.
Paradise. So here we are.
Yeah,
that's fine. I had a good time.
Yeah, I ended up getting it early before it got ripped out of Steam, and poor Rad has to go to Epic to get his copy.
It's fine. It's fine. I already had it for exactly one game. Maybe I should capture my mouse for this. I don't know. Do you play on controller?
I do. It's simple enough.
Yeah, I'd have to futz with it to get mine recognized.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So prepare for keyboard clacky time.
Yeah. So, basic explanation of some stuff here, since you're new, and there's a lot going on the screen.
Oh, I'm fine with that. I'm the one that likes the Maxor vids.
Obviously, at the top they have a bunch of like. We're on the home page. There's one for outfit, theatrics, interface, and stuff like that. There's apparently a creative one where you can make a round. And then they have essentially a Game Pass thing here where you can get free items, skins, stuff like that. So, and then we were already looking at the store earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So on the main screen in the lower right-hand corner, they have a section that says See Shows. So there's a solo thing, which we're not going to do. We're probably going to do duos. So that way I think it's like a points thing.
Okay.
But then there's also like creator-made rounds. There's squads that you can do with people. You can also do like big custom shows big people can do as well. But
where are you seeing this? All I see is play. And challenges.
Play and challenges. So on my end, it says, in the bottom corner, it says, show is not selected, see show. You don't see that at all?
No, I'm on the, like, home tab, so I see both of us. And over on the right, I see, I guess, like a market ad up top.
Yeah, then challenges. And this will be below challenges?
In the bottom right, I just see play.
Okay. I wonder if it's giving me the option... Well, no, I joined your game, because it has you on the star, so that's weird. Let me try and start one then, and we'll see how this handles and behaves itself.
Okay. I'm gonna open your stream real quick just to see what you're looking at. Oh, that's. Oh, okay. I see.
So it's basically right on top of us, and then yeah, it's in the lower corner, and you can select the type of show.
Maybe I'll get that as soon as I hit play.
Maybe.
Yeah, that looks the same. Let's see, duos.
Ready duos, yes. So basically, you have very limited.
Here we go.
Yeah, not doing voice chat. Absolutely not.
Yeah, we've turned off in-game voice chat.
Yeah.
We've got Discord going, and I don't need randos.
Yep. So basically, very limited controls. You have hop.
Yeah, move, jump, dive, grab.
Yep, move, jump, dive, and grab. Exactly.
And the rest is don't fail.
Don't fall. Yeah.
I have always liked the music of this game. Nice fun
Music is very
bass.
fun. Waiting for players. Yeah. So I think those big blocks there are like zero gravity areas.
They've got to be.
Yeah.
Or like water you swim through.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, the last one has platforms, so maybe it's low grav? I don't know. I have... Oh, God, my sensitivity is going to be super whack. There's no, like, run button, right?
Correct. It's just move.
You are always run. Oh, God. Okay. All right. But you have, like, some aerial control.
Yeet! I'm off the edge already.
Oh, yeah. No, I already fell once. Whoop, whoop. I'm gonna have to adjust my sensitivity something fierce. Oh, God. I got smacked up by stars.
I'm a little bit further ahead than you.
Oh, I see the buttons launch stars. Yeah, you're probably a lot further ahead than me. Most people are by the look of it. Almost. I can see where playing with the controller might be the better option here. How do I... There we go. There's my dive.
Oh, that's how this works. Jesus. It's a maze.
Oh.
Oh.
You have to go through the... Oh, you have to go through the middle.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I've seen a bunch of these levels before, but clearly never played. I don't know that I've ever seen this one.
We're gonna get a timeout. Round over.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I end up getting stuck in the middle at one point because I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing and how to get past this. And turns out I was just standing right next to where I needed to go the whole time.
Yeah, I kept pressing one of those maze buttons.
Yeah. I didn't realize that it'd go down in the middle.
That's fine. Let's keep going. Does it just like automatically dump us into another game?
So I think we got eliminated.
Right. But it's doing this next up roulette.
Yeah, when I hit exit, it said stop spectating and collect your rewards. So.
Your player made levels now? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, generally when you lose a round, it does eliminate you. So most of the time people...
I didn't see the generic elimination screen. It says we're going on to big fans and still waiting for players. Yeah, I'm still in somehow.
Like, it's giving me the demo of the stage. I am not in.
Oh, do we just watch the rest of the match?
You can, but that's why people leave.
I see. Well, we can start over.
Yeah.
I
Stop
need
spectating.
to radically turn down my mouse sensitivity.
Good idea.
Oh wow, you get like a ton of those daily points. Let me skip everything real quick. Okay.
Yeah, you get a bunch of points early on just for doing challenges and things.
Probably a lot really quickly, but only on like a weekly thing.
Yeah, it eventually slows down.
That's fine. Let's go again.
Yeah. But hearing you talk about that reminds me of something I saw you or heard you talk about while playing Hi-Fi Rush last night, which
Oh yeah.
I said it in pre-stream, and again now, congrats on finishing.
Yeah, that game's super good.
I need to pick it up.
It feels so good to play. If you like action games or rhythm games at all, like, highly recommended.
Yeah, I will have to check it out, definitely. But you had talked about trying to find a new game, and you had talked about Star Rail a little bit. Honkai Star Rail.
I was thinking about it.
So, I have been playing it for the last 2 weeks or so, week or so.
Yeah.
Pick my brain if you'd like.
Well, so the thing that, like, made me kind of actually think about it, because I'm not big on MiHoYo games. You know, I played Genshin for a little while, and it's very pretty, and it's fun to explore, but, like, I didn't care about the story or the characters much at all. I think Zhongfei, or, like, the Earth Elemental guy, was the only one I actually kind of liked, just as a character. But... Oh, same level. I should try Honkai Impact? Yeah, maybe. It's more action-y, right? So, maybe.
Yeah, Star Rail is, like, turn-based, and Honkai Impact was definitely action-based.
Right. Yeah, Star Rail is 100%, like, a turn-based RPG. But the thing that made me consider it a little bit was I heard a streamer I like talking about how the main game is pretty, like, kind of generic JRPG.
No! I went for
But
the
a
dive
lot
and I
of the
didn't make
side
it.
content in Star Rail is, like, very, very well written, and they're having fun with it.
I fell.
I'm doing all right on the bridge.
The bridge pattern is different this time.
Yeah, easy enough though. Where's the opening? Oh, it turns.
Yep.
Cool.
It's just... Nope. Stop ragdolling.
Oh, that is the name of the game. Hey, I qualified. I don't know in what spot. 10th.
Nice.
Why would you go up the sides when those panels exist?
I got 23. Yeah, I didn't go up the side, but we got 6th overall. 8th? Nope. No, give me that.
Yeah, looking like 8th. It is duos, so it's got to be like averaging out stuff. Oh, Tiberian, I can't read those characters.
And somebody threw at the end. They were right at the door, and then they jumped off.
Is that Ina Ina?
But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the basic combat of Star Rail.
Yeah.
Well, it is definitely not exploration-based
Nice.
like Genshin was.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, right, back to that. The thing that really kind of interested me is that clearly it's not going to have Genshin's exploration, because that's very much like a Breath of the Wild style, directly inspired type of exploration, which is neat. But Star Rail, I have heard, has like a pretty generic kind of like Star Ocean level story thing going on for its main story, but then a lot of the side writing is just like the author's having a lot of fun just with writing prompts and stuff. Like, all of the side content is, I hear, really cool and fun and excellent. Not like it's enticing, but the person I heard talking about it was directly comparing, like, interacting with bits of the world to, like, Disco Elysium level silly writing.
There is some definitely silliness for some of it. Because I'm also trying to focus here. This is bad for the conversation. Yeah, because like I remember, there was one quest where there's like an enemy in like a space station that can change its shape, and you have to kind of like figure out who's who sometimes and interact with people and kind of suss this thing out. Nice, 18 points for me. Where you at? Where you at?
I'm in the final stretch.
Oh no!
Though I might be
no.
severely
You
ragdolled
got
for a
greedy.
minute.
No. There you
There we
go.
go, just barely.
Oh, the last one. Nice.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I saw you go right up the middle, and I'm like, no, don't.
I was trying to launch myself with the hammer, and it worked until I hit the second hammer, like immediately afterwards.
Yeah, there is definitely some silly, funny, weird stuff for the side content. I know. I just like a good like mechanically based game, and there's a good foundational level like skeleton for this one of like these are your classes, here's how they work, here are your elements, here's how they interact with enemies. No, you can do a lot of good with that one. It has its criticisms and its deserved ones from me. But
I've heard
jump and
only
dive through the hoops to score points.
I've heard only a couple of things about its mechanics, and that the RPG stuff seems pretty basic, but it comes like I think the two most impressive things I've heard is that unlike Genshin Impact, it actually plays well on a phone, which is kind of impressive. What am I trying to do? Just jump through hoops?
Yep, just jump through hoops.
Okay.
Endlessly.
So
And
actually
they
playing
will-
well on a phone is pretty cool. And the other thing I've heard is it has like a fast forward mode for regular combat. Oh, you dicks. Which is cool and good, but like the impressive thing about it is characters will have, you know, little bits of dialogue for. Oh, you can push the maps, can you? But then you've got to like compete with everyone else. Characters will have bits of dialogue for their special attacks, and if you have it on fast forward, they like have extra different dialogue, so that it's not like whatever they're saying is going extra fast. They just fill out the animation window with different dialogue, which is cool.
Damn it. I'm doing so badly.
Yeah, me too.
How am I supposed to get to some of these? Yeah. It is one nice thing I liked. I actually saw somebody talk about the difference for this, where they liked that the character in Star Rail actually is voiced. Like your stand-in, like and
your main
not
character.
all the voice dialogue comes through like Paimon. Which they counted as a plus. Paimon is okay. The Paimon gets a little bit much in the long term.
I thought Paimon was a little annoying. Oh, right. What's my grab button? Okay. Easy, easy, easy.
Alright.
Well, I think we may have,
Double elimination,
got
for sure.
eliminated there. This is definitely the type of game where, like, the more experience you have with any given round, the better you can do. For sure.
Yeah. And it's also a fun game if you have a lot of people, too.
But yeah, so I heard Star Rail has, like, some just fun to read through stuff going on the side. And then the main stuff is alright. Combat-wise, I haven't heard too much about it. It seems fairly simple, and I don't feel like gotcha-ing, so I might be missing out on, like, good mechanics. In that vein, though, the most recent thing I heard about that had, like, really super good mechanics, especially like in the RPG genre, was this game called Cassette Beasts, which is like a Pokemon-like, but you can do... It has like a lot of different interactions that that Pokemon has never had. For example, not only do you have various elemental weaknesses in between each different type, right? But you have like elemental interactions. Like if you, what was it? You have like plastic types as one of the types. So you have like a bunch of different normal elemental stuff that you would see, but all of your characters are like cassettes is the gimmick instead of Pokemon. And so one of them is plastic.
On Steam,
and if you
or is
use
it
fire
what is
on
it
a
on?
plastic type, it becomes a poison type because you're burning plastic.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. And you can like apply stickers to things to change up what they do, and you can combo. I think every battle is like a 2v2, and you can combo the types mid-battle. So like there are evolutions, but you can also combine them. So you're like mixing tracks, sort of. And I haven't really looked into it, but it sounded pretty cool. It's the only thing that's made me want to play a Pokemon like in a while. Like the game has really, really neat RPG mechanics.
I actually played the last Pokemon. I picked it up. It's not bad. I can see the criticisms of it. Entertainingly enough, one of the things people had talked about for that one was like how many glitches there were. And then I found something online that was basically saying like you have a lot fewer glitches if you load the game onto local memory as opposed to running it through whatever. Oh god.
Oh man, the tilting sombreros. That's a lot of random paintballs.
Yeah, it is.
That kind of worked.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Ah.
Trying to not get juggled. Ooh. Let go of me, asshole. Nice. I think. I hope I'm not going backwards. Ooh. Nice. Not bad.
Hey, we both got there around the same time. Yeah, no, like, it was okay. But if you loaded it onto, like, local memory, instead of running it off of, like, the game card or, like, a SSD card in the Switch. Oh, jeez, there's still somebody just chilling at the beginning.
Yeah. Got through all the acrobatics there at the end. Ooh.
But,
Like 3 left.
it played alright. It had some positives, it had some negatives. I ended up playing through it once, and then went back and tried to, like, re-roll with a different starter, and did not have as fun of an experience with it.
Really?
Yeah, because the second start, I tried to build like basically a high speed, high damage team, basically all glass cannons, and did not enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean,
It was not balanced very well.
right. It really depends on the RPG whether you can do that or not. I want to say like Breath of Fire 3 was almost that way. If you can build like super high damage, then you can just kind of steamroll a lot of that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember the last Pokemon I played. It was a long time ago. And I haven't really been interested in playing too many more. But Cassette Beasts sounds kind of neat.
Yeah, I stopped.
Oh, think I'm all the way at the
Nope.
back.
Yeah, I got yeeted. I got hit with the fan because I got greedy.
I'm just getting to the fans. I really do like this music. Bastard slowed me down. I would have ran past that fan if he didn't. But I landed.
Almost at the end.
I missed the jump into
Got
the
in.
final area.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah. My icon. Was that one person left? Yeah, I was the final. Wow. Okay, okay. Maybe it wasn't the final. There we go. Top 50.
Yep.
Only 4 people eliminated that match, though, so that was rough.
Yep.
Where are we going next? I think I've seen that stage before. I haven't seen the hoops before. Oh, nice. I've seen this.
Try not to break the ice and don't fall out of the bowl.
Or alternatively, do try to break the ice to make it harder for everyone else.
Yeah, that too. As I said, don't fall out of the... Oh, fall out means down. So, okay.
Yeah, I think there's going to be several levels of ice.
Mm.
Or if not, is it slippery? Does it play like ice?
Oh god, it's the blue stuff.
Yeah. I'm just going around breaking ice.
No.
Oh!
Oh, I lived. Barely, I lived.
I did not. You're still in it. Yeah, I was 100% running around the edge, breaking ice. Balls get... Oh! Oh!
Oh no!
Almost. Everybody seems to be hanging out in the middle.
Yeah, it just gives you the most room to maneuver.
Yeah. I mean, they get...
If you could track where the thing's going, then you're
Oh,
fine.
and the snowballs bounce into each other.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. You're like, oh, I'm fine, and then they whack each other just a little bit, and it careens over and nukes you.
Or they're coming right at you, but it's at the same time, so they collide, like, right next to you, but because they're so big, it happens over you, and you're fine. So that happened a couple of times to some people, so really, like, standing in the middle does seem like the good strat there.
Mm.
Okay, let's restart.
I lost my option to get out. I have to wait till
Yeah,
players
same
load
here.
in.
I'm waiting for things to load.
I think you can exit out as soon as you get to like the screen that says you didn't win. Hey, 3,300, whatever those points are. Ooh, I get a casual game belt. Nice. Yeah,
Still getting
and
nothing but locked options on the progress. Whatever.
Really? How in the world am I not locked? Because I started off further down the list than you did. 'Cause eventually you do
what do you
get
mean locked?
to. So like the chain thing at the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on 4, but I haven't like played in ages, so that's why I'm like curious how I'm in any way ahead of you.
I think it's a weekly thing. So if you haven't played very, very recently, we probably started at the same place, and then you just got like slightly more points for coming in ahead of me a couple of times.
Maybe it's coming in ahead of you or something, but
That's what I'd bet.
Yeah.
It's
But you
fine.
do get some stuff.
Battle
Sorry.
passes like these, man, it's a thing that made me not like bits of Valorant as much. And I like that game. But showing you, like, here's a bunch of rewards you could get if you pay money. Otherwise, you get 1 out of every 10.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually, like, better here. There's a lot more free stuff here than in Valorant. But still. This is a weekly thing? How long does this go?
I think it's monthly, but I think it's done, like...
Oh, it kind of goes forever, but you just get, like, points after tier 50. Oh, wait, never mind. Stuff at 69 and 70, though, of course, they're locked.
Hmm.
Tops out at 120. All the points are free, though. Whatever those little shards are.
This is the
Oh,
currency.
this up.
You used to be able to buy skins and items with both the purple kudos as well as with stars.
Mhm.
Or not stars, crowns.
Mm-hmm.
So those crown shards are probably pieces of crowns that you would use to buy things.
Oh, I didn't even
But-
look at their name. Yeah, if they're crown shards, they just give you free crowns then. It's like Gravis
Eventually, yeah.
gamepad? I don't know what that is.
How are you liking this so far?
I think it's fun. This is what I would. This is. I don't want to like cast any shade or sound like I am. This is what I would call a really good time waster. It's fun to
Agreed.
play. Like Plants vs Zombies was one of my favorite time wasters from before. You know, like something like Hades has a lot of mechanics going on, and it has some skill-based stuff, and this is definitely more skill-based than Plants vs Zombies. It's very active, it's competitive, but you're just the only rewards are cosmetic, so you're just playing the same different levels over and over. Damn, that looks cool, actually. So it's fun. I like it.
Yeah, calling it a time waste is a good point.
It's a sleeper hit, apparently.
What's a sleeper hit? Fall Guys is?
Maybe Tiberian's talking about Gravis gamepad, which I've never heard of. Yeah, nice.
Oh, that's not good.
Kind of like taking damage to save time. Please don't. Oh god.
And a fail.
I wonder if jumping and diving while you're down in the water is faster or not.
Yeet! And there I go.
There we go. Not bad.
Are you actually finished? Oh, nice.
Gravis
You made it
gamepad
there
is
before I
Wikipedia
did.
symbol to represent gaming. It's a popular early gamepad for PC. I've never heard of it.
Oh, are you kidding me? I didn't have enough momentum to actually...
Yeah, I saw that right at the end. Oh
Get
no!
it.
Well, we'll probably still vote.
Ah, because you did well, we qualified.
The power of duos.
Yep. Oh, goodness. But yeah, Star Rail's good. If you're looking for something more action-oriented, Impact is probably better. Or more Genshin, but they're all gacha games, so...
Yeah, they're all gachas, which is like the big turnoff for me. Star Rail seems more comfy. Honkai definitely seems like a lot more action-oriented. I've only seen like Finana Ryu play that game, but she seems to love it. And also, weirdly, Honkai Impact seems to have like the best cutscenes. Even though Genshin had like some pretty good stuff in there, Hawkeye seems like really extra. Gotta go to work. Well, thanks for dropping by, Tiberian. I appreciate it. I will see you around.
Shot me right in the face.
I got by those paint cannons, wherever they are, a lot faster this time. I want to go in the middle. Yeah, actually, that seems way faster. Oh, but I missed the second acrobatic bar. Still, I got in. Not bad. You're pretty close. Yeet. Nice. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
We're in 6th place with 40 points. I imagine that's just like a qualifying for rounds metric, though, right? It still comes down to whoever grabs the crown first at the end. Like
Usually
the
is.
final round.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's been a while since I played. I wonder what those 2 oddball ones there are. If they're on a team or if they're like monitoring for bots or something, or monitoring for cheats.
Oh, maybe that would make sense.
'Cause, yeah, they were definitely people who would just like jump, but it would take them to the end, like ages and ages ago when this first came out. And there was no cheat protection.
I'm really not surprised.
Yeah. Well, here's the ice ball again. Are we gonna do better this time?
Maybe I'm gonna use a different strategy and not try to. Oh, but the map
good.
is different.
No.
We've got more
It's
ice
awful.
in the middle.
We have ice in the middle. We didn't have any before. It was all on the edges.
Right, right. Never mind. In that case, I'm gonna do the same strategy. Break all the ice. But I should probably watch. Is it only a single snow? No, there's multiple snowballs.
Down I go.
I'm still in. Oh, but I don't know for how long. Oh god, I did that to myself.
Yep. This one was a lot harder than the last one.
You don't like turn on a dime in this game.
Nope. There went another. Oh my god, how many people are left?
Just 2.
Oh my god.
We're still 6th, but these 2. Ha.
Oh, they're trying to push each other off.
Mm-hmm.
Survived? We qualified?
Yeah, because
How?
point score.
Or just other people fell off before we did?
Well, I mean, both. They contribute to points. I
Yeah,
don't know if anyone earned any points that match, except for maybe the 2 that lived.
maybe.
We'll be able to see as
Avoid
soon as
big
this
tiles
one
and
goes.
find hidden tiles to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Yeah, tiptoe.
Yeah. It's just one big grid of squares, but most of them will fall away.
Yep.
All right, well, time to self-sacrifice.
Yep.
Oh, I found one! Ah. Great,
All
cool.
right. Whoa, damn it!
Is the gimmick here to just, like, push someone forward?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, but I have to make sure I don't push you.
Damn it. Well, I fell anyways. Yeah, 'cause as soon as it gets to the end, everybody's gonna jump all at once.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
4 points, still top 50.
That works. How many rounds are usually in a game? Only 2 duos eliminated.
4 squads remain, so it's 8 people. This is probably the last round. Final round, Kraken Slam, yeah.
Okay.
Avoid jumping on the pattern tiles to prevent the Kraken from appearing. Don't fall into the water.
But what if I want the Kraken to appear?
I imagine it hurts us rather than...
There's gotta be a way to gimmick it to hit other people.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
It's all the diamond tiles. I failed my first jump.
Well done, Rad.
It's all on you. Where's the challenge, though? I see some tiles are, like, shifting.
Oh, it's literally ripping them off.
Ah. Does it come back? Yeah, see, this guy's making some of the tentacles appear. They look pretty avoidable. Oh, you got one, move! Oh, never mind, it was aimed the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, your tiles are moving. And the blue ones. Whoop. Nice. The tentacles are pretty slow.
Yeah, not too bad. Oh god, it's like me and 2 other people.
Yeah, there's 4 of you left total. So at least one person from another squad has already bitten it. Yeah, 4 out of 7 remain. Which is odd. 5 out of 7 remain. That guy behind you just fell.
I saw he was getting cheeky.
Yeah, that seems safe. Whoa.
Damn it.
Aww.
Achievement
pretty good
unlocked.
work, though.
First. I was trying to land back on the tile. Oh, that was the last one.
Uh-huh. Not bad, not bad.
Eh. Play any round, got some points.
Got like a bunch of weekly or daily stuff done.
Mm-hmm. I got 10,000.
I got 400 kudos and then 13,000 of whatever the pink stars are. Oh, that's the progress stuff.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I like it. I think I might want to try getting my controller set up eventually, but for now, I'm good. Like, it feels like the type of game that might play a little bit more smoothly with a controller.
I am enjoying it with the controller, yes. Yeah, because you can basically use the joysticks to essentially, like, one to move and one to pivot the camera, which makes it easier.
That was kind of always the argument between the two, right? Like, camera movement is easier with a mouse, no question. But then more precise fine control is usually easier with, like, a joystick than WASD.
Very true. Very, very true. Hey, I made it.
I did not. Though I'm pretty much right next to you anyway.
You are. Nice. This is
I'll be
one of the
back,
older
so maybe
vintage
people will
maps.
grab me first. This is just American Gladiators Gauntlet.
Basically, yeah.
God, it's all slippery.
Yep. Got it. 21 points.
13 on my end.
Oh, just barely.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody, all the rest of them got in, like, immediately right after me. Only 3 squads eliminated that round. Oh, we might be missing players, though. I see. Man,
But-
slap base will just get me every time.
I ended up finishing Bastion last week. That game
Oh,
was
yeah?
shorter than I remembered. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
not
it
very
really
big.
is just like only like 6 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the longest Supergiant game that I've played is probably Transistor.
Core game is probably Hades because it like to get the actual story.
Well,
Loop it a whole bunch.
yeah, okay, fair. That makes sense. You do have to beat it like 10 times in order to actually beat it.
Yeah, Transistor was an interesting one. I bought that day one, and I didn't like it that much.
Oh, I
Cause,
love that game. Oh, you have to go back. I see. Nice. Got some platforming skill on all these bounce pads.
There we go. Now I'm finding it. Damn it.
Yeah, this final tier of bounces is kind of difficult. Well, final tier. The one where they're all stacked. That's not an option.
Nope. I fell hard. Got through.
Nice. I got up.
Made it too.
Ooh, but going straight in the middle is not an option.
Yeah, if you can go through the middle, all right. I ended up taking the sides. It's just easier.
Yeah, I think so. Oh god. Wow, that
get it?
qualified.
Yeah,
I think I went past the goal line, like underneath it.
Interesting. Yeah, there's bounce pads there you're supposed to take.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% jumped over them.
Oh, that one guy there got to the end and then fell.
Aw. I was certain I was going to fall because I, like, jumped and dived and then saw the bounce pads right under me. I don't know how I made that. I definitely did not take those bounce pads at the end. It seriously felt like I went under the platform, and that's what qualified me. Only 5 got booted. Did someone's partner get knocked out? Or just, like, drop? That's not good for them.
Block party. Avoid the moving walls and don't fall. Oh, right. So this is basically going to have, like, we're going to stand on top of something, and then the walls will rotate around and come at us, and we have to go through the gaps.
Okay. It's not the one where we're on a rotating cylinder. The walls
No.
will just, like... Yeah, okay.
No.
Yeah, this is pretty great for a free game.
Mm-hmm.
Who made this?
Where's it
It
coming
was
from?
published by Devolver, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Ooh, jump bits. That's cool.
Oh god. I should have known there was going to be a cost for my hubris of just standing there.
There's a reward for going over the jumping platforms last time. Oh god, oh god, oh god, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. I can't get up. I had no option after hitting the bottom of that staircase, that lift.
Oh, and I got greedy.
You almost made that.
Top 7 qualify.
For now. We are 10 points ahead of 8th place. But god, there's 3 squads tied for first. And we're out. I see, you get points for every, like, wall you pass? Every segment you pass? Or maybe just over time. Ooh, that's what happened to me.
Why am I in the party menu? How do I get out of the party menu?
I think I got stuck there at the end of last round. Squidward made it. I wanted to watch that last round. I have to hit exit and then space to leave. So if I just spam exit, it doesn't work.
Seems like not. Yeah, I'm actually starting a new game this coming weekend. Something called Citizen Sleeper. I picked it up a while ago, but I haven't played it yet.
I've heard that title, but I don't know anything about that game. What is it?
Steam. Well, I actually don't know because I haven't played it yet.
Okay.
Let me bring it up here and see what see what it says.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do next Monday. Now that Hi-Fi Rush is done.
Wait, what did it say? I canceled
Just
matchmaking.
double up on Ultra Kill.
Oh, is it because I tabbed out?
Yeah.
Oh. Weird. But it's classified as a narrative tabletop cyberpunk RPG sci-fi.
Okay, that's a
So
lot.
I think it has a lot of like the Disco Elysium features of like you roll dice to determine whether or not you succeed or fail at things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a narrative story. So I'll give it a try. I picked it up, so check it out.
Sure. I've got a bunch of stuff on my wish list I could go through, but I haven't picked up too much recently. I did pick up a Hat in Time, and I've heard everybody say that's amazing, so maybe.
That is a really good game. I got it when it came out. In fact, I think I actually was on the Kickstarter for that.
It might be either that or Dredge for my next game.
Hmm. Have we gotten a silver medal at all? I don't think we've gotten gold because we've never placed first.
We've definitely not got gold. I think we got silver once. There was a point where we were, like when we got to that Kraken minigame, that was the final level. I don't know if that counts as getting silver or not though. Right?
I don't think that does. Oh, I made it. Thank God. Game, you a bitch. I got stuck somewhere for a while.
Ooh, I hopped over a door as it was closing.
Yep.
Suck it, everyone behind me.
I'm so bad. We are so in such trouble.
Aw, I got in. this one's just all timing.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I got stuck at one spot real bad. Oh, somebody just got yeeted up into the air.
Yeah, it looked like you could use those hammers to really launch yourself. It might be a good strat if you can pull it off. We've got a Korean player in here.
Looking at the Grinch outfits a couple of them have.
There's definitely... Wow, that looks busy.
Navigate the obstacles along the racetrack and finish and reach the finish.
About to say, this looks like a Mario Kart track from hell.
Yeah, I guess we're starting at the top and going down.
That's what I assume. I don't see any bounce pads going up, right?
Yep. You said something about bounce pads?
Well, it's going down. Go! Oh, okay, that works.
I made it past the hammers.
Oh. I jumped onto the slime ramp. You're supposed to take it for speed.
And you're supposed to jump at the end, too.
Oh, those hammers.
Oh, boy.
Speed boosts are kind of nice with it. I'm in. 11 points. That's not great.
Nice.
Oh, no. I see.
Yeah, it was way back there. We did
Got
not
a
make it.
flawless victory achievement? I don't know what that means. Dang, almost.
Hey, there's 12,000 points. Bucks currency.
Showbucks.
Can I get anything nice with Showbucks? Oh, you can actually get the pass. For 600 Showbucks, you can just buy the pass.
Oh.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. You might be able to get like one every other month or something, depending on how many Showbucks you can just kind of pick up.
Yeah.
The one at 17.
If you play enough to get the pass, you're playing the game a lot, so makes sense.
Oh, but a lot of these other Showbucks are locked, so you already have to have the pass. I see
If
one
you have it,
more
you get
free one
more,
at 36.
so- I thought...
So it looks like you can get 200 a month or a week, or however quick these passes come around.
Maybe. You said 30... Yeah, 36 has a free one.
Racking up
Okay, so
kudos,
every-
though.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's much to spend them on in the shop.
No, just the daily stuff. But if that rotates every, like, 24 hours, that's not too
usually
bad.
does. Yeah, because they ended up getting the Gemstone Gatherer and the Heroic Health Bar today, as well as the old OS one. So it's a little bit of extra stuff in there, but...
I got the Heart Health Bar. Or a nameplate, I guess?
If it's like the belts that they had offered, then that's...
No, it was a thing I purchased from Daily, not from the track.
Yeah, from Daily. Heroic Health Bar. It's like a belt. Maybe you have a different set of options than I do,
Maybe
though.
we do have different options. Because, like, I see the Gemstone Gatherer, Purple Slippers, Patched Up, Raspberry Lime, Love, Nameplate Bar, and then Dedicated Donut Title, I guess?
Yeah, you definitely have different ones than me. Because I have the Gemstone Gatherer, Heroic Health Bar. I have Peace Out as a pattern, Old OS as a color, Crown Town as, what is this, a nameplate, and Parkour as a nickname.
Huh.
I'm gonna buy parkour. It's silly.
I haven't got any theatrics yet. That is kind of cool, though. If it's random and different for people, that means not everybody's earning the same stuff at the same time, so everybody gets to look kind of different.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Even though it's meaningless, as a Warframe player, I know fashion is the real end game.
It is one of those things that keeps people coming back over and over again.
Oh yeah, you gotta look good.
People like looking good.
Mm-hmm. Man, I really do love the sound of this bass. I wish that were going the whole game. Didn't even notice it until now. I like that you have a like friend icon over your head.
Oh. Yeah, you stand out because you have that little thing on your head too. We're just a mob.
Yeah, now everybody's kind of split. Oh, I got kicked. Not off.
I
though.
made it.
Uh-oh. I got fisted.
Bad touch.
Oh no, I got fisted twice.
Damn it. I did it dumb.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
If you jump dive into that air, you go like too far.
Oh, god damn it. I finally got the patterning right.
Mm-hmm.
And it yeeted me into a ball.
Oh no.
I got in finally after like 4 tries.
Grab me, asshole. I got in.
There's that stupid ball swinging left and right at the end, and I hit that one time.
I could see that ruining days. Wow. Hello Kitty is still having problems with the jump platform. Another.
Yeah.
You can just go around. Honestly, even if that's slippery, that might be the better option.
I have
Unless
to
you know
question
the
why some
pattern.
people are like, because it's not a super hard game. But I see some people just struggle bus it so much, and I'm just like, why is this so hard?
Well, I mean, it's 3D platforming, right? Not everybody's going to be good at that.
I guess. Not everybody has decades of experience in it either, which is a good point.
Yeah, that too. This being a free game, like, and you can get it on consoles, right? There's going to be tons of kids playing this.
Yeah.
It's, you know, kind of like Fortnite is some people's first shooter.
True.
That is a lot of jumping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are we super eliminated? Oh,
I guess we were.
I didn't even notice. I was like, where am I? Oh.
Yeah, I guess we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, we got in. We got points. But that's about it.
Yeah. Oh, good. We've done this one before.
Yeah, frogs and bounce pads. I was okay at this. Oh, nice. You start up front. I'm down.
Same.
Wow, I like dove off of someone jumping in underneath.
Alright, made it through that. And fell again. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
I
right
fell like
behind
that.
you. Oh
No
god,
fans
these
in the middle
stupid.
this time. I'm in. 31 points. You're close. Uh-oh. Nice. Wow, that was precarious.
22. Yeah.
I saw you get on that last ramp and was like, nice, you got it. And then I wasn't so sure for a minute.
Then things started going sideways.
Kept control, though.
Mm-hmm.
20 seconds left. Surely all of these people can... Oh, wow. Well, someone is way far behind. Never mind. Top
Hey, we
20%?
qualified.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Avoid fake tiles again. Tiptoe.
The treachery map. What's up, J. Hank? Remember Fall Guys? I'm currently remembering it. Yeah, this is definitely my first time playing. It's pretty alright. Good for a free game.
Do you want to start with the left and I'll check on the right?
Sure, I'm already over here.
Oh. People found the midway over there.
I wonder if it usually converges in the middle. Okay. Done my bit of discovery.
Nope. Well, I'm fucked.
I'm in, but only at 6 points. I may have been the last one. We may may not have made it. We'll see.
Well, I got to the one side. Eliminated.
Yeah,
We did not make
eliminated.
it. Yeah, I got to the one side and I was checking to see if we could go. And I basically fell, and because I fell, they knew which side was good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like diving forward at squares early, so I could like constantly catch up before we actually reached the end. Copy the picture on the wall? Oh no, this is like a group collaborative Mario Party game. Or not. Maybe it's just the two of us? It's
I
8
mean, I
squads.
exited. I mean, we got
Oh, right, we got
eliminated.
eliminated.
I tapped out.
Right. Damn, that one looks fun. That's the only one I've seen where it's like it's like actually duos versus duos.
I do like that they have a creator mode as well, because that is a kind of neat thing.
Yeah, Tiberian over here was mentioning they have player-made levels. Well, I think you said that right after we started. That's pretty cool, though. How you doing, Jay?
Because I think the last time I was playing this, they basically had it separated into, oops.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Weird. It's telling me that there's no show selected.
Huh. Let me cancel and ready up again. Or
Yeah.
just reselect duos. Does that look good on your end?
No. Don't let me do anything.
Well, you want to restart?
Let me...
Like, can you exit the game?
Yeah, I think I might need to.
Let's do that.
More than that, actually, let me do a task manager kill of this thing so that it doesn't run into the problems I did earlier.
It does
Oh,
still
got
say
it.
it's running
I
an
have
Epic
6
launcher, but it looks
instances
like
of-
it's launching fine.
I have 6 instances of Fall Guys client open somehow.
Jesus.
It says I have also 6 instances of Discord, 41 instances of Google Chrome, 28, maybe it's 28 instances of OBS? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, that includes like background processes. My OBS is bouncing back and forth in between 13 and 15, and it's definitely just one.
Alright, fair enough. But yeah, I killed that task manager. I'm not playing that game that we did earlier where it was like, oh, hey. Yeah, so earlier, folks, it was basically I was testing Fall Guys, and it told me that when I quit out of the game, that the game was still active, and when I closed it, it just kept saying, shutting down game, and then I had to restart my computer to fix it.
That's no good.
That's no good. So, Alt F4.
Yeah, you definitely look offline in my friends list. I
I'm
wish
coming
I could
back.
tab out of this game without it muting itself.
Mm-hmm.
It even has audio on in background. Oh.
Failed to log in. Check your connection. My connection's fine. I have internet. I'm fairly sure I have internet.
I wonder if it's really whack launching it from Steam since it's been
Maybe.
removed. Like there are just hiccups between the servers.
Maybe. Login failed. Please check your connection.
I'm going to turn all my graphics settings up, because why not? Game's running pretty smooth so far. Fall feed font size. I don't know what that means.
Nope, still failed to log in.
Weird, when you kill it, and then like, when you exit and then kill it in Task Manager, does Steam think it's still running?
So I did not exit first. I just killed it in Task Manager. Maybe that's why. Maybe I didn't log out the right way or something.
Maybe.
Now it won't even let me get to a menu to actually like exit the game. Let me.
You want to play
exit
some
game
Terraria?
Steam. We might have to because it's stuck on stopping again. Oh no, it came back. It's good. It's good.
Okay,
now.
okay.
Try this again. Yes, fun game. Very glitchy.
haven't run into any of that, but it's the first time I'm playing it. It honestly might be because it's being launched through Steam. And they've moved everything over to Epic.
That does seem like the kind of thing that a company would do just to be a little bitch about something. Apple does the same thing with like iTunes on Windows. Yeah, error, failed to log in. Please check your connection.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it could be company stuff, either Epic or Steam, really. I wouldn't put it past either of them, or just weird server communication issues that aren't intentional.
Hmm. So what do we want to do now?
Well,
I can't get back in.
I'll start installing Terraria.
Do we want to do?
Or we could do like a little bit of Monster Hunter.
We could do MonHun, or I was thinking of Monster Prom 3, the road trip one again.
We could. Those take a while.
Mm.
But we could.
Let me do MonHun then. I know we both have that installed.
Okay. All right.
Unable to sync. Ooh, that's why Steam's offline.
Oh, that's weird.
What the actual fuck? I have an internet connection. Yeah, I have an internet connection.
Yeah, you are definitely still online.
You can hear me through Discord.
Uh-huh. I might have to do a little bit of finagling to get my controller going in Monster Hunter, but that's fine. We got time.
That's interesting. In Steam, it says I'm playing Fall Guys.
Yeah, Steam hasn't recognized that things are stopping yet.
Let me exit Steam completely then. Scuff, scuff, scuff. Always scuff while streaming.
Whoa, launching Monster Hunter. I'm also getting an unable to sync warning on Steam. Maybe Steam is hiccuping right now.
Mm-hmm.
Cloud status.
Yeah, cannot connect to Steam Network. And looking online, there's lots of reports for Steam outages. It's a Steam problem.
Huh.
All right, I guess it's just chatting for a bit while we wait for Steam to come back. How's that
probably
sound?
still have that media share document somewhere.
I kind of wanted to just chat for a bit. But,
Oh, my Monster Hunter cloud status just went through. Let's see if it works now. Steam goes down for 5 minutes, and there's going to be a lot of buzz online about it.
mm-hmm. Thankfully, Steam is usually pretty good about getting stuff back up and running quickly. I think it could be any number of reasons why it went down.
Yeah, it could be.
Somebody
I'm still unable to sync, though, so I bet you Steam is still having problems.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody was just being grumpy and decided to DDoS.
It's possible. Well, I'm over here sitting in a void.
I have us in a just chatting stream where you are nice and big.
Very nice. I'm going to throw together a background real quick.
Move you in front. Yeah. I have you individually locked as well. I see. Yeah, your hat was getting in my face.
It'll do that. It's large.
Yeah.
I need to make a new one.
Yeah, we should probably get you a new reactive image because you're still the puppet.
I kind of like the puppet. That's not the problem. I really need to like actually work on making a new outfit.
Mm. But let's see. Remember hearing you talk about a bit of VTuber news on your stream about somebody that may have disappeared and then come back.
Oh yeah. You know Pikami, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So she graduated, but Hinya over at Visojo debuted, and I
Sounds
don't
very
know,
familiar.
if you were a fan of Pikami, you should maybe go check out that debut.
I did. I heard rumors about it before it happened, and then it got like late that night, and I'm like, I'll check it in the morning. And I brought it up, turned on a clip, listened for 2 seconds, and went, okay, yeah, and then just closed it.
Pretty much.
I don't know. I have a little mixed feelings about the whole thing, because when that was announced, I definitely saw a lot of people being very emotional and taking it out on others. And
I mean, that's dumb.
yeah, it is, but that's also human.
Very much so.
But I was in the comments blocking and reporting people that were going a bit too far, and doing the same thing when they graduated a month later, and then 2 weeks later when somebody was dumb enough to go out there and do a video expose on, oh, she left because she was bullied. That's because she was weak, and it's like, bad take, and
Yeah.
about to get about to get roasted.
Yeah, I mean, let people do whatever they want and like, right?
Yeah, very true. I don't know. Just, I guess I just had a different hope for like what the V Shoujo auditions would be when they had them. Like, but everybody they brought in has basically been top tier talent anyways, so it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like the Super Mario Brothers cast when they announced that, and everybody's just like, "Oh my god, they put Chris Pratt in because of course they did because he's just really popular."
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the way I feel about it. It's just a lot
Yeah,
of
I mean,
like,
I think the Chris Pratt thing with Mario is very basic Hollywood stuff. Like, you need a big name to sell a thing, right? And so that's where I think Chris Pratt comes from.
yeah,
That's just Hollywood. You're not going to get much outside of that. It's a thing to be expected, I feel. With V Shoujo, I mean, so far it just seems like they're recruiting like Kason friends, which is fine and cool with me.
yeah. For the Japanese side of the branch, yeah, it's basically former Hololive members and really popular Japanese streamers, which makes sense. But it's just like, I don't know. There's nothing about it that's really new and exciting. It's good business sense. Like Kason is an amazing grab for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's a don't even think about it. Of course, sign her up.
Yeah.
Same with Nazuna, but if she is who the rumors claim she is, like both of them make a lot of sense.
She definitely is.
Yeah, I didn't watch that other streamer, so I'm not sure.
Oh, I 100% I can confirm it definitely is who people think she is. And that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and same with Henya. Like again, a no nonsense pick for the company, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I think back to the auditions they held, and I know a lot of people. Maybe it just hits me harder because of all the time I've spent doing like job applications and that. But like all the time and effort people would have spent on those applications for VShojo, and I just feel like there was an invisible sign there that no one really acknowledged. It's just like you must be this big to ride VShojo, and I don't know. For some reason that just chaps my ass. I don't know why.
I don't know, man. I get it, but at the same time, especially with stuff like that, but in a lot of different hiring practices, like who you know is
Oh
more
yeah, yeah.
important than like what you can do.
Agreed. Yeah, it's always location, 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 or who you know and when you know. Like, I get that and it makes sense, but then it's like, why have auditions?
Yeah, well, they might find somebody else.
They might, and they might legally be required to have them too. I consider that, but that's kind of what they when I started thinking about when they brought in Haruka, who was somebody I was watching beforehand even, but it was still just like, another person who could have walked in without an audition at all. Why do they have auditions? It doesn't. I don't know. In the end, it doesn't really affect me much. I'm looking at
Yeah,
it very much as an outsider because I did not put in for VShojo. I don't even know if I was streaming at the time, and even if I was, I would not have put in for VShojo. Um, I don't think I'm the right fit for their brand in a lot of ways.
yeah, I can see that. I like, I would take that position immediately, but yeah, I agree.
Well, just in general, the whole brand is virtual girl, and my model is somebody walking around with a beard. I don't really think.
Right,
Don't really want to be the bearded woman of the group.
right. That's very much like, to me, that's a thing where like, if they would have taken me, then I definitely would have accepted it. But
Mm,
like, yeah, I agree. They're not. That's not a thing they're looking for.
yeah, but definitely they got a lot of haters though, because I've been seeing a lot of stuff in
I
social
mean,
media.
that's
People just holding a grudge for a really long time.
yeah, that's gonna happen with like all of the news that's come out recently of people leaving, and then the internet loves its drama.
It does. And it's funny because some people just don't even get the drama right. Like, what was one of the people like? I think I saw somebody like Nyanners had left, and people were commenting, "Oh my God, Nyanners graduated," and it's like, no, she didn't. She just didn't renew her contract. She's going off to be an independent streamer now, or
Right.
she's gonna work at another company. She didn't retire. What are you talking about? So people just not even getting the news right in the post, like replying to the post.
Right. Like she's
Reminded me
she's
of,
still Nanners.
yeah, reminded me of when Twitch banned gambling,
Right.
and I saw like big streamers replying to that saying like, "Oh my God, Twitch completely banned gambling on the site." It's like, no, they didn't. If you read paragraph 1, it says we banned it from these specific sites, this inclusive list. The list is not all inclusive. And then right below that, it's like, but these gamblings are allowed, and it lists what you're allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
But people didn't get past like the first sentence.
I mean, that's just like the reactionary nature of a lot of this, right?
Eh.
It's again, a very human thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Just a lot of a lot of it feels like the whole adage of "don't hate the player, hate the game."
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a little bit grumpy at the game lately.
It's people talk about the attention economy every once in a while, and I think that's very much just, it's the name of the
Steam
game.
booted back up with that issue.
Fall Guys.
Steam did,
Oh, ooh, okay.
so Steam is working. Do we want to jump into MonHun?
I'm game.
Okay.
I'm literally over here just playing around with like a possible um background design use for like just chatting or something.
Yeah, I was funny. I was actually putting together something for a potential like ad for us for stream. Let me share this with you. Like what because I stopped at one point and I'm like, all right, this isn't quite what I'm looking for, and it's giving me a weird vibe. Let me just save this. Um, and I'll share it with you in Discord.
Okay.
Oh right, because they're going live. I'm like, why are there new messages in Discord? Right, because go live, yes. I need to reorganize some files. Ooh, no, not the Clip Studio one. PNG that I didn't finish outputting. That one, yes. There we are. So I got a very particular vibe from this, and I'm curious if you're getting the same one from this image that I shared. I'll put it in the Discord too if people want to see it.
Yeah, I like that.
I got such a Seinfeld vibe from it. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this.
I mean, I think it's fine. I think, again, maybe it doesn't really match our models so well, but we have very different models, so whatever.
True. All right, let me go and get studio mode up so I can fix the game overlay. I have everything coded for only use the specific game. Are you? Come on, MonHun. You can do it. Oh, I just have so much open. It was below the fold. Gotcha. There we are.
All right, let me save my random BS here.
But yeah. Funny though, as much as I have my gripes about some tuber companies, I was debating putting in an application on one of them. Smaller one.
Oh,
But
yeah?
basically, it's just like people taking positions for like part-time people. But that's been on my to-do list since August, or not August, April. They're still taking applications, last I heard, but yeah, I need to
restart Steam, I think.
I need to make my video for that. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of experience with video production, so that's part of why I haven't done it yet, because it's a full learning experience.
Oh,
Every
yeah,
step of the
it
way.
very much is a full learning experience. I could help out there a bit.
Hmm?
I have a little bit of experience for making some videos of my own that are not public, but I think I've heard it's a wise idea to not really talk about who you're applying for.
I didn't mention the name. That's why I haven't said it yet. But yeah, very true. I don't think that's a good idea. But thinking of doing it, smaller company. Yeah. Might not. I don't know. Part of it's just I have so much I'm trying to do these days. I'm just like, do I need one more thing, or do I need to let this go and just work on something else?
I mean, I'm having fun being super small time indie. I would definitely take work at a company with all the restrictions that comes with, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, my stuff seemed to have started up without a problem. Steam is no longer hiccuping.
Nice.
Now I get to play the game of whether my controller will recognize or not.
Oh no.
It'll be fine. I have ideas. Getting some stuff to like work with Final Fantasy 14 is so whack. So I've got some experience going through like Steam profiles and such.
Mm-hmm.
It is not recognized, and that's fine. Hmm?
Hmm?
Yeah, give me a moment.
Sure, I will give you a Momo.
Steam has recognized that my controller is plugged in and launches and recognizes as it should, but oh, even big picture is not recognizing it. There it goes. I was talking with, I think it was either Jay, Hank, or Gregorius last night while playing through Hi-Fi Rush, and we were talking about consoles, and how modern consoles are basically just PCs in a box, and they are, but
Mm-hmm.
like they have the advantages of not having to like really configure anything for shit to work.
Yeah, it's like the Apple app market, like why everybody releases stuff there, because it's unified hardware. So you make it work on one, it'll work on all of them. And they can push out updates to all of them at once. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I was thinking about that when you were talking about it. I'm like, I get it. At the same time, I understand why companies don't want to cross-platform a lot of stuff and why they like exclusives, because like the Switch is the least powered of the current generation of consoles. If they didn't have Pokemon as an exclusive and Mario as an exclusive and Zelda as an exclusive, who would really buy a Switch? Like when you could get a PlayStation or an Xbox.
Well,
Or
the
if
Switch is
Zelda
also...
was if Zelda was on PC or God forbid on Steam, like why would you get a Switch instead of a Steam Deck or something?
There's more new content already. Yeah, I mean the Switch has the advantage of being mobile, which is kind of like probably what the Steam Deck is trying to compete with.
I think so, yeah. 'Cause Nintendo's really had the portable market for a long while.
Yeah, they've got the handheld market on lockdown since like Game Boy. The last stuff to even compete with them was like
PSP
the
and
Neo
that.
Geo and yeah, the PSP more recently,
Yeah.
for sure. Okay, I'm in. Controller working.
Yay! I feel like playing a different weapon this time, but I don't know what. I just remember all of the weapons I know and use. And this one's not too bad. They have like stupid negative dragon resistance, and it's so annoying. For anything else that's based on that. Weird, yeah.
Ooh. Showing some stuff on screen I might not want to show on screen. That's fine.
That's fine. Everything is content.
Yeah, there's that. Oh my god. big picture mode. Why is it so bad?
Oh, that's not too bad. Do want to go in here and...
You might have to invite me, because Steam does not want to let me open up my friends list right now.
Right, yes. Because that's how Monster Hunter works. I remember.
There are... Oh god, it opened up in-game.
Passcode. Lobby invite to... code is 1123.
Oh god, I'm stuck in the big picture menu instead of Monster Hunter. There we go. Even though it... This is so bad. 4-digit passcode?
1123.
Right. That
It'll
thing
stop
you
us from having... I did just say it, yeah. But it'll stop people from jumping in like we had happen before.
I mean, unless they're watching, which, not happening right now. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know what we were doing last.
We were just, we were showing off the new monsters to you. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
We're both wearing Sergio's stuff.
Yeah, I really like the look of this armor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the new ones I really like too. I haven't really changed up any of my loadouts with new stuff. But dual blades have been fine.
Dual blades are fun.
Before I eat, I should probably decide what we're gonna do. What I'm wearing. I definitely still have some like 5-star stuff I haven't done yet. All 2 or 3 hunts.
Could do those. There's always the just doing more anomaly investigations.
Mm-hmm. Advanced mission, Infestation Infiltration, hunt a chaotic Gormagala and a Malzeno. Sounds rough.
Malzeno. That's the fire tail one, right?
That's the like...
Box cover one?
It's the big teleporting dart dragon.
Yeah, teleporting dart dragon. Yeah. Let me check my switch skills, because I can't remember the last time I did anything with this.
Or, for anomaly investigations, I have a not a Malzeno, a Magnamalo hunt. We did how anomaly investigations work, right?
They are faster, yeah.
71 or higher, that's easy. What does it mean when the little anomaly investigation book next to a hunt has a like ×2 on it? You just have 2 of them stored up?
Yeah, you get 2 of the coins.
Oh. You want to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that one. Sure. Which one's that one again? That's Malzeno and...
No, this is a Magnamalo anomaly investigation.
Yeah, that was fine. Can't believe how close we are for master rank and how much further you are ahead of me for hunter rank.
Yeah. Kind of depends on what you do, which one levels up faster, right?
A little bit of that, and then also just if you played more in the base game,
Mm-hmm.
which I didn't do much of. I'll take a great sword in. Been a while since I played.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what I used against Malzeno most of the time, so I'm just gonna keep my dual blades.
You mean against Magnamalo?
Against Magnamalo, yeah, I do.
The dual blade should work alright for him.
I think so. Nice. Every skill activated.
Nice. I took Weakener, so hopefully this thing will be a little bit easier to kill.
I like the look of that sword.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the Seragios greatsword?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I just grabbed a whole matching set, and I'm like, alright, yeah, let's do that.
Sure.
Which is, of course, it's all layered, so...
Right. Just the look. I was luckily enough already using a water weapon. Ooh. I'm getting the Attaining Anomaly research points tutorial again. I guess I haven't touched it since they changed things. There's a cap to the amount of research points that can be attained from harvesting.
So you're running up to just like the stuff on the ground. There's only so much you can get in the mission. Because I guess people were misbehaving, probably.
Maybe, yeah. It's bug time. Oh god, I didn't mean to fall down.
But yeah, right before we got on the call, or got on Discord, I got a call from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, we'd like to have a conversation with you about your insurance. I'm from the company and checking things and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know. This is my old job's insurance. Like, no. I don't want to answer your, oh, but it'll only take about 10 to 12 minutes. No.
Sorry, bad time.
Yeah, sorry, bad time, and also, I'm not even on this insurance plan anymore. So
Right.
I don't want to
call
answer
back,
questions
actually.
about it. Yeah. I love that the brew here covers so much, including, like, eating food to get more stamina.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we can enhance that
It's like the best thing to pick up solo.
very much. Oh, anytime even.
Yeah, I wish it like could be shared more. But it's fantastic. It's extra strong. I like always grab it as host.
Here it comes.
Okay. I've almost got full stamina.
I
The
got
most
lucky.
important thing with dual blades.
Yeah, it is. I'll start it off.
Okay, I'll be there shortly.
Well, I went down quickly.
Uh-oh.
Well, not down, but it shoulder tackled me and dropped me.
Yeah, it's kind of big. Okay, I am on my way.
I have already used 2 of my potions, and the brew hair is gone.
Wow, that's quick. Usually that lasts.
Well, this is not my preferred weapon. So
Gotcha,
I'm
gotcha, gotcha.
Not super familiar with it.
I think currently dual blades is definitely my preferred, but before I was doing a bunch of fun stuff. I was playing around with getting hammer, or getting good at hammer. Always nice earplugs.
I put it in this great sword fight. So much better.
It is like 3 damage.
Roared. Yeah, maybe you don't get roared at a true charge slash and things like that. It's kind of helpful. Hey, nice.
Whoops. There's a setting to like not automatically mount the thing the instant you attack it, right? Okay,
screw you.
right. Maybe don't try to grind down this thing's back. Saw that stab coming. Scary spot on low stamina, but I made it out.
Yeah, that's the explosion. Screwed that up. It's trying to roll in. And I did not get that roll.
Just down. Touched too early. Good fight.
Yeah, it's a good brawler, which I like. I like this style of fight a lot more than like the Velkana's, where it's more about like elemental damage, ranged attacks. Like, this thing just gets in your face and wrecks.
Look myself.
Oh, come on.
It's so acrobatic too. Love this monster.
I'd love it more if I could hit the damn thing.
There it goes.
Yeah,
I
I
think
am gonna.
my game audio might be super loud.
I am gonna fast travel back to a camp and change to a different weapon because this is not working for me.
Okay.
I can't hit the damn thing.
Oh, that is definitely not going to work. I'll try and keep it busy.
Thank you.
Some of these hitboxes don't look like they're going to hit, and then they do.
Yeah. Alright, I'm switched out and I'm coming back.
Okay. Nice switch axe.
No.
No?
No. Gunlance.
Oh, gun lance. Nice. Damn.
Though I did almost
nice
pick a switch
icons.
X.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hello, Luna.
I like Luna. That might be one of my
I do
favorite
too.
of the new ones.
Nice, nice, nice. Get some good damage on the tail.
What? No! How?
I don't
I
know.
use my count. I use my
made it
counter.
angry.
I mean, if we want to get technical, we made it angry.
Yeah, it did. It did try to like tail spike me immediately afterwards. Oh no!
Yeah, I tried healing and should have rolled. It happens. Oh, it's so chunky in terms of frames for its sharpness.
I need an explosive cloud, but I think I'm okay. Maybe. Nope, I'm not okay. I almost got
Well.
away from that.
Let me just go right back in here and switch to my really defensive build then. We've got
go Sword
one
and Shield.
feint left. Lance just works so well on that guy.
I mean, Lance is like very frequently the answer.
Yeah, it's part of why I liked using it so much. It's a great solo weapon, and it's reliable in a hunt, especially when you don't want to cause any more feints. Oh, jeez. All three of them are coming here.
Nice. Hey, they're right next to us. How kind of them. In a very small area. Oh, never mind. This is not the, like, super small area. Oh, fuck, that hurt.
Luna left, and Mizusune is here.
Thank you, Geometry. Oh,
Roll, roll, put out the fire.
no. Let's stay the fuck away from that.
I got a little cheeky, and it paid off.
Ow. I almost don't remember it running around like that. Right. Wire bugs. I'm gonna shore you this thing in the face. Okay, that's my fault. Oh. Okay, staying alive.
Trying to get that tail, but I'm not having good success.
Yeah, we have already done some pretty good damage to it.
I'm thinking of just like hitting the what is it, curio spots?
Mm-hmm.
What it is in this game, what they call it. The magic spot that makes monster go down.
Yeah, make it calm. Oh, that hit me.
Oh my
Oh god.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I'm gonna go over here and bruise myself up a bit more too.
Uh-oh.
Whew.
What?
Damn it.
Do you not remember this thing's attack patterns? Or at least most of them.
Damn.
Like trying to get in an extra hit. It's not working.
There was the explosion from Hellfire.
Oh, if I did that just a little bit later, it would have been really cool. Got off okay damage instead. Saw that shit coming at least.
Two hits.
Ooh. Didn't take any damage, but he knocked me off the wall. Okay, he's gone.
Oh, he's right next to the Mizusune.
Oh, nice.
What do you take into hunts? You take your dog or your cat?
My dog.
Yeah, same.
The cat has some pretty nice skills for sure.
I think the cat has the better skills, but the dog is just great transportation.
Yeah, it's got all that mobility. And is better at getting attention.
Woo! Woo!
Nice.
I'm just gonna use my Punisher right away. Sometimes I can get an extra heavy in there, but I'm gonna try today.
Just get out of the way. Thank you. Okay, didn't take damage though. It's the important part.
Yep. I think it's definitely one of the most annoying monsters to try and hit the damn red spots on. That is one thing I don't much like about this game compared to other MonHuns. The tempered monsters, it wasn't like, oh, aim for these spots or there's going to be an explosion.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm excited for the next one, though. Because the new MonHun should be getting announced sometime probably later this year.
You think so?
I think so. There's going to be something coming out about it.
I mean, maybe. They do...
I don't think it'll get released this year. I think it'll be
just announced.
though.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe they'll get it up by Christmas time, though.
I don't know. I think, like, because of how popular World was and how well it did, They put out a lot for that, and then they put out maybe even more for this because they made it like easier to develop for. And almost countered, but not quite. So they'll probably want to put out another one soon, but also like balance it with how much quality they can put in, you know. And definitely, this doesn't look like a PS5 game.
It isn't. Because this was originally a Switch exclusive.
Right. Yeah, they made this one so it could run on Switch.
So I think I heard that they essentially have 2 development teams running all the time. So the World 1 is working on what is essentially going to be World 2, because of course it is. And then... or at least something like World 2. Hey, Dragon Nest. Oh, Fall Guys looks different. Shoot, I forgot to change the stream title. I will get that. Thank you for reminding me. I'm mostly trying to not die in this hunt.
Ow.
Yeah, we ran into a few too many issues with Fall Guys that we thought were Fall Guys related, and it turns out, no, Steam just was having a connection.
Yeah, it was definitely a Steam thing at the time. Seems to be resolved.
What the actual... It wasn't... There was no dust near me.
Stop running away. Oh god. Never mind. I preferred it when you were running away. Damn, I got greedy.
He is exclusively coming for you.
Block that fast enough. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. You can't just block that.
I think you need unblockable to block that.
Yeah. Oh, well. I've got another one. Let me try... I remember having success on this thing with hammer. Even though that's, like, way more dangerous than dual blades and sword and shield.
True.
But
It's also something that if you stun it... Yeah, it does. That's the thing. But...
where are my hammers at?
Oh, no worries, Dragon Nest. Thanks for stopping by for a minute, and thank you very much for reminding me to change it from Fall Guys. But yeah, no, I basically heard that there's like 2 dev teams, and that's why they kind of like jump between 2 of them, so... This is the team that would have worked on, I guess, 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then the team that worked on 5 is going to be working on the next big one. Which probably makes sense why this one has so many like techniques and skills and things like that, which was typical in 4, because there was like hunter arts or something.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the natural evolution of that, and that's because this is the same team that did all that in 4. They like that. At least that's the rumor I heard. I have no idea how accurate it is. I'm going to put together a loadout that includes actual party items. I really should put life powder and things like that in here.
It makes sense for them to have 2 dev teams. It's a pretty common thing for larger studios to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, FromSoft works like that.
Yeah, they just need a team exclusively designed around porting Bloodborne to PC.
Everybody wishes.
Everybody does. Alright, let me go to the radio menu. Let's say...
Yeah, that would be nice. Then we could see it in even way better detail. and graphics, and people could mod it, and oh man, port Bloodborne to PC and put in the boss arena thing.
I think I'm doing this right. Item pouch as opposed to crafting, chat commands, pose sets, yeah.
I mean, we're never gonna get that Bloodborne.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing.
It's like the holy grail of ports we wish would happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a huge market for it, but yeah, they're not going to do it. Which annoys considerably. Gonna make these pants. Oh god, that's ugly.
Oh, I have so few anomaly bits.
Same. You can trade your key or your coins in for some of them for the low level ones.
That's true. I haven't looked at how many coins I have. I know I've done that in the past. I've only got 60 coins.
That's why you've done it in the past. That's why you have no coins.
Mm-hmm. I want to say I remember spending like 300 at one point.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be excited for another Monster Hunter. I really like the way this one plays, but I spent a lot of time in World, so if we get more of that and less of this, I don't know. I'm going to miss some bits for sure, but I'll probably still play it like a good amount.
Yeah, I assume based on what I heard that it is going to be more like World just due to the nature of like how it would have to work. Oh, that actually looks really good.
Oh, just probably due to the dev team. They might borrow stuff from this. I'm certain they like piggyback on each other.
Yeah, because I know, for example, the longsword skill system in this is exactly the same as what they had in late World. So they fully ported that over. This actually looks really good. Damn. Tigrex with a Matsu. But the playstyle for longsword is essentially ported 100% over. So. And then they added, of course, the soakbind moves and all that stuff.
Yeah, the silk binding stuff is crazy good. There's only a couple of things. Like, I play a bunch of stuff off stream, right? And I could definitely see just playing back-to-back Monster Hunter stuff when the next one comes out, at least for like a week or two. And then maybe working in it every once in a while, because these games are great fun. There's only 2 games that I can think of right now, just off the top of my head. Well, I guess 3, but one is not slated to come out, like doesn't have a release date yet.
Was it like Silk Song?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things, like a couple of games when they come out, I'm just going to be like, this is now an X channel. And that's like the next Final Fantasy 14 update looks pretty cool. I'll probably do at least 2 or 3 or 4 streams of that, like in a row. Silk Song, because holy shit. And
yeah, when that comes out, Twitch is going to turn into a Silk Song.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, unquestionably. That and Armored Core 6. Oh my god.
Yeah,
gonna
people really are
binge
interested in
that
that.
game.
I remember playing one of the earlier ones and getting my ass kicked, and like either renting it or something like that, and just being
Sure.
like, okay, I played it. It's fine. I didn't even know it was a FromSoft game at first. Actually, I only found that out later. But the difficulty makes a lot more sense now.
Well, and like the Armored Core games previously, I think they were a lot more difficult because they were trying to go for like cool, complicated mecha systems, and the control scheme was really wacky. And it's probably still going to be kind of wacky, but honestly, I expect the next one to have a much, much easier to handle control scheme because of their success with the Soul series. It's not, I highly doubt it'll share that control scheme.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. But I bet you it'll be a lot more simplified than the previous one. Because, like, there's that meme of the Armored Core controller grip style, and it's just someone holding a controller fucking upside down. And, that was a joke, but it's also not a joke. Like, people learned to play like that, and they were like, actually, this works weirdly. So, I don't think it's gonna have the same control scheme.
Yeah. When you start playing the game backwards to make it work properly, probably time to change your control scheme.
It's, yeah, it's like not so much backwards as like you need even more. You need to be able to like hit everything at once. And that includes like holding down shoulder buttons and moving your joysticks while you're pressing your D-pad and your face buttons. So people did really wacky things in order to like be able to do that. And it's definitely a joke, but people have learned to play like that and make it work. And I highly doubt the next Armored Core is going to play like that at all. Also, it was previously like a mission structure type of thing, like a Neo game, or just like Metal Gear Rising almost. You would have individual maps, but they were much smaller. I mean, so not even really like.
I think I played that one because I do remember like having missions, having kind of smaller maps.
They were all like that. You'd be like, go in and defeat this one guy, go in and defeat like 20 tank units, what have you. And so there's a lot of like one-on-one fights, and Armored Core 6 is not going to work like that. They've put like one video out, right, of like a teaser trailer type of thing. I guess more than a teaser trailer at this point. And it looks like, I don't know if it's going to be open world, but like very, very large mission structure areas.
That makes sense with the newer consoles.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. Kind of just like Monster Hunter did. They used to have zones that you had to load in between, right? And now it's just like 5 or 6 different big areas. So that makes a lot of sense, and yeah, it's going to be different. Like, I expect it to play more like Mecha Elden Ring.
That makes sense. I'm loaded full up on my stuff, by the way. I'm just waiting for you to get there.
Switching up my hammer style. Because I don't remember this so well, but I'm coming in now. All I remember is going for like lots and lots of dashes. Straight to the head.
That's generally hammer style across the board.
Oh god. I was about to be like, let me see that face. Wait, not like that. Diving down right on top of me.
See that face, turns around, charges you. No.
Dives his fangs directly into me. Oh, not so much. But yeah, I'm super hyped for the game. I liked a lot of the old games. Huge Souls fan. I bet you the new one's going to play a lot differently. And it looks great so far. That knocked me out of the air. That's the move I kind of don't want. Oh, I see.
Don't worry, Baggy, I've got you.
I'm sure it appreciates it. Nice.
A good dodge off there, and I broke the face. Or got the spot on the face. It's gonna go to sleep now, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what Baggy does. It puts him to sleep, and I think it jumps him.
I forgot.
Or did Baggy run off? Oh,
He did.
Baggy's running off. Bombs.
Yeah, I've got bombs. This one. Oh, okay. Fair, fair. Could have hit that a lot harder, but that's fine. Whoa. That hurts. For the health back.
I didn't do anything.
One thing I love about Hammer in anomaly hunts, because I'm doing so much damage per hit, like, I get a bunch of health back real quick.
Oh, nice.
Aww.
Oh, nice. Oh, I thought
It
that
still
was
did
gonna
good
be R.
damage, but I've done a lot more. Very nice. I hated that. Oh, that hits? Damn. I was like by its back leg and that still hit me. Alright. Coming in, spinning. It was a mistake.
I spun to win. I was not successful.
Mm-hmm. Use a couple of actual hits here, though. Woo! Pretty bad. Okay.
I am the zippy one. Why are you not turning? Trying to turn while dashing, and it did not work. It did not work at all.
Yeah, you get some control, but...
No, it literally wouldn't. It wouldn't pivot at all.
Oh. But you got control while Lance dashing.
You do. I think it glitched. Broke some anomaly part.
It's running. Okay.
Yeah, burned through a decent amount of sharpness.
You can do that with switch skills real quick. I don't think I have pink sharpness on this thing. Nope. That's fine. It's still a gigantic blunt object.
thinking of a hammer I think you probably would like. The one for the end boss in World. Or, yeah, I guess that would have been Iceborne. It was literally like a Buddhist palm at the end of a stick.
That'd be kind of cool.
It was neat.
I'm a big fan of the design of this one. I don't think it's by any means like the heaviest hitting hammer, but it is the right element for this fight.
I so rarely bother with elements. Just take like a non-elemental weapon and just go in punch.
I almost always go for elements.
You're using a lot of weapons with them. That's it. Like dual blades, and sword and shield. Are all elemental weapons. The hammer, I don't think it matters as much. It's not bad, but
Well, yeah, it doesn't hit super frequently, right? And that's kind of the thing with building up elemental statuses, I think. So I'm just like kind of going for raw damage. Even though
entertainingly enough, the Elatrion fight from the World is one where you could only... I don't know, good place to use this. I put myself away to do a thing.
wrong time to launch myself.
Speaking of launching, come here.
Very nice.
You get the face, I'll go for the tail.
Sold. I have one big hit off on the face. Not getting any health back. Dash is potion. I don't like that juggle in anomaly fights. Like, should I drink a potion? No, I should definitely go for damage. To heal.
I don't like the fact that it like nerfs your normal healing. I find that a little annoying.
That's the trade-off.
Yeah, it is, but
Okay.
I have a thing down here that will help you get health if you come back to that spot.
Yeah.
Where the hell did it go? As big as it is extremely zippy. Every single time I like fail to do a nice charge attack or just straight up whiff, I'm like, man, I think I was doing more damage with like dual blades or would be with bow. And then I hit it for like 400 damage. We're like over 600. And not even in the face right there. Go up, go down, then he hits me. Ah, crap.
He's shooting at you. Where'd you go? Oh god, I'm running straight towards him. And nope, he's not gone. Damn, he is pissed at you.
He is.
Oh, okay.
And he left. Yeah, I had a friend that one of the art community that I was hanging out with really likes the fast-paced combat of this one more so than World. They found World too slow. So
I
it'll
think
be
that's
interesting to
true.
see the kind of pacing. See, you know, perhaps it's because I prefer Lance, but I'm not super interested in the really intense, fast-paced combat. Like, I like it a little bit slower. The World was more my preferred speed. I don't know. My biggest grief with this game is I really don't care about the aerials. Anything. I don't care.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why I got into Rise so late. It's because, well, again, I'm a Lance player. I just want to sit on the ground and guard the whole time.
Yeah. You've got, like, a really cool aerial stab, though.
That came later. The aerial stab actually was,
It was in
Sunbreak.
World.
No.
I think it was.
The yeet myself in the air like this?
Yeah, and then you stab straight down?
No.
I could have sworn it was. Because I remember doing that against Diablos.
No. News to me. I know there was the counter clutch claw thing, where you would counter and then go that into your clutch claw and then you could throw somebody into a wall. Definitely like yeet yourself in the air. That absolutely was not in the world. Or if it was hidden in way deep in commands that I did not know where that was. And it's just kind of a little bland and boring in World.
I want to say... I mean, yeah. I definitely agree with that. I want to say it was in there, though. I could definitely be wrong. I didn't play the expansion. I just played the hell out of the base game. Oh, I was way off. Which is fine. Didn't get exploded.
Lift me. There goes the brew here. I'm just happy it lived so long. This one is a tough one to hit those spots on it. He flips around so damn much.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy a bunch of aerial stuff. I mean, it might come from, like, playing other action games. It's really, really fun to, like, air juggle people in Devil May Cry, etc.
Yeah. I can't... See, my background is a lot more JRPGs and that stuff. I don't have that action background. So I'm not invested in aerials or air juggling or anything like that, so...
It just feels so cool.
And even when I'm using my lance, I still don't really have aerial juggles. I have the yeet myself into the air.
Yeah, there's no actual, like, juggling monsters. Oh no! Right as I was starting to heal. Damn, that drift gets me, like, a lot. Yeah, there's still no, like, juggling monsters in this. It's just fun to, like, do air combat. Like, I really love, the way Insect Glaive feels. Hopping back and forth is, pretty cool. Okay, fast traveling. I'll be there soon.
All the times to not have the curio.
Right. I feel that's like a little bit of what got me there at the end. What am I doing? This way.
He's leaving.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no. I am entirely content with staying on the ground. I'm entirely content with slower combat. Where is my dog? Oh, because he's over there, covered in fire and freaking out.
I mean, I could see that being part of why you didn't enjoy Armored Core as much as some others, even though, like, the game definitely does have a very weird control scheme that is super hard to get used to.
Between the weird control scheme, the FromSoft just enjoy making difficult games, and
I feel
not
like
being a
wasn't...
very big mecha player.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't really my thing.
That's
Fine.
also super fair. I feel like the FromSoft difficulty design wasn't really in a lot of the Armored Core. It was very like, those games are extremely different from any Soulsborne stuff. Nice. Dove through it twice.
That was good.
Did not get through that though.
Ironically, he was coming from A because my skill activated right before he did that. I'm like, I know exactly where you're coming.
I love it when they do that next to a lot of geometry.
Yeah, because it blocks it. I got one decent hit on the tail. Come the fuck on.
Oh. Hello again, Mizu.
Mash him in.
Go ahead. Launch it at the Mizu.
Yeah. Entertainingly enough, Elden Ring was the first FromSoft game I actually enjoyed.
I mean, it's so good.
It is, but as somebody who notoriously doesn't like their games, having
Right.
any of them that I like was nice. But even that, it was still a game that I kind of played my way, which was I did like 10 hours of playing it blind, and then I like broke out like the interactive maps and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, I know where to go. It's still not gonna help me win fights. I gotta do that on my own. But did you strafe that shot into B? You bastard!
Not intentionally. I was just kind of already going in that direction. I promise.
I know. I'm just goofing the shit.
I mean, I can see that. Elden Ring is huge. So, like, while exploration is definitely a fun part of it, there's so much. It's bigger than Skyrim. It's bigger than Breath of the Wild. And even with your horse, like, it's just a lot. Got me. Oh, your tiny quick bite, asshole.
Go again. Oh, would you stop?
Yeah, so I have no idea what Armored Core 6 is really going to be like, but damn, I'm eager to find out.
Yeah, I think it'll be something that'll be fun for a lot of people. I think one of my stop, drop, and start playing games is going to be Final Fantasy. Is it 16 now?
Oh, FF16?
Yeah, FF16.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too. That also looks super, super good. They've gone through like a lot of effort to make it both an action game and super accessible to people who have never played an action game. Which, like, good on them. Because ever since, I don't know, 15 at least, but probably before that, there have been Final Fantasy fans who are just like, I don't really like where they're going with the series, because I want my, like, pure ATB or turn-based combat. And they were definitely going away from that, you know, for a while, but, like,
Yeah.
it was high enough for that. But, like, at least since 13, it's very obvious they wanted to, like, speed things up. Or even get away, like, even from 10. FF10 has, like, one of the best turn-based systems, that it just goes so fluidly and smoothly and quickly. You still have character speed stats, but you're mostly getting away from
you go.
ATB style. But yeah, 16, like, I want to say they straight up have the guy who was responsible for building out combat for, like, Neo. But
yeah, like they kind of can't keep going with the turn-based style for Final Fantasy as much as we all love it, because
yeah,
that is what they've been doing since Gen 1, which is a 30-plus-year-old game, 40-plus-year-old game.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, they have like their turn-based stuff, and then they have ATB, which they used forever, and then they kind of, sort of went back to like turn-based, but made it faster, like with how 10 does it, with how 13 does it. With 12, you had the like kind of
weird
sort of
gambit
automated
system.
MMO style,
Yeah.
but like all of those kind of showcase what they've been doing really since the beginning. But like starting with 2, Final Fantasy as a series is like very unafraid to completely switch things up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, they put in the job system, and so you can kind of switch how your characters play, and then you get 6, which doesn't have a job system, but every character is a different job and clearly has different roles.
But everybody can learn magic.
But everybody can learn magic, which is kind of like their in-between. Then you have materia, which is kind of the same thing in 7. Then you have the junction
can
system
trade it
in 8,
around.
which is wild.
Mm-hmm.
9 is like saying goodbye to the classics, but then you have 10 sphere grid, which gives you like kind of an in-between of how you can build a character.
Like they start off as their classes, but you can essentially make everybody every class.
Yeah. You have like the 2... Wait, we still have bombs this round. I was about to smack it.
No, we don't.
Oh, we did use bombs already.
Yeah, because the baggie.
Right. Okay.
Give it a good old head whack.
I will. 2 and 3 for the fucking 900 damage. But yeah, so Final Fantasy has always been experimental, right? Like, Dragon Quest has not changed too much. It's refined itself. But Final Fantasy constantly goes for new stuff. And even 14 is like a weird... you can tell they like action stuff, but it's still like real-time turn-based, which doesn't really make much sense, but it's MMO rotations. So there's like an order to things. And you can get your shit off as long as you're not eating whatever the boss or the mobs are throwing down during their turns, essentially. So it makes sense that 16 would be like super action oriented, because they've been wanting to go in that direction forever.
That's also where games in general are kind of going. More action focused, more speedy.
I mean, sort of. There's definitely a lot of that, and because they're more capable of doing it now, and you have successful stuff like Devil May Cry and other action games. Nier Automata was huge.
Which
because like games are more capable of doing stuff like that, yeah, you're seeing some more stuff like that. It's pretty popular right now, for sure. Devil May Cry, Souls. But they like nice. But they've showed off like what are basically game-changing accessories that you'll get from the beginning in 16. And so if you don't want to learn how to play an action game, but you also don't want like baby mode, I'm only here for the story settings, you can put a ring on Clive and just mash an attack button, and he does really cool action combos without you having to like time anything or actually learn any of those strings, which I think is great. I think they also they've also got one for like automatically dodging stuff if you're not attacking or something like that. Which also doesn't rely on difficulty. It's just like a fundamental gameplay change baked into the game, and you can choose to have it or not. So like, for what they've showed off of 16, it looks really good and super accessible to like a lot of different players.
Hey, I didn't have any hard pangs. Nice.
Plus, they're doing like old school. It's really weird to me that they're doing what is basically old Final Fantasy. Because since 6 was kind of a step in a direction, and then 7 exploding so much, they were always like, okay, cool sci-fi hot anime boys and girls. As opposed to like Final Fantasy Tactics or 4 or things that like people loved before then but weren't super huge. Like with the success of 7, they knew where they were going, and 16 looks, well, I mean, very obviously, it looks a lot more like 14, which is built by people who love Final Fantasy 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm also super excited for that game. I kind of hope it and Armored Core don't come out at the same time.
I mean, 16 is coming out in June. When does Armor Core come out?
It's coming out in August, but 16 is also going to be PS5 exclusive for a while.
Yeah.
Which I don't have.
I'm glad I do, because I can play it. Though I do need to practice getting that to run on my capture card.
Do you have problems with it?
I have some issues with the capture card. It is a bit of a pain in the ass.
Damn. You want to do another Magnamalo? What's your anomaly hunt? Or anomaly target, I suppose.
Let's see. It is also a Magnamalo, but it has to be level 1. It has to be level 131 or higher.
Okay. Wow.
I'm almost. Am I near 200? I feel like I'm near 200.
Damn, that's like twice the level of mine. I'm down.
Grinding it for a while. Can you even join at 200? I wonder.
I don't know. I don't know what the restrictions are. Let's see.
What I can find here.
I haven't played with WoW in a really long time. Do I have a water bow? I do have a water bow.
I don't like any of those.
With like really low defense though.
Yeah, under my hat. My highest anomalies are like 176.
Literally over 100 levels higher than mine.
My only Magnamalo quest is too low for it to be worth points for me. Let's try something else and see if I can. If you can actually join an anomaly quest that's higher.
Okay.
Let's do Diablos.
Yeah, sure.
Accept this quest. Yeah. And check and see if this will even let you select it.
Wow. With the extra like upgrade levels they have for armor, I just added over 200 defense. see. What was Diablos weak against? Is it also weak against water?
I think so. It's water or
Sounds
ice,
right.
I think.
It's more weak against ice.
Okay.
And I have a bow for that, too. Oh, hell yeah, Lunagaron bow. Another cool thing that they showed off for 16, not like super recently, but last time they showed off a bunch, was people were really afraid that like the icon fights were going to be like just big cutscenes, maybe QTEs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not the case.
That's good.
Yeah. They've shown off like bits and pieces of like Phoenix versus Bahamut or Phoenix versus Odin, and it turns into like a Drakengard sequence.
Oh,
Yeah.
good reference.
Yeah. You're moving around, you're locking on your Phoenix fireballs, dodging his lasers and stuff like that. The Ifrit versus Titan stuff they showed off looked amazing, and it was hopping back and forth in between like kind of regular actiony combat and then big sequences where you were like running up rock spires that were created, and there's clearly like 5 or 6 seconds of cutscene that happened that immediately then transitioned back into you in control of Ifrit running up the arm, and he's like auto running, but you have to jump and move around and dodge stuff. So that game looks like it has just all of the money put behind it.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited for that game. It looks
I don't
super
see
smooth.
you in the quest yet. Were you able to select it?
I'm not, actually. I don't have anything popping up that I can join. In fact, your little flag icon looks grayed out to me.
It would go over here on the quest board. Is it just not there?
Yeah, let me see. I do not meet the requirements.
Okay, yeah.
I don't see the requirements.
It's your anomaly level's just too low. That's probably why.
Yeah. The Diablos is
makes-
164.
Yeah, makes sense. What is your anomaly level?
Oh, conditions. I have to reach anomaly level of 161 or higher. My anomaly level is 118.
When the Risen Elder shirt starts showing up. Let's do a Risen Teostra if it lets us.
Okay.
See if you can grab this one. Probably not. I think you probably need to be 120.
I'll switch back to my water bow, but I'll check the quest first for sure.
I think Teostra.
Yeah, I need to be 121.
Okay. I think Teostra is also ice.
It's both.
Oh, it is better water than ice. Okay. All right. So something under 120. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. If it's like directly related, then probably what, -3 levels, so like a 122.
I think it has to do with like reward tiers. Like you can only get some stuff for like 120 and above, and that's
That
why
might
I was
be
kind
it.
of throwing a hissy fit.
That could definitely be it.
Here's a good one for you. Silver Rathalos. You might not have
Yeah,
this.
sure. God, I don't remember what I was using for Silver Rathalos.
I think it might actually be water. It's water or lightning.
I think I was using lightning. I just don't remember what weapon. I can go in with bow, though. Bow has pretty good mobility, pretty good dodging. And I've got good fire and dragon resist.
I said, where the hell is it? Yes, water affects it best on the wings.
Okay, in the wings. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, yeah, there you are.
Odd. All right. Must rapid shot wings.
It's a bow too, so piercing damage will work on the wings best too.
Yeah, I think I'm built for like exploiting all rapid.
Right, crap.
There definitely are pierce builds. In fact, I remember last time I was looking into like bow builds and loadouts, someone had made a really strong melee only bow build, which is cool.
That's niche to the point of I question why a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that like you can do it, but I think it was is it Garangolm, which is a like
Yeah,
all
it's
physical,
big.
no elemental.
Mm-hmm.
So they did that, and there was some like new switch skill that was released at the time where you just kind of beat the monster with your bow on the way up and then on the way down. It's almost like the lance thing. And you kind of like spam a couple of different moves over and over and do like really good damage, but you end up basically never shooting with your bow. I never tried it out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound super appealing to me, because I play a bow to shoot. If I wanted to beat something, I would take a different weapon. I don't know. It sounds like it'd be the sort of fun thing to do as a meme build, but
yeah, I mean it was hyper focused on only doing melee. So it sounded interesting to me, but I've never tried it. I enjoy... I mean, like, with a game like this, I feel like your kind of base movesets are pretty much the way to go, and you get to swap out different Silkbind attacks and what have you. But, I mean, interesting different meme builds, I think, are always fun.
Yeah. They can be good.
Yeah, it's cool to see what people come up with.
That did like a stun focus build for longsword and world based on the EI slash EI counter, where you sheath mid combat and then you use punishing draw to basically just repeatedly stun enemies with a longsword, which is just a weapon that doesn't normally have stun damage. In fact, in world, at the end of world with what was it? The Greatest Jagras? Did you ever do that quest?
The Greatest Jagras? Maybe. Definitely not if it was part of the DLC.
I was one of the last quests at the end of world.
Maybe then. Was it just a really huge Jagras?
Think of it as arch-tempered Greater Jagras.
Okay.
If you took a hit from this thing unblocked, it would one-shot you.
I mean, that does sound familiar, but I don't remember it clearly.
The trade-off for it is that like attack it uses where it spits up a bunch of stuff. It would spit out decorations.
Oh wow!
So people would go in there and basically just pick a fight with it, get it to spit out for a while until they stop getting decorations and just dodge all the time, and then quit out of the quest and be able to get all those decorations. It was the most efficient way to farm for them for a while. But I actually did a build to fight that thing that was dual blades with the impact mantle, which it would enhance stun damage if you had it, but if you didn't, what it did is added stun damage to your attacks,
Okay.
which includes dual blades and their ability to do lots and lots of status damage. So I just chain stunned that thing in place for a while. And
Sure,
I got
yeah.
like 2 or 3 stuns in a row on that thing before it finally got up and walked off, and I got all that free damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, stuff like that I think is really cool. I like having like experimental but also focused builds. Taking a thing that's not normally used in a certain way, and then finding out a new cool way to use it.
Oh, hey, it's asleep.
It is. Do you want to go ahead and bomb it from the very beginning?
Might as well. Oh, you're doing it. That's fine.
Do you want me to piercing shot it?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, that worked out pretty alright.
Ah, yes. Build that I didn't give earplugs to.
Woo! It's been a minute since I fought a Rathalos.
Silver one's worse.
Oh yeah.
Damn it! I was hoping to get aerial before that tail swipe got me.
I'm doing pretty okay damage against the wings. I'm not
Yeah,
getting
'cause you're
yellow
basically-
numbers.
Well, I don't know if
doing
you'll
way
get
worse
yellow
damage against that.
numbers because, like, they're not traditionally a weak spot, but you, I think, would do the most damage because all the shots are by nature piercing. Like in terms of like piercing, bludgeoning, or slashing.
Right.
Same with any, even though not all bowgun ammo is piercing ammo, it all does piercing damage,
Right.
except for a few exceptions.
I didn't even see it breathe fire there. Shit just appeared next to me.
That's poison.
Nice, thank you, geometry. I did not expect that.
It is a good geometry map.
I forgot about Bolt Boost.
Oh, that's bullshit. He roared and then he double roared, and that was in the air.
Just getting out that extra hot fire.
Yep.
God, aerial aim. Super good. Okay, I
Oh,
feel
hey, a
like we're doing
monkey's
pretty
down
good against
there.
this one.
Yeah, it's not a Magnum Malo, it'll stand still. Just a little bit.
it'll kind of stand still. It'll twist and turn and writhe all over the place, but it's not like diving and charging in every direction.
Yep. I don't get the mounted Punisher already.
I can combo charge level into aerial aim, don't I? I do. I'm remembering.
Remember how to vote.
I'm remembering how to vote. It's so simple, but like good and elegant and fun.
I'm gonna miss some things with Lance in this particular game. I think they added that like dash tackle thing that I've been using a lot, and that is such a ridiculously safe way to play Lance.
Yeah, it's excellent from what I remember.
So that's a thing I hope they keep around. I also hope they keep that new skill for the longsword, the one that makes it extremely easy to build longsword levels. And spirit gauge, or not even spirit gauge, but like spirit gauge levels.
Is that the one that just puts a big circle around you?
That's the one where you like spin at them and like pinwheel at them. And if you hit with anything, it
yeah.
goes up.
Yeah, that's clutch.
That's such
I
a
love that skill.
quality
Everybody
play.
loves that skill.
Yeah. Like we like it so much we put it in our builds instead of Helmbreaker, which very much will do more damage, but we don't care because it's just such like I have so much less bullshit to deal with.
Right. It's easy to execute and hit with, and it helps build meter. Oh, okay. I thought he was about to breathe fire on me. I was trying to try to like get airborne, dodge it. Not necessary.
What? No, why? He just wants a hug. So with the success of the Mario Brothers film, what other video game movies do you think they're going to try and bring to the screen? And do you think there's any chance that any of them are going to be good? I know we're going to get a bad one eventually.
I think we're going to get a bad one immediately.
Highly likely, yeah.
I don't know. Like, that's Nintendo putting in a lot of effort. And they even, like, heard fans be scared about what could happen, right? Like, they kept Chris Pratt, but I think, you know, everything else, they had to really refine and work with whoever was making it. Because a lot of older video game movies, when that was kind of a fad and just worked out poorly for everybody,
They really just kind of were a cash grab.
oh, I mean, yeah, they're obviously cash grabs, but they're also studios being like, hey, these games are cool, but we're going to put our own spin on it to make it like a movie. Because, I mean, you have to adapt video games by, like, a lot in order to make a movie out of them. They're video games, not just purely cinematic. But you have stuff, for example, like the Silent Hill movie. They really, really wanted to make Silent Hill 2, but felt they had to set things up with Silent Hill 1 first, right? So we got this weird combo, and they made dumb decisions like, well, main character can't be James. Wait. I was getting names mixed up.
I didn't play Silent Hill. I'm not gonna call you out on the bad name.
Okay. Well, they were like, we can't follow around the husband, even though that's clearly like how the game is laid out, because nobody will believe that a man is scared of spooky monsters. So it's got to be a lady, which is just fucking stupid, right? And you have like generic Hollywood decisions that kind of go into ruining stuff like that. They change too much, even though clearly you do have to change things to make a video game into a movie. And you have examples like Mortal Kombat. The first one was kind of the only successful thing out there, and even then, it's barely successful. Kind of a cult classic. A lot of people are like, "God, that movie's so terrible. I love it."
Yeah.
Not like it's a good movie.
See, I appreciate a good bad movie. I like both Mortal Kombats, honestly.
There's like 4 or 5 of them.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they continually get worse. But yeah,
That does not surprise me in the slightest.
no, yeah. But yeah, that
Even
that very
the
first
second one, I'm like, this is real campy.
Right. It's yeah, they're camp, and they're enjoyable because of that, for sure. But like people really like that first one because of how cheesy and bad it is, and that's what that audience wants. There's so many other like all of the Uva Bowl movies. Okay, I got out of time. Are horrible. This is a terrible director. So I don't know. Like, you know, Tomb Raider was not very good, even though you have Angelina Jolie, which is probably a pretty good pick, especially at the time.
Yeah.
Lara Croft.
I don't think they would have gotten a better Lara Croft at the time. She kind of fit the bill.
She kind of does.
And she does look the part.
Right, like she's looks the part, and she's a good actress. Like, who's gonna burn to death? Okay, cool. But no one remembers that movie, so
I don't either.
right. So I don't know. Like, if a movie gets the Mario treatment, and like the devs, is it asleep? No.
Oh, nice. They got a wire bug in just in time.
Nice. If the devs, like the actual devs, get a lot of say in the matter, and it gets a good budget, so we get like a Mario movie style situation.
Do you think it needs to be animation to be good?
Well, I think they could probably do like a Roger Rabbit style scenario and have a good. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. And probably end up with a pretty good movie. But I don't know that anyone's gonna do that. And so it really depends. Like, I could see a fun Kirby movie, but
Action Kirby would be weird.
it'd be really weird.
We've been doing like the Sonic the Hedgehog, like where Kirby's the only thing that's CG and everything else in the movie is live action.
Right, for like
Not at all.
Kirby, everything would have to be CG and cartoony. And like, it would be best if Kirby and friends didn't speak at all, which they're not going to do.
Yeah, what movie is there then?
I mean, I think it could be. I think it can be done.
I think there are some that lend themselves well to a live action film. A lot of the shooters do, because a lot of them are also set in modern time. Like, there's potentially a chance to do a good Halo movie. Like, they shouldn't use the people who did
what
Furious. Halo? Like, I think they could do Halo. easily.
Maybe. They did the Halo TV series, and people were like, "Damn, that's horrible."
Yeah, well, they did a terrible one. Yeah.
Yeah.
They also, like, have a character who barely ever removes his helmet, and then they have him with his very iconic helmet off for a lot of the time.
For a lot of the movie.
For a
Because, of
series,
course, actors in Hollywood and producers and such are like, well, but you have to see the main actor. That's what sells the bill. When, like, the
Tell that to
Dredd
Dredd.
movie-
Yeah, we both the same fucking place.
Yeah. It did so well. It was perfect.
Well, what's funny is Judge Dredd, the Stallone one, only had him take the helmet off for most of it. Dredd had him keep it on. It was amazing.
Yeah. Well, and Stallone, like, not the greatest actor. And the movie was very much not like a Judge Dredd type of thing, so even the fans of the original...
It was campy too, yeah.
It was extremely campy. They had Dennis Leary basically just being himself.
You just withdrew from the quest.
Wow. I got the same thing on my end. Like, I'm still in, but you withdrew.
Interesting.
But we're still here. I'm not dropping any frames in OBS.
Well, finish it anyways, because it's good rewards.
Yeah. I think I have Silver Rathalos stuff. Just not...
Well, there's very unique things that come from it from anomalies.
Right.
Which is what makes it worthwhile. But for me, I think probably most video game movies will work better as animations, but not all of them are necessarily going to work like the Mario style. Like, if they did like a Samus or a Metroid one, I think that almost needs to be an animation. Just trying to do it live action is just going to be awful. Like, make it an animation, make it like Aeon Flux or like something like that, like a really like more gritty animation style. Like, it needs something like that.
A Metroid. See, that's a thing that's been in, like, people have been talking about that for a while, and I think it's one of those things where, like, literally no one has ever come up with a good way of doing it. 10 or 15 years ago, again, back to Uwe Boll, the guy who made, like, the Blood Rain movie. Yeah. And he did, like, a couple of others that were all, clearly cash grabs, even though he very much loves video games. He's just awful. He was, like, talking about doing a Metroid movie for a while, and Nintendo straight up came out and said, "No, you're fucking not. We're gonna sue you for way more than you're worth if you start working on a Metroid movie."
Good. That is the correct answer.
Yeah, exactly. Good on them. Prevent that shit from happening. So, I don't know. I actually think Metroid is one of the few that could be done well with live action. But you would want, like, a lot of CG or really good-looking puppets.
I would say puppets.
Yeah.
I think it would be better with the puppets.
Yeah. I mean, they would...
Oh, hey, it's limping on my end. Nice.
Very nice. I'm not quite there, but it did just die. Yeah. It would need, like, really great animatronics. Mm-hmm. And probably still a bunch of CG for, like, sets and lighting and other stuff, but make it not so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I was even thinking, like the plot of the Metroid movie. Like, what would it be? Because you have the first Metroid game where she's just going up against the pirates. And then you have Metroid 2, Return of Samus, where she goes to the Metroid homeworld because she's just like, what the fuck are these alien Metroid monsters that these guys were throwing at me? These are dangerous. We need to deal with them.
Well, and she's specifically sent there to fucking eradicate them in 2.
That too, yeah. And then you have Super Metroid, where very clearly it takes place after Metroid 2. Mm-hmm. She's got the last surviving Metroid, and somebody pulls shenanigans with it. So, like, you just avoid Metroid 1 and go straight into Metroid 2, where she goes to this planet, kills a bunch of horrible monsters by the first half of the movie, then loses the Metroid, and then comes back to, like, have to get it back.
I mean, I think it effectively, a Metroid movie would probably have to completely ignore... It would have to, like, try to not do the plot of any game. It'd have to come up with its own thing. Because you also have Fusion, which is wild and makes very little sense outside of the context of the previous games. And you have Dread, which also, like, has several minutes of backstory explanation at the beginning, because it kind of has to, for the rest of its story to make sense. And so you could have something like Dread. Like, Metroid was originally inspired by Alien, and so you would have to do something that's, like, in between Alien 1 and Alien 2 with probably only one character of Samus Aran.
Yeah,
maybe
it would don't.
Chozo in there.
I don't think it would do well with the Chozo, because it is it is very much like Samus is alone on
Yeah.
this planet with these terrible aliens that are trying to kill her. Got it.
Yeah. Like, it should
That
be...
are trying to kill her. Like, it should be very isolating. It should be very alone.
Yeah.
If there is any interacting people, it should be in a transitional state or in, like, flashbacks.
Right.
Like flashback to her getting the job. Flashback to her, fighting the space pirates the first time when they pull out these Metroids and people are like,
Well,
fuck.
the thing that I'm, like, probably most worried about for a Metroid movie is that they do, like, a Samus backstory explanation, and they should just leave that out.
Yeah.
Because she has plenty of backstory, but, like, it's explained in a manga comic, and they don't need to go into, like, child Samus having her colony attacked by the space pirates, and that's why she hates them. They could maybe have, like, some dialogue at the beginning of the movie that's like, man, I fucking hate space pirates. But
I feel like that's a better thing explored through the narrative. Like, have her just be really because there's ways to do it depending on what you want to do. Like, if she's running up against space pirates, just have her be particularly belligerent against them and have somebody call her out on it, and then that takes a moment like, when I was a kid, they blew up my colony.
right, yeah, just
And
like
then somebody just like, oh, and it's just like,
one throwaway
Yeah,
line,
so that's
like
why.
they killed my entire hope, killed my
Yeah.
family. I don't like these guys.
or
Okay,
like,
right, stop asking Samus about space pirates. She hates
yeah,
them.
or
Got it.
Or, like, if she's in a mission and she's doing that and she's running into them, like, have her run across one and just go ballistic and just start shooting it in the head and beating it with a rock or something like that. Just have her really go ape shit.
Well,
and then
but, like, the
showing
thing-
flashbacks of, like, things like that. Yeah.
One of the things that, like, made people dislike Other M so much was they kind of did that. Like, she wasn't going apeshit and brutalizing and murderizing space pirates. She was a bit more emotional about the baby and, like, had her nerves really racked by the appearance of Ridley. But the thing people really like about Samus is that she's fucking cold and there to get a job done.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I sent you another invite, by the way.
Yeah, I got it. I am...
It still should be 1123.
Okay. I just beat the thing and carved, and we'll be out shortly.
Yep. Did I remember to carve? I don't think I did. Oops.
Whoops. Yeah, I think a Metroid movie could be pretty good, but it's very hard to do it right because the games are so much... like, it's almost like the Silent Hill situation. It's mostly atmosphere. It has even less character and story than Silent Hill.
Yeah, because it's not about dialogue. It's not about talking to people or finding it out. It's a person trapped alone with a job to do, and that job is to kill a ton of aliens. And that's what she's kind of there for. Like, in the first one, she's killing space pirates. The second one, she's eradicating the Metroids. 3, she's killing space pirates for kidnapping the last Metroid, which she's kind of made her peace with.
Yeah, she was never pissed at the Metroids. It's really weird that the title of the game is Metroid. It just sounds good, I think is why they did it. Because, like, her backstory has nothing to do with Metroids. Everything to do with the Chozo and the space pirates. And the second game is all about Metroids, but, like, the first one, I don't know if they're...
They were just in the final area.
Yeah, I guess they're just in the final area, and then you kind of get the same thing in Super Metroid, but you have the beginning that talks about the ending of 2, and so it sets up the Metroids. Fusion is not about Metroids at all. Dread is kind of... It's, like, sort of about Metroids. There's like... Dread did things very, very well, in that outside of, like, your Atom computer talking at you, which could totally be in the movie, but they should probably not explain, like, this is an AI impersonating my old commanding officer, because he's, like, the only person I respected for a long-ass time. Dread did it so well in that there's basically just 2 scenes where Samus is like talking to somebody. And in one of those, you have a Chozo that's giving you like expository dialogue about what the main villain is actually up to, and then he fucking dies. The Chozo doing the explanation. And Samus has like one line in this entire conversation. It's perfect. She speaks Chozo because of course she does. In fact, do that in the movie. Just have her speak weird bird language and give her subtitles. And then at the end, you have the main villain who has like a villain dialogue about why he's doing what he's doing. And it's very Virgil, I need more power to correctly rule the galaxy type of thing. And Samus's only dialogue in that scene is yelling like a crazy madwoman. She doesn't say anything. He basically reveals that he's been impersonating her computer for a long time, and her reaction to this is to shoot it with a super missile. And then the hologram disappears, and he has his dialogue, and then they start fighting. She doesn't say anything. And then he almost wins, and the Metroid DNA stuff happens, and she gets super badass and murks him, something fierce, where she's just screaming like a Dragon Ball Z character. And it's kind of perfect.
It could work.
So it's weird. I don't know how they would do a movie. I almost think they should do like a 3 or 4 episode mini series. And just
I think it would work better as
game.
like a mini series, like a good OVA as opposed to like a full length anime series or movie.
And you need at least one episode with no dialogue whatsoever.
Agreed. Yeah, because the character is very much a silent protagonist for so much of it. Which, did you get the invite? Is that actually working, or is stuff still screwed up?
Oh, I think I may have not accepted it in game. Let me go talk to Cat Friend. I can't accept it, but now I can.
Send it again?
No, it's fine. I got it. Yeah, I would love to see
like that.
a really good Metroid short series or movie. It'd be cool. I love that series. But I think it's really hard to do. And
yeah,
Hollywood would, or whoever's making it, like, please don't let
Hollywood
Netflix touch it.
Yeah, Hollywood would butcher it. There's a lot. Come on, God, don't let Netflix anywhere near a video game movie ever. They've lost their independent movie rights forever. They let them fund other people making stuff, but stop making their own shit.
Yeah, basically. I mean, they've done good series stuff. They just make really bad decisions a lot. Like, everybody loved what was the like 80s horror homage
Stranger Things
series? Yeah, Stranger Things. Everybody loves Stranger Things. I really, really liked the first season of Sandman, and then they canceled it because they make bad decisions and don't believe in giving things second seasons unless they're like Stranger Things level content.
Yeah. And then they made Castlevania. I think they funded all that, right?
I've seen at least the first. I want to say I've seen the first 2 seasons of Castlevania, but there's like 4 out now, right?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch. Yeah, for Castlevania though, like I liked the first season because it was very like small and very tight, very focused with what it was doing, and then
is that the one that ends with the death fight, or is that season 2?
That's season 2. Season 1 ends with like them recruiting Alucard.
Yeah,
and then season 2 was like a lot of this is what the villains are up to, and a lot of like this is their thoughts and feelings and motivations, and there's very little action. So it's like twice the runtime, twice the talking, which the runtime makes that feel even longer. So there's some people I know love that, and for me, I'm just like this. Like the first one was 3 or 4 episodes, and it was great every step of the way.
God, was it only like 4 episodes? It does deserve to be only
season
like
1 was
6
super
episodes.
short.
Yeah. I don't remember season 1 being very long at all. It does deserve to be like 6 episodes max for a season.
Well, also like again, it was very
10 if you want to stretch it and like really involve different Castlevania storylines or something. Because Castlevania gets wacky. It has like dimensional time travel stuff. You can pull on Dracula as a mad scientist, which they kind of do.
Okay. So here it is. Season 1 had 4. Season 2 had 8.
Wow. Was that short?
And it really... Yeah, because Season 1, like, Episode 1 is essentially just Dracula's backstory about why he's doing what he's doing. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at it here on Wikipedia. It is all Dracula. It is Witch Bottle. It is just Dracula, why he's doing what he's doing. It ends with him blowing up the city.
Yeah.
And then 2 is Trevor going to that one city and taking the job to find Sifa.
Yeah, that's her name. I was
2
trying to remember her name.
is like they come out from under the sewers, or he saves Sifa, comes out from under the sewers, and there's an army of monsters coming, and then 4 is they fight the monsters, go back underground again, find Alucard, and go and leave.
Right.
And it's very tight. There's action in every episode. There's something going on in every episode. It's great.
Yeah, the first season of Castlevania was fantastic. I loved it a lot. And I guess if the second season is mostly dialogue, you kind of run into... That had, like, I think Garth Ennis as the main writer. I think it was Garth Ennis or Warren Ellis. It may have been Warren Ellis. I always get them confused. Because one of them wrote Transmetropolitan, which is fantastic. And one of them wrote Preacher, which is also pretty good. But the problem with, I think, Garth Ennis is he can only write, like, cowboy archetype characters. And the problem with Warren Ellis is that, like, I think it probably was Warren Ellis, because you see this a lot in the Castlevania TV show. He's obsessed with, like, being as vulgar as possible.
That was probably season 2, because they did have Godbrand the vampire that was extremely vulgar and...
Well, even just Trevor, like, can't stop saying shit and piss and dick and asshole. And that there's nothing wrong with using those, but, like, it becomes a little much sometimes. It's a little too edgy, just for the sake of being edgy. And I don't know. So, like, those... I'm in short, contained, tight bursts, it's pretty good. And even, like, the Death fight at the end of Season 2, where Death just starts talking, and he's like, "You miserable little fucker, what the shit do you think you are? I'm fucking Death, you dumbass." Okay, that's funny. That's pretty good.
That was Season 4.
Was it?
Right? Yeah, I did not see Death show up in what I watched, and I watched 1, 2, and 3.
Really?
I think you saw the end.
Maybe I saw, like, all of it.
Yeah. Because I know I saw, like, clips of it online where they had Death talking, and Death was just talking shit at people like, "I'm actually Death. What the fuck are you think you're gonna do?"
Yeah. 100%. Death is... I'm almost certain it's Warren Ellis now.
Yeah, that was Season 4. Yeah.
Wow. That means I probably saw all of it, and really all I remember is Season 1.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because, yeah, Season 1 it has fights every episode. It has tension. It builds on itself. They're all good. And then you have Season 2 where there's, like, a fight against some night creatures in the very beginning. And then the good guys spend most of the season in a fucking library trying to research how to deal with Dracula. And...
Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar.
They only come out of that... Yeah, basically, Season 2 is episodes 5 through 12.
Does that also have Carmilla?
Yeah, that's the one where Carmilla is introduced.
Okay.
But basically, the night creatures show up at the end of episode 9 to fight Trevor and the others. So 10 is the fight against the assassins that come to kill them there. And then they ground the castle. And then 11 and 12 are the fight against Dracula himself.
Okay, damn, I thought that was all Season 1, because I remember the fight against Dracula being fantastic.
It kind of is, because like season 1 aesthetically ends with them getting Alucard, who's just like, time to go kill my father. Like
Oh,
we're gonna
okay.
we're gonna go kill Dracula, and because that is essentially 12 episodes, so that would be the end of a traditional anime season. Because season 3 starts with episode 13,
Okay.
and it goes to 22 because there's 10 in season 3. So it's essentially 4 episodes, 8, 10, and 10. And
Yeah, they
yeah.
should have just kept every season like around 5 episodes.
See, the thing is, I liked 1 because it was very good. It was very tight.
Mm-hmm.
2, there was just way too much talking and way too much trying to pretend like you're Game of Thrones, which is what not anybody signed up for.
Yeah. Well, Carmilla is
season
still around
3,
in 3.
She's in 3 and 4.
Wow. Okay. Damn, I did see all of it. Yeah, Infinite Corridor
Yeah.
stuff, like in the middle of 3. Okay. I
Yeah.
remember that.
And like season 2 ends with them succeeding in killing Dracula, and then like season 3 starts off with like, okay, we did this. This didn't really fix things because Alucard's a wreck. Everybody's got problems, and it's kind of a tragic season where like a whole bunch of stuff just really starts going sideways. Which is kind of what I like about the climax at the end of season 3. Episode is literally titled "Abandon All Hope," where you have these various things happening all at once that keep cutting from scene to scene to scene, and you know, like certain ones are going to be bad. Like, you know, like the twins that are with Alucard are sus as fuck, and you're like, this is not something on this is not at the level.
Mm-hmm.
And you have Trevor and Sifa going after the night creature that is in like the church and trying to stop it from doing its stuff. And then you have
that.
And then you have Isaac going into the city controlled by a mage to basically turn every person there into a night creature for his own personal army. And you're like, this is clearly bad. And then you have Hector, who's sleeping with Lenore, cut through this, and you're just like, I don't know why this is bad, but it has to be bad because everything else that's happening now is this terrible climactic thing that's happening.
Yeah.
And it has to be bad. We don't know why, but it has to be bad. And it turns out, yeah, she makes him put on a magic ring and say words that he's gonna believe her, or that he's gonna be loyal to her for the rest of his life, and then magic ring makes it true.
Okay.
And then I did not see season 4, but yeah, Netflix did a good job with Castlevania, especially season 1. 2, too much talking. 3 was good character building for a lot of it. It was like just trying to figure out what they're gonna do with stuff, and then I did not watch 4 at all.
I honestly remember enjoying just about all of it, but I've clearly forgot huge portions of season 3 and 4 because I felt like
most of
1
season 2
ended with Dracula, and then 2 ended with death. But that was clearly like 4 years of Castlevania content that I guess I just watched all at once or something.
If you marathoned it, that would make sense. But no,
Yeah.
yeah, and that makes sense because in terms of like anime,
Mm-hmm.
seasons 1 and 2 would be a traditional anime season. It's 12 episodes.
Yeah.
So that's a modern anime season. 3 and 4 ending with death. It's 32 total, but But yeah, Warren Ellis wrote the series as a direct-to-video film before adapting it for a television format.
Yeah.
Written by Warren Ellis, directed by Various.
Yeah,
Created
I
by
think that's
Warren
true. I
Ellis.
remember there being something neat about having a bunch of different directors for different episodes,
Mhm.
which is a fun idea if you like can keep your overall plot in line, which I think they did. They just
Yeah.
like stretched it out a little too much for the last 2 seasons. Yeah, I strictly remember the action in that first season, and when they get in the castle, I guess in the second season.
It would be
and
second
then-
season, yeah.
Yeah, and then the fight with Dracula being like peak. It was super good.
Mhm.
And then I think I'm looking at, the same wiki. They say they have plans for another series, but it's not going to continue off of like the original. And that's fine and good. There are a lot
Yeah.
of different Belmonts to go through.
Well, also just like straight up, I'm a big fan of eventually a story has to end. Like,
Oh yeah.
don't have the same people go through shit time and time again just for the sake of, well, we have to keep using the same people. Like, very clearly, the Winchester brothers have to do a 12th season against some new apocalypse because there's no other way to write Supernat. Like, let them go home.
Oh,
Let
but
them rest.
didn't Supernatural eventually, like, even not that long into it, become like extremely self-aware and was
Oh,
just
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of making fun of itself and everything else, every other horror
Oh, yeah.
genre?
It was, but like, I like a story that has a good ending and comes to a point, and
I agree.
I feel like they hit that with
I
the
agree.
end of season 4 with the clips and stuff I've seen, where like where do you go after you kill Death?
No,
Like,
it's
where do
not.
you go?
You do a time skip, and descendant things happen, and it's a completely different story.
Or you do a prologue.
Or
Because
yeah,
I
or
think,
you do a prologue.
I think one of the Castlevanias is literally like Dracula being made into Dracula.
Oh yeah,
like,
the
how?
Castlevania games that Castlevania fans dislike the most are the ones where you start off as some dude that eventually becomes Dracula.
But yeah, I mean, they could do it. Those would probably be the ones that would be better if they rewrote them a bit more. But
Yeah, I think that prologue could be like probably 2 episodes or 3 episodes. And they already kind of did that with the first episode of season 1.
I mean, we
It's
we
not so
have
much-
him, we have him in his old age when he's kind of chilled the fuck out a little bit, and he's no longer like. He's not the guy who would have killed Lisa immediately for coming into his home. He meets her, he menaces her a little bit, but he doesn't just straight up murk her.
Right.
Where the guy that from what I understand of the games did a bunch of really terrible stuff to get immortality and power.
Yeah.
Like that guy would be very different when he first came into power.
Yeah.
Before he has centuries and millennia to chill the fuck out a little bit. But
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
So, like-
speaking of good video game adaptations, that is a great video game adaptation.
Yeah,
so they
yeah.
can do it right.
I was about to
And
say,
that-
like, back on the original topic, I think that one's pretty good. I honestly, I don't know how many other really good video game movies or adaptations you could do. And stuff like Metroid would probably work better as a very short series that's its own original story that barely touches on any of the video game lore. And like a lot of stuff, like there's the Mega Man cartoon, which is like really good, but it's definitely for children.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly pretty bad, but if you're like 6 years old, cool.
Amazing, yeah. Yeah, they could do like a Detective Pikachu-esque Mega Man one, like
Maybe I never saw that.
splice that CGI with like real world stuff. They could do that.
They could. There's like a cool fan made idea for a Mega Man movie out there that looks pretty alright. It's very much like a live action Kashurn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like any other series. There's talks of like a Final Fantasy IX TV series.
That could work. Final Fantasy is definitely one that could be done as a TV series, and they could make up whatever the fuck they wanted and just talk about crystals and mana, or like put in maybe like things here and there, drop a Bahamut on them at one point. Like Final Fantasy would probably be the easiest one to do in any capacity, because the games are just so different amongst themselves anyways. Like you went from like 4, which has airships and like kind of like a little bit of steampunk kind of stuff going on, to and then like the hyperspace stuff from the alien race, to 5, which has just like alternate dimensions but not, otherwise it's just pure fantasy. And then you have 6, which has just full on steampunk magitech. And then you have 7, which has the Mako generators or Mako generators.
Yeah,
And
7,
Materia and Sephiroth and all that stuff.
7
and,
is best as a video game. They should not.
But
like-
I'm just talking about like the wild difference between the versions.
Oh yeah,
Like 4 and 5 are very clear old fantasy. Like 6 and 7 are much more like
4 and 5
with
is-
a little bit of like modern mixed in.
yeah. Well, yes. 7 and 8, they have a lot of more modern steampunk styling going on with like some classic Final Fantasy flavors.
Mm-hmm.
But like 4 and 9 are like explicitly old fantasy, classic fantasy story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even like 2 and 3 have like obvious Star Wars influence with a lot of Evil Empire stuff going on, and so does 6. But like you said, more Magitech. It's a lot more dark than the rest of the ones that came before.
Yeah.
7 and 8
My
are a
point
lot
just
more
being
dark.
like they're so different each game to each game.
Mhm.
They could make just about anything, and if it has some of the core components of Final Fantasy,
Yeah.
like they could call it that, and nobody's gonna get pissed.
Yeah.
Whereas if they make a Metroid, like Metroid seems like one of those things that, like no matter what they do, there's gonna be people pissed. If they make
Yeah.
it, if they don't,
I agree.
if they make an original thing, people are gonna be pissed because the games are so good. Why didn't you follow our game story? If they make the game story, people are gonna be pissed because they either didn't do it well enough, or they did it too well and it just didn't catch people's interest.
Or they put way too much emphasis on the story, which then again also does piss off fans because that's not what going through a Metroid game is like. That's not why we like this character. It's dealing with like a really dark, isolated, environmental type of horror thing.
Mm-hmm.
An atmospheric type of horror thing. Yeah, I think
It
Metroid
can,
is
but also
really,
the games
really
are-
difficult.
Are very like bright and colorful too. So like you're dealing with isolation and atmospheric horror, but at the same time, like it's a brightly colored game. You're running around in a yellow suit with red highlights on it.
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, Samus herself is pretty brightly colored. A lot of the games, I mean, it really depends on which game. Because, like, 2 doesn't count because it's a Game Boy game and was severely limited by technology. So, like, 1 and 3 have a lot of bright colors on, like, a very dark background.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good mix of like just like a fucking cave where you literally cannot see anything and like neon HR Geiger. Yeah, I think Metroid is probably one of the hardest things to do in like a movie or a TV series. I think Final Fantasy IX is probably the best one to pick for a movie
If you're going
or
to do a
TV
direct
series.
adaptation, which is what that's
Right.
kind of what I'm arguing for there, is like, don't do a direct adaptation. Do not
Yeah,
try
yeah.
to adapt Final Fantasy. Make something new.
Well, there's
Pull it out of your ass and just call it Final Fantasy and get the right overall beats of it correct.
See, but then they have a history of doing that with the Spirits Within, which like some fans really liked, and most everyone else, fandom and outside of the fandom, thought was garbage.
I
and it
actually
was-
liked that movie.
It was mostly like a big CG fest for Square to be like, we can make shit look better than Blizzard, and it succeeds there. But normal,
Yeah.
regular theater-going people did not like it. That movie almost killed Square Enix.
Oh wow. Well, they did invest a lot in it.
They did. They really did. It looks pretty good for when it came out.
Want to hear a funny story about me with specifically Spirits Within? So, growing up, my family, we notoriously did not really know how to get good Christmas gifts for one another. So
Oh,
we
yeah.
just give each other lists. And one year, what I'd asked for was Final Fantasy Spirits Within, the movie. And they bought me the soundtrack instead. I'm like, got it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why did you do this?
I don't even remember any songs from that movie, which is
I don't either.
wild considering it's a Final Fantasy property. I could probably remember at least one song, if not like a dozen or more, from like almost all of them.
I don't really remember a lot of songs from the games either, necessarily, but that's just me. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of instrumentals that I remember, but like anything with lyrics, I'm just like, I don't. What?
Oh, there's some pretty good songs with lyrics in a few of those, but yeah, I mean mostly they are instrumentals.
Yeah.
At the same time, I have a buddy who was a composition major in college and now does like sound engineering and design for some venues and churches and stuff like that. And we used to sit around and be like, okay, which game is this track from? And we'd play it and guess. So I have some of that burned into me.
Nice. Yeah, I think they can with some, but ultimately it boils down to you need to have the right writer, you need to have the right director, because getting the guy that knows how to write good dialogue to do the writing for a Metroid movie is just a bad matchup.
I mean,
it's just a bad matchup. Period.
This is one of the things where I think that's one of the hardest ones to do, in that you should have someone who is really good at writing good dialogue, but also knows the Metroid series and what the fans want, and so they write like 6 lines for the whole thing.
I think that's a bad matchup. No, I think that's a bad one. Honestly, if there was here's a question. Do you think Tarantino could do a good Metroid movie?
No, Tarantino loves his dialogue.
He does, but he's very good at action. And I remember he has some scenes where there is a lot of long, drawn-out pauses and silence and things like that, where he does have a little bit of atmosphere and breathing. But also, he's going to have people talk a lot and swear. Yeah,
exactly. He's too wordy. Like, I think he would be a great director if you completely kept him off the script. Because he is really good at just like camera angles and presentation and all of that. He's a really, really, really strong director.
And he knows how to do action too.
He knows how to do action. You don't even really need a lot of action. You could have like a Metroid series with 2 action scenes. But it has to be short.
I disagree, because there has to be something engaging people, and you can't have nothing but fear and tension the whole time.
I don't know. So, have you seen Mushishi? This is very much not.
I have watched Mushishi. Yeah,
it's very much not like a horror thing at all. And there's a lot more dialogue in that than I would want in a Metroid thing. But that's very much just like a dude interacting with weird shit, weird spirits. The whole time.
There has to be something moving the plot along. And if you're
that's also maybe not the best comparison, because Mushishi is like very, very episodic, and you probably wouldn't want to do that with a Metroid series.
It's that as well, but also like sticking strictly to film. Like if we're gonna do it as a movie, like there has to be something pulling the plot along. We just can't have her trapped alone by her. Like I'm trying to think of like what movie has someone trapped alone by themselves with 6 lines of dialogue in the entire movie. And doesn't interact with anybody. Like there are movies that are very quiet. There are movies that are very isolated.
The things that come to my mind,
like there has to be something that's going to pull along, even if it's just like, especially because Metroid famously has boss fights. It has big boss fights. Like, I do think that those are good tension breaks.
Yeah,
that would break the tension on the fear, on the isolation, where she finally gets to this boss, picks that fight, kills it, and then. I don't mind your idea of her being silent for most of the film. I do think that works out.
Well, I think you would have to. And even if you're going to make something that's short, that's like 6 episodes, you would only need like 4 action scenes. And yeah, they would have to be like, maybe that's Ridley and Mother Brain and 2 other bosses that happen along the way. But even like putting in a bunch of classic Metroid creatures, or coming up with something entirely new that didn't involve Ridley or Mother Brain at all, she could just be kind of moving around in a weird, spooky alien world and like point her gun at a couple of things a few times, but then it's a fucking animal, so they both just kind of walk away, and she stops threatening its territory or something.
I just don't feel like that's going to be very compelling and as storytelling for.
Well, again,
you have 6 episodes and that's all you have.
This is the problem with the Metroid thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's not a lot of compelling storytelling going on there.
Yeah. And trying to adapt it over from one medium to another, it doesn't always work. I
Right.
do think going with your idea of Ridley, Mother Brain. Is it Ridley or Ripley? What's
Ridley. Ripley was the
Ridley.
character from Alien.
Like, here, have this. You need something at the beginning to pull people in to get them invested in the series. Have like a Super Metroid, like Ridley attacks some place that she's at. It's very emotive. It talks a lot. It taunts her, and she's very silent. She's fighting it, and it eventually gets away, and she's tracking it down to do stuff. But Ridley survives that fight, and then she fights it again later, and obviously kills it. Is it or a he? What is Ridley?
I think Ridley is a she,
Oh wow.
but is because Metroid is incredibly obviously inspired by Alien and Aliens, and so Samus Aran is definitely like a Ripley, not really homage, but they wanted her to be real tough in the face of all of this, because Ripley was real tough when facing off with the alien queen. And so Mother Brain and Ridley, I think, are both like feminized, kind of, sort of, when they're referred to, but it doesn't matter with Ridley or Mother Brain. There's nothing really feminine about either of them, except for, I guess, like Ridley
In the traditional
slim,
sense of what we were looking at. Yeah.
but that's more the alien aspect, right?
Yeah. But like have it start off with an action scene of Ridley showing up, pairing shit up, stealing something or taking something. Maybe not even tell us what it is. Like maybe have it be the Metroid, and Ridley like literally steals it and runs off with it, but we don't know what it is. It's just a canister, and they send Samus to go get it back. And then she spends an episode or two sneaking through. Then like the end of episode 3 is when the boss fight starts with maybe that big like lizard guy. I don't even know what that's called.
I think this runs into like kind of another problem we were saying earlier, of that should you do like an original thing or should you just remake Super Metroid? Because at this point we're just remaking Super Metroid as a show.
Yeah, I think it works.
And
though.
like part of the problem, I mean, I think if you're going to pick one, that's probably the best one.
Yeah, because it gives you enough
Dread would be good, but it expects everybody to know
you need
Metroid
way
stuff.
too much to play to do Dread and Fusion. Like no, they are way too late.
Fusion is right out.
Yeah, like
Fusion
that
is
would
right
be
out. Other
that
M
would
is
be
right
like if
out.
you're gonna that would be like if you're gonna make a Devil May Cry movie and you're like, you know which Devil May Cry movie we should adapt? Devil May Cry 5. And it's like, no.
Right.
Don't start with 5.
You
Absolutely
should start
not.
with 3, actually.
But anyway,
Yeah.
but like Super Metroid's a good because you can like part of what you can fill that isolation with as she's wandering around is her past with growing up with the aliens, her past with the space pirates, and why she's there and why she has this kind of quiet tension and rage in her that just she's a badass, but she's just
I think that
she's
could
like
be
a
done
sheathed
tastefully.
blade.
She runs across some Chozo ruins, and you have a very short flashback of like her as a child growing up with Chozo, and then
Or just any ruins,
jump
like just
forward to her like being trained by them as a warrior, and that flashback is both of those are very short. You maybe see Ridley and then have a flashback of him destroying her home colony as a child, or maybe that even happens earlier, so we like build up that tension until the reveal. But
or even have it in episode 1 when Ridley shows up and steals the Metroid. Like have it happen then, and just have almost like a Kill Bill, just that very iconic noise of just your blood pressure's boiling, and just have something like that happen. Just not say anything,
And
not react.
That would work pretty well, I think, because like Metroid is really well known for its music and sound design. Mostly its music design and atmospheric music. It's like the one place where Dread falls a little flat. The music in that is good, but like
not great.
Super Metroid and Metroid Prime fucking nail it. It's like the music in Dread is even like it's pretty good. It doesn't hit those Metroid feelings of dreadful atmosphere as much as Super Metroid or Metroid Prime does. And even Prime has a bunch of stuff that's like really pretty and not anxiety inducing at all. but it fits the environment way better than anything in Dread fits any of its environments. So I think something like that would work.
You can even have the justification as for why she's silent, why so much of the movie is this tension. Is they send her there like, go there, find this capsule, destroy it. Don't let them find out you're there. You can't go in guns blazing. Go under the radar. This is a covert mission. Like, that's why so much of the movie is quiet and tense and silent.
Yeah.
Because she's just going in.
It's never really been the justification for why everything is tense, nor why she's silent.
But you have to make some concessions.
She is.
You have to make some concessions for people who have not gone through and watched the entire thing start to finish or played the entire game. Like, you need a little bit of that, but like, again, to put something in the movie to pull the narrative along, I do think after that treatment, maybe have Samus in Zero Suit form, like Zero Suit form with a military jacket on. Like, they're taking orders from some people, and they're just telling her like, they sold something very dangerous. We've tracked them to this place. Go there and get it. Go there and destroy it. And just, she doesn't even say anything. Just have her nod and leave, and then get in her suit.
It gets really tricky, right? Because like that, I think that makes a lot of sense narratively, and you see stuff like her working with the intergalactic military or whatever in Prime 3 a good deal. Like, she's doing a lot of that. But I kind of feel like the only time you should ever see her out of the armor is at the very end when she takes her helmet off. But at the same time,
okay, valid.
At the same time, that's very much like a Metroid playing to like Metroid fanboys type of thing, wherein if we're gonna do that,
this is like a compromise.
Having Ridley and Metroid, or having Ridley and Metroid, or Mother Brain, not Metroid, in there at all, is very much like, okay, we're just doing Super Metroid. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Do you remember this?
Fair enough. How about this? You have her show up in like the Zero Suit form. You don't show her face. You just have her from the back or from the side, where you don't get a clear picture of her. Or the little bit you do is like they'll focus on her eyes, like, and just have like this shot that's just the kind of like the bridge of her eyes.
I mean, yeah, you could do all of that
just
tastefully.
Like tastefully, like. But yeah, I do think you're right. When she gets to the end, she gets in the ship, she like docks her suit, opens it up, and steps out, and
I mean
then goes to leave. I do think there's some value there.
The way to do it from like a Metroid fan perspective is like, as soon as the mission ends and she gets back on her ship, she like her visor goes away, or she takes off her helmet and just kind of surveys the situation and then fucking leaves.
Yeah.
And that's the only time you see her out of the armor. They definitely could, for a show, have her like just on her ship, or we've never seen if she even has like a home somewhere where she's just chilling.
I don't think we need her chilling somewhere. It's very much a warrior story. We want her in combat, in danger, in some kind of war place, because that's essentially what she's doing. She's essentially Ghost of Tsushima-ing the space pirates. She's one lone person going in and just there to destroy their entire shit.
Yeah, she's never really done it from a stealth perspective. Like, there's stealth sections in Zero Mission. That's just like when she's in Zero Suit, in between like losing her suit and getting it back. And I mean, you could do stuff like that, but I don't really think you'd want anything like that in any of the action scenes or any of the like atmospheric tension scenes. You could, because she's like, in most of the games, she's not actually part of Galactic Federation stuff anymore. She like grew up with the Chozo and because her colony got destroyed by space pirates, and then she trained with them, and then she was part of Galactic Federation for like a little while, and decided that's not for her, and she gets out, and now she does like,
what is she? She's a bounty hunter. Fair enough. Then
she's technically a bounty hunter. I don't think any game ever. The only game I can remember that even talks about her being a bounty hunter is, I mean, I'm sure it's in the intro of like Super Metroid and a couple of others, but the only game that ever talks about it is like the intro of Dread, where the Atom ship computer is talking to her and being like, the reward for this bounty seems inadequate. And she just ignores it because she wants to go do this mission because it involves X and maybe Chozo. Or she discovers Chozo there after they learn that X are involved. And that was fusion plotline stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not actually part of the Galactic Federation. She takes on missions that are relevant to like hunting down space pirates.
Rather than give her orders, like, she's leaving and then have like a general, like, or somebody call her over, like, they took that, that's very dangerous. We need you to get it back. And just have her go to leave without saying anything. She's just like, we'll pay you. And she just kind of stops. Just something like, we'll make it a job. We'll make it official. And just have her be very cold, contacted, like, explain.
Right. Her being contacted because whatever is going on involves space pirates or Metroids or X-Parasites or Chozo makes perfect sense.
Or even just like, again, like if we're making Super Metroid into a movie, like she got the Metroid, she gave it to people for research.
Right, you can do that
rather than having her contacted for information or to handle the situation, specifically dealing with them, like the start of Super Metroid, she shows up at the place, it's attacked by pirates, she's there when it happens, and just as she's leaving, somebody in the command structure is just like, yo, go do this for us, and she just blows him off and doesn't say anything, like, we'll make it a bounty, we'll pay you, we want that destroyed. And just have her, like, again, that's how you...
Like, not there when it happens, but you totally could open up a show or movie, especially if you're redoing Super Metroid, with her just like delivering the Metroid to the scientists on the space colony or the space research station, whichever one it was. I think they called it a colony, but you see very, very little of it.
Do it in a flashback. Like just have it, like, keep it very tongue-in-cheek, because, like, again, the gamers will know what's up. People watching it aren't going to be like, why is she here? Like, have her showing up.
That's a really
maybe have her showing up with an emergency signal or something like that, where she kind of creeps into that place and just like, okay, something's wrong. I don't know what.
Honestly, I think...
And she goes to investigate it, and then...
I think her showing up to the space station and giving the Metroid over to the research scientists is a really good way to start it, because it gives you a good incentive for there to be, like, there's some dialogue between Samus and the scientists, and that's fine, and they get to explain what Metroids are. And then she fucking leaves because job done. And then she gets the distress signal, which is how the game goes. You don't have to do it that way, but then she gets the distress signal and comes back, and everyone's already been murdered by space pirates. And you get like, oh god, Ridley's here. He stole the Metroid, and then he's gone.
I feel like that's better as a flashback.
That gives you a lot of setup to explain, like, that's who Samus is. This is the space pirates. You can do like a flashback as soon as she sees Ridley to explain why she hates them. And then you go, and there's huge portions with, like, no dialogue, just atmospheric horror. Some action every once in a while, but it's mostly tension building.
Fair enough. I think it would work a little bit better. Start off with the scientists and maybe have them explaining, like, this is what a Metroid is. This is why it's so dangerous. This is what the organism is. And then have, like, the little prologue ending with, like, an alarm going off, and they're like, oh, no, no one's supposed to know this is here. And then... the next thing we go is, like, Samus getting an alarm on her ship and coming in to deal with it.
Right, you wouldn't even have to show the space pirates going through the research station at all. You could, like,
it'll save you budget.
Get the alarm, we cut to Samus, and
we cut to Samus getting an alarm, reading it, or even getting, talking about putting dialogue in it, getting a message that, like, reads it aloud, or maybe her ship's computer reads it aloud to her, like, this station, emergency stress signal, distress, blah 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 blah, and having her go there and then do the thing about her delivering the Metroid to them in a flashback. Like, have that, like, as she's flying there, either, have her remember, like, bringing that thing to them, handing it to them, maybe have a little bit of dialogue then. But again, I think you're right about her being very silent. Like, don't have her talk much in the present tense. Yeah. Like, if you want to have her talk in flashbacks, fine. Again, make her very tense. Make it very not very tense, but very terse, where she doesn't say a lot. Maybe she's explaining to the scientists, like, this is the last one. It's harmless now.
Right. It's a
You
baby.
asked me to get us. You asked me to get you a sample. This is it. Treat this with the utmost respect, or it will kill you.
Yeah, you again, like I think that would work. From like a presentation point of view. The pulling from like the Metroid fandom's reaction to a lot of these different things is she had more dialogue and a lot of, I don't even know if it was a lot, but like several flashbacks in Metroid Other M, and everyone hated it. Whereas in Dread, she has, and you could definitely do more dialogue than this, but she has like one Chozo character show up and kind of explain what the villain is trying to do, and then she says in Chozo, I'm gonna finish this mission, or something along the lines of like, I'm gonna stop him. And that's like her only spoken dialogue in the game. And it fits so perfectly with the character. So like you would want to limit that a lot. Yeah. I definitely think you could have a scene with her with the scientists, flashback or no. I would be wary of too many flashbacks. But
I would say for flashbacks, limit it to 2, maybe 3. Have her delivering the Metroid and make it a short one. Where it's like she's going to the station and this is why, and explain to the audience, oh, she was there. Like even show like her giving this thing to the scientist we saw in the scene before, the guy who was freaked out that somebody was coming, and like that's how you know like, oh, this is linked because she gave this thing to that guy. He was talking about this organism earlier. She must have given them this Metroid organism. That's why.
Right.
And like have that be the thing that explains it. But then,
like
the only other flashbacks, I think, like remembering the space pirates destroying her home, remembering the Chozo training her, and maybe even have that as one flashback, like her past, this thing here.
I think that's
like
if
keep
you
it very minimal.
Wanted to explain the character, I think that's kind of like the only one that really works. I think honestly, I'm just really wary of. I'm like doubly wary of flashbacks because, like. A, if you don't need a flashback, why use one? And B, people hated that shit in Other M. They hated it. It almost killed the series. They took
I get where you're coming from, but
so long to make it.
You seem so fearful of it, and I'm like, there has to be some narrative story. There has to be something to pull this damn story along.
You can do
and
if
Samus can't tell us what's going on herself, then you have to show it. And
but I think, you talk about like her getting a message, her computer talking to her, and she doesn't even have to speak to like react to her computer.
I don't think she should. I think you're right.
Right.
It would work if she didn't.
Right. So like I don't like I think all of that works. I think the fewer flashbacks the better.
Yeah, I agree. Like again, 2, maybe 3, that's about it. Or if you want to do something a little bit extra, like when she's shooting Ripley at the end, when she's taking on Mother Brain, like have the screaming and like intersperse it with like memories of her childhood and just literally flashing back, but not like cutting from the scene. Just intersperse it with like she's thinking of this as she's shooting them and screaming.
I think even that is like too much. Like there should be the only time she should ever show emotion is when she's fucking murdering Ridley or Mother Brain, especially if we're doing Super Metroid. Maybe she's a little shocked to see that the baby Metroid is still alive, which happens late in the game. But otherwise, like, it's very hard to do like a silent protagonist in a movie or a TV show. On the other hand, like the single best episode of Samurai Jack was one with literally no dialogue. And so it definitely can work. But if you're going to do like a multiple part series, even if it's only like 4, 5, 6 episodes, you'll need more than just a lady walking around in an alien environment for people to like latch onto. And narrative stuff for sure.
Yeah, because you need to have it engaging to people who aren't part of the story. So it has to be something there. But yeah, they need to be limited, the flashbacks, and they need to be brief. Because again, I think you're right where part of it is that isolation and that environment, that both environmentally and emotionally, because she's just kind of locked in herself. She's wearing armor.
Yeah, like she's both like intentionally self-inflictedly cut off from most other people and is doing fine with that. She's, like, in fact, a very strong character who flourishes in that sort of situation and scenario. Which is why, like, I think the Dread comparison kind of works. But also, something I was thinking of earlier, but didn't get around to mentioning, is I think it would work if you just did a completely different story that didn't involve Mother Brain or Ridley at all. It can probably still involve space pirates, but you've got, like, Chozo, space pirates, Metroids, the X-Parasites, and Phazon from the Prime series. And you could kind of use any of those to continue to build your own story without actually mimicking any of the other ones. And something that I thought worked really well as a game to movie adaptation was there's a Final Fantasy V movie. I think it's Final Fantasy V. It might be 3. I forget. But there's a Final Fantasy movie that I think is just called Legend of the Crystal. That's all...
Oh, yeah. There was, like, an anime for it.
Yeah. It's an anime movie, and it's all, like, a generation later. So you have one, maybe two of the... I think you have, like, one character that was in the game, and she's an elf, so she lives a really fucking long time. And then they're just kind of dealing... Like, every character is just kind of dealing with, like, the after ramifications of that world. And while that is still a very, like, cheesy kind of slapstick, goes back and forth in between taking itself a little too seriously and not seriously at all type of movie, it worked really well. And for something like Metroid, you would have to do atmospheric horror, because that's the whole gimmick. But I think it would be pretty good if you just, like, did something new and different and didn't touch on any of the like, previously established stuff. We have Samus, maybe some stuff establishing who the fuck she is, and then just new stuff that you can use for narrative-driven content. It's weird.
My only
Metroid is such
concern
a
with
hard thing
trying
adapt.
we're trying to adapt, we're trying to do something new. I think Super Metroid, because the problem is the person who's writing the new content going to be as competent as the person who wrote Metroid or Super Metroid? I doubt it, because it's one thing to get a writer and say, take this movie or take this game and make a movie out of it and make it work. Here's your ramification, or like here's your standards. Here's what we expect.
Right,
Take
like the
that and write
examples
a
we
movie.
have are mostly not good, right? Mortal Kombat, the Monster Hunter movie, Resident Evil. A lot of these things are pretty whack.
But also, those were ones that wrote their own narrative. Those are ones that created their own narrative, where the writer of the film is not up to the canon material. That's why I'm saying, like, I get why you're so worried. I get why you're saying is you're so worried about them adapting existing material poorly. That is a valid thing.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it as, okay, they don't have a good track record for writing new material. They just don't. Like, the original Super Mario Brothers
in this case.
Yeah.
The Super Mario stuff, they have the new movie and the old movie, and they're both pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
The old movie being really bad, but it knows it's bad.
Yeah. But you have that. You have the Double Dragon movie. You have, like, even Mortal Kombat.
You have the Double Dragon movie, the Street Fighter movie.
Street Fighter movie did. That was its own kind of camp. But
yeah, the Street Fighter movie was very campy, and I feel like they kind of sort of knew what they were doing. It's in, like, a similar situation of having Chris Pratt be Mario. They had Jean-Claude Van Damme be Guile, which makes no sense whatsoever. But you gotta have, like, some Hollywood name, and he was hot at the time, and it was fun but not good.
Yeah, but yeah, I
can't do something like that with Metroid.
Yeah, I'm extremely doubtful
that. Serious.
I agree. Yeah, because it can't be a fun. That's the thing I'm worried about is you're gonna get somebody to write an entirely new narrative, and Samus is gonna be a preppy California bubbly person, and they're just gonna fuck it up because they're given free license, just make a Metroid movie. Right. Make a Metroid movie that is like Metroid.
Right.
And you're gonna get it from somebody who just does not fucking get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You would have to have a lot of the original, like, game dev people in on it, not necessarily writing it or directing it or anything like that, but going through like an approval process, like as producers or something. It's why like the Final Fantasy IX show sounds like a good idea, and why like a Legend of Zelda show kind of doesn't sound like a good idea, because Link is also a silent protagonist. And that's much easier to change and feel okay still than, like, having Samus be very wordy.
Ironically, we've both been just talking about Metroid this whole time.
For like an hour and a half.
Well, there's that. But we also made no mention of any other video game adaptations and how good or bad they would be. I don't think they can do a decent Zelda one with Link as a silent protagonist. I don't think they can.
I don't either. I think they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many video games out there that, like, I don't know. Make a fucking Grandia anime. Make Wild Arms into a TV show.
That'd be good. That would be great. That would be amazing.
Right? That'd be fine. It already wants to be one. Make a Star Ocean show. Make a Tales of show. Those
But you know they're not gonna. You're not gonna start with the B grade games, which admittedly.
Well, sure, yeah. Those
They're
I think
gonna
those
go to
would
the
be
main
much better than trying to make like the Sonic movies kind of barely pulled it off. Mario had unlimited budget and really good voice acting going on the whole time, except for maybe Mario. I haven't actually seen it, but everybody likes it.
I liked it. The only one I had an issue with for voice acting, and I've heard other people echo it, is what's the old Donkey Kong? Like, is it Grandpa Kong or
Cranky Kong?
Cranky Kong? Yeah, he wasn't very good.
Oh,
And as soon as he started speaking, I'm like, ugh.
But like,
that was the only one that I'm like, I don't like that one.
But like,
and the rest
Toad
were
and
either
Toadstool and Daisy and Bowser. I hear everybody loves Bowser. People like
Bowser
Charlie Day as
that-
Luigi.
Bowser was amazing.
Yeah.
They like that was the one thing that made me excited about the movie. I was not mad that Chris Pratt was cast as Mario. I was happy they cast Jack Black as Bowser. Like,
Yeah,
oh, he's gonna be amazing.
He clearly loved that role.
Mm-hmm.
On a completely like tangentially related topic, Tenacious D has started releasing music again, and the first song they came out with a video for, at least, is just a song called Video Games. It's really good. But yeah, there's so many games out there that I think would be extremely hard to make into a movie. Like the one we're playing right now got a movie and it was bad.
But the problem with that is it's the same guy that made all the Resident Evil movies who always cast his wife.
Oh, yeah.
And like, yeah, like you're not gonna. I don't even know if they could have done like a better plot overall, because like doing it as like an isekai kind of works. You need like for a thing like Monster Hunter, it's so different than our own world. Like you need to have someone come in and be your like point of reference character who has no idea what's going on, because the player is that in every game, but
yeah,
not the player character.
But also,
player
like,
character
Monster
knows
Hunter
what's
games are extremely light on plot and just paper thin. You can see the whole thing coming from the beginning, and
in a lot of cases, yeah, which is fine. But like that doesn't. You don't want a paper thin movie like that.
Right, exactly. You don't want that. And like the Monster Hunter movie was just a spectacle, but you can't really do that with like a Legend of Zelda or a Metroid.
Like
you
other
can
like
kind of do that with like a Mega Man or like
think
a
Mega Man could have-
Strider movie, but no one's gonna care about Strider like they cared about Castlevania.
Yeah, no one's gonna care about Strider. Nobody's gonna care about a lot of like things that. But you honestly, you could argue they kind of have made Ninja Gaiden several times. They just didn't call it Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah.
That potentially could be a decent one. I don't know, maybe. Actually, here's a question, because we've been talking about this for so long. The game's gonna time us out probably. Rather than arguing more and more about Metroid,
Okay.
What with high profile games being made into film, what do you think would be the most common candidates, like some of the more common games. We kind of talked about them, like Legend of Zelda, Metroid, Mega Man, Final Fantasy. They already did a TV show for Witcher, which actually that's a good reference there. Like the first season of Witcher was very good.
Yeah, they're gonna keep going without Henry Cavill, which is really weird.
It's a terrible decision. Yeah, that's where Netflix is being Netflix again.
Yeah.
I
only watched the first season of that. I don't know if they have like continuing plot lines that they need to resolve or something.
Same. I did hear that like there is a continuing plot. I don't know anything about it. I know nothing.
Okay. I thought it was fairly good, being mostly episodic in the first season, and then I didn't watch any of the rest of it. Like episodic shit like that, I think works a lot more easily than trying to make a movie. A mini series would probably be good for Metroid if you are only going to do the one season and just you have a start and you have an end. A lot of other stuff, it kind of depends. Like, are we talking about a movie that gets released in theaters, like the Mario movie? Or are we talking about, like, an anime movie that you can watch on Crunchyroll? Because then just do Xenoblade. Just do that. Do, like, Xenoblade 1, Xenoblade 3.
We'll say, you know, leave it up in the air about, like, what do you think... Yeah, like which things would you work for good? Like, yeah, if you think Xenoblade would make a good animated, like Netflix anime series, and given like not the Castlevania treatment in terms of like animation style, but like that terms of like get a good writer, bring people in, have them make the thing, like
right.
Get a good funding. Like, if you think that would be good for Xenoblade, I actually agree with Xenoblade. Chronicles 3.
Xenoblade would be pretty good as
that'd be decent.
A movie or like 3-hour-long episodes.
I feel like you and I can agree on one thing though. Xenogears is unadaptable. Like, there's no way they're gonna find somebody who's gonna really. I can't think of a person who's gonna be able to adapt that properly because there's so much going on in that fucking thing. And
yeah, that's. I mean, I do agree. I think the thing about Xenogears is you have to adapt it very little, which means you would need like 48 episodes to do it. Like, it would have to be the size of Avatar: The Last Airbender at least
to do a full adaptation. Yeah, because there are like their own arcs where like you have the Yvette arc, which is kind of like the start of the game to when you go to Kislev, and then you have like Kislev and all the stuff there,
and you would
or like a mini arc, and then you go to the ocean.
Buff out Kislev to make it even like what they were supposed to be, and without even expanding into all the perfect work stuff, you would want to like get as much character development going on as you can, and there's a lot of that, especially if you try to include all the side characters. Yeah, Xenogears would probably have to be at least a 3 to 4 season long anime, and you could not make it into a movie or a short series.
Yeah, it would never work as a movie.
No.
Because it's functionally unadaptable. Because yeah, like think about like trying to put it into a series. Like if we're gonna have like season 1, let's say 12 episodes for Yvette, like up to the point where Id comes out, blows the Yggdrasil to shit, and then like that's where it happens. And we start with Kislev, we run from like there until like the end of the Aquavit arc.
Right.
And like
you
that
could get
kind
from
of
the very
works.
beginning to that first desert town in 3 episodes, easy, and have it feel pretty good, and it would still, there's still like so much.
Agreed. But just think about like in terms of like how we would break it down, like the arcs in the game. Like you have Ava, you have Kislev and Aquavit, then you climb the Tower of Babel, you contact Shavat, you do the stuff there, you deal with the generators. Okay, that's season 3.
Right.
Season 4 is you go to Solaris, and then everything fucking hits the fan. Because like I think I was watching like my Xenogears streams. It took me 3 months to get through that game.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge.
It's gigantic. And making any adaptation of it, you would want to actually put in all the stuff that gets cut out at the beginning of disc 2. Like you would not want to have an episode.
No, you
that's
know
just
what?
Like, and then
you know what?
these 5 or 6 episodes happened.
I disagree. I almost want them to keep it in.
I think there should probably be a reference to it, because like that fucking blew my mind when I was watching Hi-Fi Rush, or when I was playing through Hi-Fi Rush and that happened, I was like, is this a Xenogears reference? This has to be a Oh my god, this is definitely a Xenogears reference.
I think it works as a one-time thing. I don't think they should overdo it because they really do for Disc 2. Where that's their narrative tool. But I do think
there's backstory and at least 2 big scenes and 2 dungeons that happen during that explanation at the beginning of Disc 2.
2 dungeons? What 2 dungeons are there? I know there's the.
Is it just one?
I think it's just one. I think it's the mass driver.
With, like the wells. Yeah.
Well, there's the mass driver there, and then you have a little bit of control. Then you have a boss. Then you have a couple boss fights, and then you have the creepy evil Solaris system where they're making people into wells.
Well, and they spend a whole bunch of time talking about how they like went and mass removed everybody's limiters to solve the wells problem, but then it came back, and then they had to do the mass driver stuff.
Well, no. Well, the mass driver was before then. Like they did the mass driver to remove the limiter, and then people started mutating into wells, and then you had the Soylent system. That's what it was. The Soylent system that made the Sufal mass, and like that was probably a dungeon there. But yeah, they cut a lot out. But I do think like for that initial thing, like when Faye and Ellie are shot down, when they put him in the tank. Have the next fucking episode start with that sitting in a chair and the pendant swinging, even if only for the fans who are just be like, "Son of a bitch!"
Yeah,
it's this time again. It. Just do it then, and just have like Faye, like Faye for the first half, Ellie for the second, and then at the end they wake up. And just have that be the episode. And I think, like, just have the one, and then you're done.
Wouldn't even be them like thinking about shit they or other characters were supposed to be doing that was supposed to be displayed in game, but just like you could have Faye thinking about his past with his dad and Graf, and you could have Ellie thinking about her past with like when she was starting in Yuggend or something like that.
But here's another thing. Just in the end, the final fight with Id and Graf at the Zohar, my own clip for that is 20 minutes of backstory on Graf, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like imagine putting that in a series where you have this fight, you're fighting a mech, you have all this other shit going on, Faye's in his own head trying to piece this shit together, and all of a sudden you flip an episode and the next episode involves no one you know, and it's fucking Graf.
Yeah.
It's all about Lacan. You're like, why do I care about Lacan? Oh, he's Graf. Oh no.
Yeah, I was even thinking earlier, like, if we were talking about, like, the complete unadaptability of Xenogears to be like a movie, just think about, like, literally all of the dialogue in that game running at, like, 10 times speed. It's probably still, like, a 5 to 6 hour movie.
Yeah. And that's without action sequences. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Xenogears is nigh unadaptable. Xenoblade 1, you could probably do in a short series or like a 1 or 2 season anime, it would feel fine. Xenoblade 3, especially if you wanted to include all of the side character stuff, which has a lot to do. Like all of them touch on the main story and conflict and world building, would probably need to be at least 2, if not 3 seasons. But it'd be really hard to do like short adaptations of either. You could do it with both, but 1 would be a lot easier. 2 is almost its own self-contained thing anyway, more so than 1 and 3. There's like references. There is a tie-in to 1 and 2 into 3, even though there's really not much of a tie-in from 2 to 1. There kind of is, but it's more fleshed out and part of the central story in 3. So you could do any of them separate and by themselves, but it'd be really difficult to do any of those as movies. And so especially if we're talking about something like on the scale of the Mario movie, like I feel like the recent Dungeons and Dragons movie is probably the closest you get. There's very little else out there that I think would be Like, Metroid could work if it was done exceptionally well. And the fact that we just spent like an hour and a half talking about, but I don't know.
All the ways it could go really well or really poorly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be that treatment for everything. So, like, yeah. So, what we're saying, popular game series that are likely get adapted, Zelda, Metroid, Mega Man, things like that.
I don't even think
But there's
Nintendo
such
is going to go for like a Zelda movie. I really don't think they will. Mario
whether they do or
one.
not in terms of popularity. Well, I would disagree with you. I think they will go for Zelda because it's such a what are the big name brand properties that Nintendo has?
I think
Mario
based
and
off of
Zelda.
popularity and recognizability, like that's probably the next direction to go in. But I don't think even Nintendo is going to be like, yeah, that's a good idea. I don't.
I think they'll want to try and make it perfect, which I agree that they should do.
I think that idea will be bounced around in board meetings and then probably axed.
I don't think it'll go anywhere for a very long time. I agree. Because even like Cowboy Bebop, like as much as we want to malign the Netflix series, they were talking about a Cowboy Bebop adaptation almost since the thing came out. At one point, they were talking about Keanu Reeves as a Spike Spiegel actor. Which he definitely can't do it now.
No.
In his older age, but like specifically, like
I mean, he's fantastic in John Wick, but like Spike requires a lot more kung fu.
Well, Spike is just he's not Spike anymore. He's far too old to play the part. Maybe 20 years ago he could have done Spike Spiegel, but they weren't ready to make it 20 years ago, and arguably since Netflix was doing it, they weren't ready to make it now.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, I think the casting in this is a whole different topic. I think the casting in the Cowboy Bebop movie or TV show is great, except for Ed.
Ed was bad.
Ed was the worst.
I don't know necessarily if Ed was poorly cast. I think Ed was poorly directed and written.
I think all of those things are true. Hey, my connection has expired due to inactivity.
Yeah. I'm gonna just leave Monster Hunter because we're very much just not doing that now anyways, I think. I think we're gonna be talking the rest of the stream, which we should probably wind down at some point, but I am.
Yeah. Agreed. It's almost
but-
9
but-
on my end.
Yeah, it's almost time for me. But yeah, I do think Zelda is a good place for them to try to go, but I don't necessarily know if they're gonna get there. I think they'll try. I think they'll try. I don't think they actually will adapt it.
Yeah. I
with
don't
the
think
way
they
you're-
will or should. Honestly, the only thing that I think sounds like a good idea is the FF9 TV show. That sounds great.
I think they could do it.
That's great.
Honestly, I think Final Fantasy, in general, has probably the best chance of a good adaptable, of a good
Yeah, even if they were going to do something
film
original,
or movie, because if they just, if they do something original, just make some Final Fantasy terms, put some crystals in, call somebody Sid, and it can work.
There's a lot of like hyper generic things you could do to like brand a thing as Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think Square has the money. They have a very poor history of doing Final Fantasy movies. The Spirits Within went horrible for them, and
Okay,
most
then don't have
people
Square do it. Have
really
Sony do it.
disliked the FF7 movie, which
But
they should.
Wait. Advent Children?
Yeah. Most
I have a
people-
friend who thinks that's the fucking Bible for him.
That you should probably stop talking to that friend.
I've known him since I was in first grade. That's not gonna happen.
All right, fair enough. That fucking movie gets every character wrong. It's so bad. Like,
I don't think
looks
it's-
fantastic. The
yeah,
action scenes are
there
great. The
there we
music
go.
is
That-
amazing. But,
It's a spectacle film. It's not a
Jesus.
narrative film. Yeah.
But it has a lot of ties.
You and I are
into
looking
FF7.
from very different things from movies.
I mean, I suppose.
I
I
But
don't know. I would
do
enjoy
think-
a Metroid thing without much narrative at all, but most people would not, and you have to have something like that for people who don't know it to buy into it. Just like Castlevania, like people liked it who never played a Castlevania.
Yeah, and imagine if they had done Castlevania, which that was what, Castlevania 3, that they adapted. Like, imagine if they had done it as the game, where all it was just them invading the castle. Like the entirety of the game of Castlevania 3
I mean, if
is
they wanted to make
2 episodes of that series.
If-
They had 34 episodes.
Well, no,
two of
actually,
them
that
are with the
series-
actual content of the game.
That series is a blend of one series and Symphony of the Night, because fucking Alucard is there as a main character.
No, he was in Castlevania 3.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah, you had three playable characters, or you had Trevor going through it, and then he could find 3 other characters. He could find a pirate, he could find Sifa, and he could find Alucard. He was recruitable. Yeah. It's not purely bullshit. He was actually.
No,
in
I believe you. I just don't know Castlevania anywhere near as well as I do Metroid or a lot of others.
Yeah. But like the game, just speaking strictly, you know at least enough for for Castlevania games. Aside from Castlevania 2, all the games you're in a fucking castle the whole time.
Oh
You're
yeah.
either walking to the castle, you're climbing through the castle, you're doing things in the castle. It's a castle game.
You could even do like
How much of that series was in a castle?
the
2 episodes.
entirety of it.
No.
Well, I mean, not.
But how much was it the good guys storming the castle to kill Dracula? 2 episodes.
Oh, and the show? Yeah, exactly.
The show. I'm talking about the show, yeah. How much of the show is actually
if you wanted
adapted?
to make that like an hour and 15-minute long movie that was mostly just those action scenes with some setup in the beginning and like tension in the middle, I think it would have worked just as well.
Yeah. Probably be better because we wouldn't have had all that bullshit in season 2 with fucking Godbrand. My God, what a waste of a character.
Well,
But
it is in 3.
yeah, I told you.
I believe you. I just didn't remember it at all. It's been so long.
But I think that I think they did good as the series. I think it also, I agree with you. I think it would have done well as an hour and a half to 2 hour long movie. I think it would have been fine.
Yeah.
And then, Mega Man would be interesting.
There's so little story going on in Mega Man. The one
there
that
is
has more story is the one that all of the fans make fun of.
Which one's that?
I think it's X7. No. It's before that. There's one with a bunch of zero scenes. Let me look this up real quick.
A bunch of zero scenes that doesn't help narrow it down much.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's X4, which has like backstory for Zero and Sigma and little bits of Wily top.
I liked 4. I liked 4 because the system in it played very well. I didn't really care much about the narrative.
Right. I love that game. The cutscenes in it are like, you should make fun of them.
They're not done very well, but, or I should say they're not adapted and translated very well because they don't match up great. But, yeah, I don't know. But in terms of like how it would structure, Mega Man would not work as a movie.
No.
Mega Man, sort of. Here's the thing. They made Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Sure, but that was a manga. That was a comic.
7 Evil X's. You're gonna have a Mega Man one. You're gonna have 6 Robot Masters and a boss at the end. You got this.
You got Robot Masters.
Depends on the game. The first one had 6.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you want to do Mega Man 1, whatever. It doesn't matter which Mega. Like,
why not? It's an origin.
Outside of the X series, it doesn't matter which Mega Man you do. They're all the same.
Yeah. But essentially, they do have a formula to make it work.
You know what the real way to do a Mega Man movie is? You get the Proto-Men, and you make a movie or short series based off of their Mega Man storyline. The Proto-Man
as much as a Mega Man fanboy as I know Proto-Man.
The Proto-Men is a band. They have 2 albums out, and they're amazing. Both albums tell a story, and the first one is like they were like friends who are in music school who like their final was to make an album, and their professor was all about like production has to make shit like super clean and sound, and that's how you make good music, is it has to be super clean and high quality. And so they went out to make a Mega Man album that was like very grungy and lo-fi but still electronic in bits, and it's fantastic. And the second album is like a fucking Queen rock opera. and there's a bunch of different genres and different songs, and the whole 2 albums tell a contiguous story.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's so good.
You have not sold me on this in the slightest.
It's so good. They adapt
I
the story
agree
with Mega Man. You get like the first album has scenes of like Mega Man with Dr. Light, and he's telling them about the city and why shit's ruined and stuff with Wily, and then there's a big Mega Man goes out and fights a bunch of Wily robots, and but then Proto Man shows up, and they have like a back and forth, and then they kind of move on from that fight. And the second scene is like the second album is like more Wily centric, and Light and Mega Man already. There's a very detailed story going on, and it's so good. You could totally make it into like a 3 or 4 episode Netflix thing.
See, the problem with that, there's 2 problems with that. One being copyright.
Well, you would have to get the Bandit on it, yeah.
You'd have to get the band in on it.
And Capcom.
And Capcom, exactly. Which is why it's not gonna happen.
But like, if you're going to make a Mega Man story, and you want a story that has a beginning and an end, the games are not it. Because they just keep going.
I feel like that's not entirely true. Like, they all end with kind of like a, evil will return again someday. 6 months later, evil
right? And you could wipe that out, and your like movie, you could just be like, and then they won. It's all good now.
Yeah,
evil's vanquished.
Have them try and like get a MacGuffin that's gonna do a thing where it's gonna control all the robots or something like that. I don't fucking know.
Mega Man is the MacGuffin.
Just let me talk, damn you.
Yeah.
But like I do think from like a Scott Pilgrim narrative of like that storyline of like having several specific fight scenes interspersed with dialogue and stuff, I think it could work. I do think it would be better as like a miniseries, like 1 to 2 Robot Masters an episode or something like that.
I mean, you could just have multiple Robot Masters in a single fight, or not even care about it being 8 or 6. It'd be fine. Just pick like 4 iconic or OG Mega Man bosses, and those are Wily's robots that he's wrecking shit with. And because they're all, if you really want to get into like the Mega Man minutia, they all have some job in society, and then Wily corrupts them.
Yeah.
So there's your world building aspect, right?
Or even heck, why don't we just go straight into Mega Man X and just start with Mega Man X1? Like that has it has its own built-in narrative of like, they found X. He's this mysterious robot from the past that is unbelievably advanced for his time. They reverse engineer him, but do it poorly, and the knockoffs, the Reploids, essentially just aren't as good as he is at what he does.
Yeah. I mean, the thing there was, he was like basically just a self-aware AI that was emotionally just a good person. Whereas the Reploids, most all of the Reploids are also basically that, but they were like built to perform all of society's needs. And then Sigma comes along and starts corrupting them in the exact same manner that Wily did in the regular Mega Man games.
Actually, correction, Sigma doesn't. They build Sigma later.
He's the boss of the first one.
He is the boss of the first game. Sigma canonically, like when they explained about it, like the Mavericks start showing up. They make the Maverick Hunters. Finally, they make Sigma their greatest Maverick Hunter.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Does extremely well, and then goes Maverick himself eventually.
Yeah.
So specifically, Sigma isn't a villain.
He's not made by Wily. He wasn't like originally evil. He just kind of becomes a virus that starts causing Maverick behavior.
Yeah, like he contracts the Maverick virus.
You have X built by Light and Zero built by Wily.
Yeah.
Who ends up kind of being the more interesting character in that he goes against his original creation purpose, but he's also damaged when he was coming out of his capsule, unlike X or any other ancient robot, so whatever.
Arguably, like again, I think it's like 4 or 5, like specifically shows Zero fighting Sigma, and like Sigma gets the virus from Zero, but at the same time, like again,
yeah, that sounds right.
Mavericks were already running around before then, so how the hell did they get it? So, like,
Well, they were just going wild. It didn't even have to be
Well-
that virus. It could have been.
I
Wiley was
feel like it
responsible for
does.
Zero.
I feel like it did. Like somehow Zero woke up and just the thing got out somehow, and then Zero was the one that directly contracted Sigma, and that's why he got a version of the virus that merged with him so completely that essentially he merged with the virus
Yeah.
and made his own like variant of it.
You also, I mean, the X series is just kind of all over the place. You also have like Duo is a weird alien.
I would not even reference Duo. That is way
No.
too far in. Like,
Yeah, don't. That's like X
specifically
6
and
or 7.
explicitly, like stick with one and just have they find Mega Man, they put the thing together, and then the world starts going to shit. Or they find X, they build the Reploids off of him, like have like maybe 10 to 15 minutes of exposition at the beginning, maybe not even that. The world goes to shit. They build the Maverick Hunters, and
I think
then
you
they
could
start
have,
going Maverick
I think
too.
there's a lot of room for like exposition and narrative in like an X series or movie, but I don't see it getting the Mario treatment. I don't see it being successful or good.
I don't think it would work well with the Mario treatment specifically, because again, like in terms of like, I think I think it would probably work better as a series. Like give it a full length 12 episodes. Mega Man I think
you
could
could do
work really well with that because that gives you an episode for each Master Fight, an episode for Sigma, an episode for Vile,
Yeah,
So
you could even do
and then like
X1 through
one or
3.
two at the beginning. No,
You
like
could
just
do X1
let's,
through
let's be
4.
very specific. Just one. Get the first one right before you try and adapt to anything else.
I think you could do any of that, either way, and have it be all right in like a 12-part series.
Yeah, I think a 12 or 13 episode series
Yeah.
works great for Mega Man. I think it could adapt well to that because that gives you enough narrative room to breathe for a lot of that stuff. Because essentially that's what it is for all the stories. Like you have X against each of the Robot Masters. You have X against Vile, which is a huge thing in his stories.
Mhm.
You have X against Sigma. Like that. That's all the big relevant stuff that happens, especially in 1. And then in 2, you also have to deal with the X. What is it? The X Busters is what they call themselves, or what was it? X Hunters.
X Hunters,
Where-
I think, in 2, yeah.
Yeah, and then
And Dr.
3 has Doppler, but Vile comes back, and there's two other people that are also kind of fucking around too. That
Right, Doppler's 3.
like-
I was thinking Kane, which is the light replacement.
yeah, yeah. There are two other people that I forget what their names are, but there's something. It doesn't matter what. They can probably be left out, and Vile's a far more interesting person who also lives past that point, even though you blow him up.
Yeah.
And then
They might
Forrest-
run into problems in that he's just Boba Fett, but a robot.
Maybe, but so far Disney hasn't sued Capcom, so I think we're fine. I think honestly they might be beyond the statute of limitations because they could just say like, well, we made the first game in 1993, like 20 years statute of limitations, 30 years statute of limitations. If you wanted to claim copyright on this, you fucking can't
I think
anymore.
Disney has made absolutely certain that statute of limitations is not passed.
Yeah.
Especially now
But-
that they own Star Wars. But
Yeah.
like fucking use Mickey Mouse in a fan project. Oh wait.
No.
Um
But I do think Mega Man will work better as a series than a movie, but it could be done as a movie if given the right treatment. Zelda would be. I don't even know how they would adapt Zelda. They'd either have to have like.
you know what?
They'd either
you know
have
what
to
they
stick to
should
like
do?
a rigid Zelda formula for like a series where he has to go around, he has to get like pendants or free sages or do something like that. Like that could work as a series.
Yeah.
Actually, here's a question.
It's still the
So,
weird
I
feeling
would
of like adapting a silent protagonist into not being one, which I think is much better for Link than it is for Samus, but in both cases, probably not.
Here's the thing. I would say, and this is my opinion. I think Mega Man half-hour episodes, 13 half-hour episodes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Legend of Zelda, 13 hour-long episodes.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, it should probably be bigger and more expansive and more adventure-ish.
Yeah.
Mega Man has to be like, you get a little bit of action and a little bit of plot in each episode. A little bit of character development, maybe. Throw Roll
Honestly,
in there somewhere, even though she's not in X. You've got like actual characters
I would say I would avoid roll
Nah, fuck it.
or the dog.
Nah, fuck it.
Rush.
Put both of them in.
No.
And
I
the
didn't
bird.
shit on your Samus stories here. I actually was doing straight with that. Don't you dare put Mega Man canonical characters in my X series. No.
I mean, there's also all the like operators or whatever they're called, the people who will like talk to you during missions and later Mega Man X games. They can just be there from the beginning. It doesn't matter. You need to flesh out the Maverick Hunters some way.
You could do that potentially. Even have some of the people that eventually turned into Mavericks later be hunters
Yeah, sure.
that like you interact with.
Go for it.
But
there's that dude that immediately betrays you at the beginning of like X3. Have him be a character for a few episodes.
yeah. But no, for Zelda, actually, I was thinking here, if we wanted to do it as hour-longs, do it as something good, honestly, the first half of A Link to the Past before you get to the Dark World, like, you have Link going in to try and get the princess, he fails, and he has to escape, and he gets out, he has to go get the pendants, he has to go get the sword, he goes back and fights the wizard, he wins, but the wizard banishes him to the Dark Realm, and it ends there. Like, that's a good season 1.
That's
like
a good
Zelda.
season 1. Yeah, I think visually it would still have to be Breath of the Wild, like themed, but that's a good season 1.
Valid.
You know what they should do if they're going to make a movie or a series of anything? They should make a movie or probably a miniseries of Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, that.
Last of Us did pretty well.
They did. As a Zero Dawn fan, as a Horizon fan, there's a lot that happens and it's hard to cut.
Yeah, that's why like a movie would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I don't think a
But
movie
like
would
a
work. A
Last of
series
Us
could work.
series.
A series could work. Yeah,
A Last of Us style series, I think, would work.
I think that would be hour-long episodes again. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. I mean, you would just do it like The Last of Us, which most of it is just dialogue, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are some fight sequences, and she does have. Because there would be fights against big-ass robots. At certain
There's
points,
a lot of cool CG shit that they could do.
Well, let me
still be CG and fine.
Let me make my point here with Horizon Forbidden West. There are certain points of the game where you have quest goals that you go to, and you unlock large machines to fight by finishing those quests. Like, they are main storyline objectives. Like, one of them is like you go to this place that was doing like agricultural studies essentially, and the end boss in that area is a large machine that you will later find is just a regular enemy. That's just basically a giant mecha bat. So like, those are your narrative beats where like you're going and doing these various things. But when you get there, you're seeing these large machines be built or being deployed that are doing things that are actively, like, that's your action sequences. She's fighting these large machines, these essentially boss fights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that
plenty
could
of
work.
action.
Yeah.
And story, like shit you could do with a Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah,
series.
that would really work. That could work. I don't know how popular it would be. Here's a question. Do you think
because here's what would actually happen. They make both a Horizon Zero Dawn series and a Legend of Zelda series.
Fucking traitor. I knew that's what you were going to go for, and Zelda's going to win the award.
Release the Horizon one right before the Zelda one, and everyone watches the Zelda one.
God, you had to twist that knife, man. that wound is still too fresh for me.
It happens every time. Horizon
God.
Zero Dawn is really good, and I'm not even saying
I agree. I
Breath
played
of the Wild isn't. It's just they have like the worst timing.
I will actively say this. I like Zero Dawn more than Breath of the Wild. I think it's a better
Sure.
game.
I think a
that's
lot
my
of people
personal
do.
opinion.
I don't think that's the more popular opinion, but I think a lot of people do.
But yeah, no. And then they did the same thing with Elden Ring and the sequel.
Yeah.
But no.
Watch,
do you
they're
think
they're gonna surprise release Horizon Zero Dawn 3 right before Armored Core 6. Or Final Fantasy 16.
I would say no for that. What's gonna
It's not
come
gonna
out?
happen, but like with their timing, that's what's gonna happen.
No. What major series is gonna release at the same time that's gonna absolutely overshadow? I'm thinking God of War, like the next God of War game is gonna come out or something.
Yeah, that's probably more
One of
like
those just came out. What's another good one? Like a really big franchise that will absolutely overshadow it. 'Cause we have a Final Fantasy, we have we have a
just
FromSoft,
the next
we
Mario
have
game. It's
Zelda.
been a few years.
Maybe
They're
So,
not
like-
the same genre at all. Like, there's a
I
lot
know,
more
it's-
overlap between Horizon and Zelda than there is between Horizon and Mario or Sonic or. I mean, God of War
Well,
is right there. I think that's a pretty good.
But what's the overlap between Horizon Zero Dawn and Elden Ring? Oh, 2 weeks. That's what the overlap is.
Yeah.
Um.
Well, there's a lot of adventure going on. There's a lot of exploration going
Um.
on. Horizon's a little bit more targeted.
Yeah. Be a good one that
Ring
would absolutely.
too. You just have like a lot of openness in between being told like, here's your next destination,
Mm,
which is
I don't know.
kind of similar to Horizon, but not as much.
You'd have to cut some stuff down. It would essentially cut out all of the side missions and side paths, which yeah, you would just have to do that,
Mm-hmm.
or decide which ones you want to include, because there are some interesting characters at certain points.
Yeah.
Um.
I mean, again, just like they did with Last of Us.
Mhm. Do you think God of War would make a good movie or series? I'm gonna ask this as I go get something else to drink because
I
I've been out
don't.
for a while.
I don't know, cause like the new God of War games, like mostly don't assume you've played the old ones, but then there's like several parts where they definitely do, and they do they write it really well to be like, oh, people who never played the old ones, okay, they know there's shady stuff going on in Kratos' past, and then they show you the argument with Zeus, and like you have the conversation with Athena, so you get like a little bit of his past bleeding into the current game. But if you wanted to do a God of War series, like, where do you fucking start? Do you do the new games and just ignore all of the old stuff? Do you do the old stuff, which is like way too edgy and like would come off as being hateful towards women half the time? I don't know.
Here's my suggestion.
I almost don't think they should do that.
I think it could be done because they're essentially movies anyways at this point. Do kind of like you have the gameplay aspects of it, but with the like if you took all the cutscenes from God of War and God of War Ragnarok and put them in a row, I almost assume that's going to be a full-length movie.
It's going to be like a 6-hour movie or a 7-hour movie. And then you also have all of the conversations between, like, Kratos and a boy and Mimir while you're just boating around that are fantastic.
Mm.
And you would want to work in some of that stuff, too.
But I thought for God of War, started off with the current stuff, like old Kratos and his kid, like have people get invested with modern stuff, and at some point, like end a season where like your past is catching up to you, and just zooms in on Kratos as he just stares at this person talking about that, and you just hear like the blood, like the blood, yeah, like have the blood rushing and rushing and rushing, and all of a sudden it cuts, like a hard cut to a younger Kratos there, covered in ash, no beard, and very emotive, and like yeah, you have like God of War 1 or some earlier God of War as a season. Like you cut from the end of 1, like season 1 of God of War, and season 2 is young Kratos murdering gods.
I think like the problem with that is you actually run into like there's like a chunk of Kratos' story before New God of War that gets covered in like, well, basically all of the old ones, but you could just do like versus Ares and then everybody finishing with Zeus. And there's also a lot of his backstory in like the PSP game, which I forget where that is chronologically. Like maybe it's between 2 and 3.
We can probably skip some of the PSP game. I doubt many people know it.
But that's where like the most important Kratos backstory stuff is, as far as the old games are concerned. So that's where you get the stuff about his family and the ashes covering him permanently. And so I think it'd just be really weird and difficult if you wanted to do all of it. So I don't know.
Again, I
think
don't
God of War
necessarily
should
think
probably
that.
remain a game and not be made into a series or movie.
I think it could
It's
work.
popular enough. They could try it, but I still would put like The Legend of Zelda being the next thing they try way above that.
Oh yeah, of course.
And also, I would still bet on that not being very good.
Also true. Yeah, but I think that's a popular enough franchise that I think that they would consider attempting it.
Yeah,
but because like no, here's a question for you.
I would
Armored Core. Would Armored Core make a good series or movie?
No. No.
Don't you dare! You take that devil away from me.
No.
You be quiet.
Maybe after 6 comes out, my answer will change because like previous Armored Core games have story and characters, but they're all told with like in between mission logs and like a little bit of voice acting here and there as like cutscenes. There are like overarching plots, especially in like 3, 4, and 5, but they would all like it would basically be how do I put this? Have you ever seen like what's it called? Not Pat Labor, but kind of Pat Labor.
I've seen Pat Labor.
Appleseed.
I've seen Appleseed.
You would basically have to do them like that, where you just kind of start off in the middle of a fucking story and not even assume that anyone watching already knows these characters, but like give them very, very basic world building and motivation, and then just action. And even then, like, make it a straight to Netflix, straight to Crunchyroll type of movie. There's and
Straight
like
to Netflix,
there
you're
is
feeling
no
bold.
canonical like player character with a personality. It's all shit happening around the main character that then you have to go play the game. Like, imagine the new God of War, but Kratos is not even a character. It's not very good, right?
No.
So yeah, I don't think Armored Core will ever be made into like a series or a movie.
Here's that question.
I would watch it, but
of course, yes.
It'd be like, you know, if they made really good action scenes from Berserk with none of the story or characters.
Do we think Elden Ring could be adapted?
I mean, could it be? The thing here is, like, I think most video games, because they contain story, could be adapted. I think
That is
most
the,
of them
the
should
lamest
be.
answer I've heard. Oh man. I'm just thinking of it in terms of like big famous games that would have enough of a.
The thing with Elden Ring is you would also have to make like, you would have to make the player character an actual character, which is you could do, and you could add like little bits to make that tarnished like a main character, but all of the focus would be on all of the surrounding characters.
Well, a follow-up thought that as soon as I
good.
said it, like, what about doing Bloodborne as a movie? And I'm like, ooh, if they gave it the Dread treatment, that could work. That could work.
Yeah, see, Dread could be a much better, or Bloodborne, like, I was just thinking, all of the Souls games are, like, even less viable for that treatment. But, like, Bloodborne and Sekiro, you could do. Almost even Sekiro more so, because...
I think Sekiro has a better narrative that, like, to do a straight adaptation.
Yeah.
Bloodborne, you could have a lot more free form where like maybe you have that one guy who turns into a beast mid-fight. Maybe you have Amelia, the cleric, not the cleric beast, but Amelia, the vicar. And you have a couple things like don't do it like 100%. Like do like part of it, like get it part way through, but like maybe do the whole thing. Like I almost think that needs like 2 seasons.
Yeah,
I think Bloodborne
I would think
need
so
2
too.
seasons to do it properly. Like even getting it to like the end of season 1 is when you meet Rom the spider.
Right, that's a thing.
Like that's where we're just like everything's kind of weird but normal weird until you meet Rom, and then like the fight ends and you walk outside and just shit's gone real weird.
Yeah, I was thinking back to like our Castlevania conversation. If you smushed that down into like 20 episodes and then did Bloodborne instead, that could work pretty all right. But you'd need a way different writer.
Oh yeah.
And even then you have to touch on the church, you have to touch on the the college of Bergenworth, where you meet
that's also
the dude
assuming
and then Rom.
That's also assuming you want to tell the full story.
Well, if you want an ending though, and you adapt it, you end with like Gehrman and the Moon Spirit or some variation thereof. That means you need to do.
Yeah. You're right.
You don't necessarily need to do Kos, but you need to do Maria, and that's DLC. And you need to do the college and the church and the town.
You need to do the midwife.
You need to do the midwife.
So that I think that would be good for season 2, where you deal a lot more with the old ones. For season 1, it's just very much like crazy people and werewolves and just normal unnatural. You know what? Actually, rather than doing it as like do it as 2 6 episode, like hour-long 6 episodes.
Yeah.
Where like
sure.
I think that would work really well. Where like episode 6 of season 1, Rom the Spider, that's done, and then you walk out, and everything's just gone to shit, and then you start dealing with the really weird stuff in season 2.
Yeah. You could have a lot more of Eileen the Crow in there.
I do also think that would work potentially well as a silent protagonist for Bloodborne. I think that could potentially work.
I don't know. I think if you're gonna do a show, you have like enough characters around the Hunter to kind of drive and explain things along, but I think it would probably work better as a show. Because like that character is essentially just isekai'd in there, and we don't know how or why. But the very beginning of the game is like immediately that you wake up in this nightmare and have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be fine to have that character like talk with Gehrman and the doll and basically not get any answers out of Gehrman, but then Eileen and a couple of other people kind of explain what's going on. And you have a lot more conversation with Maria and some of the other hunters that are still around. Even if most of them are fucking mad. You could even have some of the bosses have dialogue. And I think that would probably work better than like a Legend of Zelda or a Metroid show.
Yeah. Well, also it's a more mature material. So you're gonna get an older audience. You're gonna get a more mature audience.
Which is why you could do it kind of like Castlevania, but you don't want Warren Ellis writing piss shit fart jokes.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with that. But yeah, I do think they could probably pull that off. I think that would work.
That could be okay. But again, getting back to like the original Genesis, I don't think you could do it as like a movie that gets released in theaters, like the Mario movie.
I think it would be... I don't think they could tell the full story.
No.
I think they could start from one place and get to another point. Like if you want to start from the beginning of Bloodborne and get to like
Yeah.
Vicar Amelia or something like that, or like build up to like build the church as this villain through the story. Like oh the church did this,
Right.
the church did that, and you get to the vicar who is praying, and before you get there, they twist and turn, they become a monster. And
Yeah, you could do like a hyper gory monster version of John Wick, and just do 3 movies.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
You could that could work.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't think Bloodborne is adaptable in its entirety in a single film.
No.
But I do think that you could tell good narrative beats from the Bloodborne game in a series of separate movies, and if you can do each of them properly, like have a rough beat going through them,
Yeah, you're
it
every
could
half-hour
work.
mark.
Yeah, yeah, because that would be like get the first one up to like maybe the vicar, and like because that kind of deals with the whole idea of like maybe people are telling you about like the church, and the church is all bad, and the church is doing all of this stuff. Which again, this is somebody who hasn't actually played Bloodborne to completion, so I don't know all the bosses, but like I remember Rom is roughly in the middle when stuff starts getting really weird. Maybe after Rom, like in that movie,
I would
like
put Rom at like a quarter of the way through, maybe a third. Because like there's also the whole Nightmare of Mensis thing, which is like
is that DLC?
no.
Oh,
No, the DLC is the Old Hunter's Dream, where you go into like a past but also more fucked up version of the starting town, which is very adjacent to the fishing village, which is where you really get like, well, it's like the second or third time. It's like the third, I'll say third time you get like real directly Lovecraftian old god shit that also sets the foundation for the entire story.
you know what? Okay, here's the thing. I have Wikipedia up in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. 1 and 2 are essentially setting things up. Like you begin, you know, the start of the game, you get to the Hunter's Dream where you do that. Third paragraph is straight up traveling through central Yharnam, seek out the healing church. You discover Father Gascoigne, who tries to kill them but transforms into a beast himself.
That's like
you get to the
10% of
cathedral.
way in the game, maybe.
Give me a sec here. Then you
Okay.
get to Amelia, who turns into a beast. Then you come into contact with an artifact, the skull of a beast, which you then go through the woods, and then you slay Rom, a cosmic kin. Which with Rom's death, you gain a higher degree of perception. So yes, I think Rom, end of the first movie. Have the movie be very much like,
Yeah.
but have the movie be like the church is evil. The church is evil. You go kill Amelia, but things don't get better, and something, somewhere, somehow, for whatever reason, they pull them in the direction of Rom.
Mm-hmm.
Who, when you kill, you step out and you see the world for what it is,
Yeah.
and have that be the end of 1. Yeah, that would work.
So, like a couple of things. The church is not really like the main cause of everything. It's more like the blood that they're using, and so the origin point of where all that stuff comes from, which can definitely be explained in like later movies.
I agree, but it's also a good misdirection. Because again,
it's great.
You're writing a story for people who played it, but also for people who know nothing about it. And
Right.
to take somebody like, oh, you're gonna kill the church beast, you're gonna kill Father Gascoigne, you're gonna kill Vicar Amelia. Why? Well, because they have this connection to the blood administration, which is linked to the plague. That's like literally the first sentence here. Make that take those beats, take those bosses, and pull that through, make the plot through with that, and then eventually leads to Rom, where you realize, no, the church, that there's something bigger than the church going on, but you don't know what.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that first bit is both the church and the college. And then you get more with like the college and the hunters, and then you wrap back around to Garamond the first hunter and the elder gods.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And maybe that's movie 2. Like maybe movie 2 is the college. Maybe it's the Nightmare of Mensis.
but
Maybe that's where they're dealing.
You do ROM outside of like the college, before all the church stuff.
No, looking at Wikipedia, literally
You
Father
do
Gascoigne,
that.
then the vicar.
No, yeah,
Then
all
you
of
come
that
to
stuff is
Artifact.
all of that's so Gascoigne, Vicar Amelia, Bloodletting Beast, the Witches of Himwick are just outside of. That's all in the first town, and then you go through that forest, and you go through the small College of Bergenworth, and then you dive off the thing into the Moonlit Lake, and that's where you find Rom, and the church is after that, which is like near the end of that you find. You like go back through the college eventually, in a different manner.
Yes.
You go through the church, and that's where like the
Name of
baby lady is.
Oh, the wet nurse.
The wet nurse.
Okay, so my point being, and rather than being literal with this, which I think you're getting a little caught in the weeds there.
Well, yeah, this is definitely like the way the game works, not what you would have to do for a movie.
Yeah, again, like to give it a straight narrative, have these things happen, have these beats, pretend it's this, and then you have second movie where it's like, okay, something's going on, you have this new perception, you can do these things now, you can see the visible great old ones, you can see the School of Mensis, you deal with the School of Mensis, the Nightmare of Mensis, and it talks about, you encounter Murgo and their guardian, and like maybe even Murgo's wet nurse is the end of the second movie, but then like the third one is just all Garamond.
Well, the third one would have to be all the DLC, which finally explains everything.
Okay, that would make sense.
And also, this is completely leaving out the Nightmare of Mensis.
Well, I'm saying like Nightmare of Mensis should be movie 2. Like,
yeah.
Because looking at the paragraphs here, it's like with Rom's death, the hunter gains access to a higher degree of perception and sees Queen Yarnum, an ancient being from a dead civilization, who supposedly bore Murgo, the source of the nightmare.
Right.
With their new perception, the hunter can venture to previously hidden. I'm reading Wikipedia. Venture to the previously hidden village of, don't want to pronounce it, where the now visible Great Old Ones reside, to be researched and worshipped by the School of Mensis. The scholars sought to build a vessel for a Great Old One, known as the One Reborn. Upon defeating it, the player gains access to the spectral realm, known as the Nightmare of Mensis. They discover the insane head of the scholars, Mikolash. After defeating him, the player encounters Murgo and their guardian. So,
is the village you didn't want to pronounce not just called Innsmouth?
Yahar Ghul?
Yahar Ghul, yes. Okay.
Yahar Ghul.
Yeah, it's all really
Innsmouth
weird.
I would have pronounced. This one's like, yeah, fuck it. Village name not pronounced here. But like, yeah, then I think you could do the Hunters for movie 3, where you go back there, because again, like the
Which
player
is literally time travel, but you're in a nightmare, so it doesn't matter because the whole thing works on dream logic.
Yeah, but like go through the first one where like seek the pale blood, go to the church, do the thing. You go to the church, you do the thing, then you don't wake up. Then you find and fight Rom, and you find out like, wait, this is weirder than I realized. And then from Rom, you're like, okay, I'm seeing things, and I'm definitely going crazy. But now there's these Great Old Ones, and there's this college that they're doing this weird shit, and you deal with Mikolash, you deal with Murgo's wet nurse and Murgo, and again, you slew Murgo. You should wake up. You don't.
Right. Yeah.
Why?
It's not actually the source of the nightmare.
Yeah. So third movie, why am I not waking up? Then you do something, find something, you do whatever to time travel back. You deal with the old hunters. They explain it, and the big fight at the end is you against Gurman. Potentially, I don't know if I want to have the
moon spirit.
What's it officially called in here? I'm trying to remember. Is it called the Moon Spirit?
That's the final boss. The moon presence.
Moon Presence. And I'm like, there's net. Yeah, there it is. There's the name. Moon Presence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Having the Moon Presence show up, maybe, maybe not.
I want to make like 2 points about why this is all. You could adapt it, but it'd be very weird. And the first is like the order that all of this shit happens in the game is not a straight line. Like you probably will go to Yahar'gul before any of that story shit is relevant. That doesn't really matter from the like standpoint of writing this as a movie or series of movies or a show series. Because you would want to make the narrative more cohesive. The other point is like the end of it is kind of ambiguous, but not ambiguous is not the right word, but kind of like not an ending. It's the ending of like your player character's story and sort of Gehrman's story,
depending on which ending you take, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean
you have the ending where you are killed by him and you wake up. You have the ending where you kill him but haven't done the umbilical cords.
Right.
In which case you take his place. And then you have the ending where you kill him and eat the umbilical cords, in which case you become a great old one.
A baby great old one.
Yeah. So
in which case the doll is in charge.
Maybe, I don't know.
Right, no one does. So at that end,
out of those endings, ending 3 is a no.
But that's the real ending. That's the real ending, though. That's the complete story. And in that, you have all these implications that all of this nightmare shit, the entire setting and every character has just gotten wrapped up in between these conflicts between the old ones. Because like the Moon Presence is not Murgo or the Wet Nurse, is not what's it called? The brain Cthulhu thing that you fight in the Nightmare of Mensis. And you have all of these different ones being the source of actually what are different plagues through blood administration. Some people turn into beasts, some people turn into weird alien looking like things, some people get more slug like. There's most of it gets kind of kicked off by Koss's mother. Or I guess no, the orphan of Koss. So it doesn't even have a name. Koss being fished up and fed upon by the fishing village, and that spread all of it, and then other elder gods got involved, and that's where we get beasts and aliens and slug people and fish people. So like if you could tell the story of the hunter and a bunch of this different stuff happening, but if you wanted to like get in all of the elder god shit, that's like a lot. And a lot of it is extremely vaguely told.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with adapting any FromSoft games. A lot of the storytelling is really vague.
Yeah, but like, I think the big problem here is like, I don't think many of the Dark Souls games would work very well as like a movie or a series. You could do Dark Souls 1 and just call it quits, like they probably should have done narratively. Because those are more cohesive and have like a very straight, this is exactly what happens plot. Whereas Bloodborne is like even more purely hinted at than the Souls games. Even though there's like a lot of explanation going on between these different nightmares and elder gods, a lot of it does the Lovecraftian thing of like, well, large portions of this plot are literally unknowable to human minds.
Yeah, I feel like they would have to let some of that go.
You would have to. You'd have to.
You can't tell a movie where it's just like, sorry, you're too human to get this narrative. Like that's not going to make audiences very happy.
Well, but There was that Lovecraftian Nicolas Cage movie that did pretty well.
Which one was that one?
Which basically does that. The Color Out of Space, which is like a direct adaptation of a Lovecraft story. And it's like the why and how and what is left completely unexplained. The story is mostly just like, what the fuck is happening to this family? It's a great movie, if you can stand body horror.
I don't really need to see that too much, but
It's really good.
But yeah, I do think out of all the FromSoft ones, Bloodborne is probably the one that I think would be best as a movie adaptation, especially if they do it like kind of build those narrative beats where like movie 1, the church, and then leading to Rom and realizing the church isn't the problem. Movie 2, the college, and maybe fucking around a little bit with the great old ones. Or like there's some shit that goes on where the college was screwing with something they shouldn't have.
I think
you deal with that. You deal
direction. Because you go through the college to find the Moonlit Lake, to find Rom. So you could like touch on the church and mostly deal with the college to start with like explaining, okay, what is blood administration or blood ministration? Where did these beasts come from? Why are they here? Why does this hunt happen? Okay, we don't really know. And then Rom happens. And like in the game, the player character can definitely gain like the insight stat and start seeing all of that wild outside shit long before you fight Rom. But from like a movie narrative writing perspective, just ignore that. Find Rom and you're like, holy shit, this is way weirder than just werewolves and like berserk dogs and overgrown people. And yeah, that's a good like ending point. And then you go through the church where things are, and you go through like the church and the Nightmare of Mensis, where things are way out there, and you get your glimpses of elder gods playing with our reality, and then you go through the old hunter's nightmare and the fishing village, which was like the genesis.
What are you doing in the church in movie 2 that we didn't do in movie 1? Like, because are we still starting with like Father Gascoigne and Vicar Amelia?
You'd have
to.
Are
we still having the? Okay.
Bloodloathing Beast, Witches of Himwick, all movie 1. And you're completely cutting out the castle.
Again, have not played the game, don't know these areas. My thought again is, since you're starting with the first one, I know some of the earliest bosses: Father Gascoigne, the Church Beast, Vicar Amelia. There's a narrative thing that can tie them together. We know the church has a connection to blood administration.
Oh yeah.
That's why even though canonically it makes more sense to go through the school, it makes more narrative sense to start with the church, even if it's not correct.
I'm just
with
saying,
the
like,
plot
if you
of the
want
game.
to end with Rom is connected to the college, whereas there's a different elder god beast thing. Laurentis is dealt with in the church, and fuck, what was the other one? There was like chronologically, the story is almost told backwards in the game. Because
that's not really going to work for a movie. It's not going to work for a movie.
Right. So like in the DLC, which would have to be the end for like a series of movies, you have Kos, or some say Coulson, which just kind of fucking washed up on the shore of a fishing village at one point. And through consuming it, and maybe even just its very presence, the village kind of goes mad. And that's why they needed the hunters at all. The college was already kind of investigating a lot of this weird outer space god shit. The church got some, like, captured and hid some elder gods of their own, which all actually comes through the fucking chalice dungeons, which are the random like side dungeons you can do. But that delves
I think
into...
we should 100% leave out the challenge dungeons for this.
Oh yeah, but that all references the even more ancient civilization of Thumeru, which is where the church and I think anything else found out about blood administration and elder beast stuff, possibly even before Cossum washed up on that beach.
Yeah, Cossum was just the
Cossum is what kicked off all the
was
stuff
the
that happens in the game, but the church was already aware of stuff older than that.
It was aware of it, but like it had no material to work with. Like, oh, like older god, these elder gods exist, but it's not like we have one around to
But the thing is,
with.
they're administering different types of blood to people, which is why it's not really one plague, but several all happening at the same time. And the time frames for all of these are like, you can't specify exactly when it happened because it all works on nightmare logic.
Yeah, we need to get off nightmare logic for a movie.
That's the wheel
Too
of
bad.
fate that the game runs on.
Nope.
Then you're not adapting it. Like, I agree with you that I think that
at least we're not giving the double
probably
dragon. At least we're not giving it the double dragon.
adapt. But if you want to go through bits and pieces, you're going to have to like do it radically out of order from the game.
So
I think the church and the college are good places to start, and then more nightmare shit where you get into like people have done very bad things, and you kind of explain where blood administration came from after you discover there are crazy elder gods, and then you go and like put a fucking stop to it and find out the whole reason that Gehrman sent our main character on this adventure to begin with was because a different elder god is manipulating him, and and everybody has been manipulated by different elder gods in some unknowable conquest of power between elder gods.
Fair enough. So my one thing I would mention here, looking at some stuff, looking at some lists for bosses in terms of like what order to fight them in and which ones are mandatory. Going by the mandatory list.
Okay.
Father Gascoigne number 1, Vicar Amelia number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the Cleric Beast you can fight before Father Gascoigne.
Yeah,
Again,
Cleric Beast is entirely optional.
Yeah.
You never.
But it's also a good like,
it's a
you
great,
start
like,
off
bestial. You could do Bloodletting Beast instead, but it's a good introduction to like, whoa, that's a big werewolf.
Bloodletting Beast, you meaning the Blood-Starved Beast?
Yeah, Blood-Starved Beast.
So I think the Cleric Beast starts off better because it's like you see this savage crazy thing, you kill it, and you get through, and then Gascoigne shows up basically at the end of it and essentially just picks the fight.
I mean, that's 100% not what happens in the game. Gascoigne is already going crazy just being a hunter, using too much of the blood to fuel himself.
Yeah.
And you have like the miniature storyline of his daughter and wife who died.
Mm-hmm.
And he may or may not have killed the wife.
Yeah. So, that's a list that splits it up into like mandatory and optional, and then DLCs and all that stuff. For actually same list. So, according to the thing I'm looking at, best order: Cleric Beast, Gascoigne, Blood-Starved, Amelia. First 4 on that list.
Yeah.
And yes, the Witches of Hemwick.
Then Witches of Hemwick.
The Dark Beast. What was that? Yeah, the Witches of Hemwick.
Yeah.
The Dark Beast Parl. The Shadow of
Which
Yarm.
you could cut out of the game entirely, but you don't have to. Or a movie entirely, but you don't have to.
Yeah. The Shadow of Yarm and Rom the Vacuous Spider.
Mm-hmm.
So that is literally the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the first 8.
And those are all hunters.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, those
actually,
those are like Gehrman is a hunter. The Church Beast and Amelia are church people. Mm-hmm. The Shadows of Yarnum and Rom are all college people.
Okay. So, thought here.
Mm-hmm.
Start with the church. You killed something in the church. You kill Amelia. You stop the church. plague doesn't go away, you wander off and get involved, maybe with the witches, maybe with the shadow. I do think you should end with Rom, because that's a good narrative beat for the first film, to end with Rom and been like, okay, I just found something really fucking weird.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what's happening, and you walk outside and you're like, what the hell happened here? Because...
Yeah, no, I think that's a good ending for like a part 1 if you're doing a 3-part thing. You could even like cut out the Witches of Himwick, but they're probably a pretty good bridge in between. Like, you could cut out the Witches of Himwick or the Shadows of Yharnam, but either one of them are a pretty good bridge in between like Garam and Amelia section and Rom section.
Mm-hmm. I think you either need the Witches or the Shadow to bridge over to Rom. But I do think
you go like through the forest and then the swamp, and then you find the college, and then you find Rom.
But again,
you don't learn a ton about the college at that point.
Again, just as an adaptation, like to have something to point you in the direction of Rom, because that was kind of the thing. Like as a person not playing it, like how would Amelia get you to Rom? You find Amelia, she's fully turned by the time you find her, or she turns right beforehand. So like, it's not viable to do that. So maybe you leave, you're exploring somewhere else, you're exploring the college, and you deal with the Shadow of Yharnam there, you deal with the witches there, you find something to point you in the direction of Rom. And then for the second one, it would start off...
Who points the character in the direction of Rom could just as easily be Garamond or the doll.
Good. But then you have One Reborn, Martyr Logarius.
Oh god,
right. Celestial Emissary, Mikolash, Amygdala, which I think would be a great fight for that movie.
Yeah, Amygdala was the big thing I was thinking before. Which one's Celestial Emissary?
And then...
right, Celestial Emissary
and
would be super fucking cool, but I don't know that you need too much of them.
Yeah, because right after Rom, another thing here recommended the Dark Blood, or the Dark Beast Parl, which potentially you could do that.
Yeah, most people did not encounter Dark Beast Parl super early, but it is in Old Yharnam, which is still connected to like the very early part of the game.
Yeah.
And there's like a hunter who tells you to not go fuck with it. So that could be like an interesting narrative bit.
Yeah, or it could be the just skip the Dark Beast and just do the One Reborn. That's weird looking and strange.
Yeah, but isn't... Let me look this up. Isn't One Reborn...
found at Yahar'gul Unseen Village.
Yeah.
Both it and the Dark Beast Parl are there.
No. Dark Beast Parl is in Old Yharnam.
Dark Beast Parl lives in Yahar'gul, the Unseen Village, specifically in the graveyard of the Dark Beast.
The graveyard is literally at the back of Old Yharnam, and you do not go through... Oh no, wait, you're right. You do go through like the side area of Old Yharnam is like blocking off Dark Beast Parl. Dark Beast Parl is literally directly in between. He's like at one not dead. He's at one end of Yahar'gul, and he's sandwiched in between those two places. Old Yharnam and Yahar'gul. And now I'm trying to remember if you can, like, you go through Old Yharnam and see, like, even more sickly, but also more fucked up werewolf beast people. And Parl is like a big skeleton lightning werewolf beast.
Yeah.
The One Reborn is like...
They are considered a mandatory boss.
They are the one... Parl is?
The One Reborn.
Yeah, the One Reborn is definitely a mandatory boss. The One Reborn is like the first big, super fuck-off crazy nightmare thing that you fight. I think maybe mandatorily after Rom. And it's just a bunch of bodies put together.
Like, thinking of like a second movie, like the plot here, like, you deal with the One Reborn, you deal with Mikolash, you deal with the Wet Nurse. Maybe you also deal with the Amygdala or the Celestial Emissary at the same time. What about Erebritus, the Daughter of the Cosmos? They look kind of weird.
Erebritus is one of the the gods that the church hid for a long time.
So maybe that'll be something worth doing for, like, again, the second movie. You end with Murgo's wet nurse, which, when you kill it, okay, you did that, the baby dies.
Is that before
Should be done.
Ebrietas?
Looks like, yeah. Murgo's wet nurse is considered is
Okay.
listed before.
I mean,
Yeah,
part
in
of the problem with like part of the problem with like trying to adapt this and put it into like a good show or movie format is like the recommendations on that list barely matter because you can get Parl super early or super late if you just don't discover Yahargul village until way later.
But again, that in terms of like what we want to tell, like the story beats here, like the reason why I say cleric beats Gascoigne Amelia
I mean,
is because
it's a fantastic place to
again,
start. And Rom is a great place to start in part one.
Yeah, all church, all that stuff, and then like movie one is like you think you know what it is, and it ends with you realizing you don't know shit, and like movie two maybe starts with a bit of a narrative of like I've done my research, I've learned things. The old ones are among us,
Which would
they've been
probably
watching the whole
involve
time.
the college.
Like have them involved with the college, have them like maybe and have them do like a lot of exploration of the college off screen, and just like the one of the few lines that the hunter has in this movie or in this movie series is them just narrating like, I found out what happened after Rom. We're not alone. They've been watching us this whole time. The old ones, the great ones. And like then you're dealing with the weird fucked up stuff where like, yeah, the first movie is just like you're dealing with plague beasts. Second one,
Yeah.
you're dealing with elder god type things. And again, just like the first movie, you finish it off, you think you're done, and you don't wake up. And then it's what's going on? What did I miss? I did everything right. Why am I not out? What is going on? And maybe even having them go back to the hunter's dream to talk to Garum, and Garum stands and you just run, like you just get out of there.
That's one of the weird things.
And that's why you know you have to go to find out the old hunters, to find out their history.
That's
because
another weird nightmare logic type of thing. And some of this you could very, very easily bypass and cut out of the story. But like, there are portions of the game where like, first you go back to the hunter's nightmare or the hunter's dream all the time. And sure, don't do that in the movie. There's no reason to. We don't need to have movie elements where the character is leveling up, right? But Gehrman is like central to directing your main character, and you could do that better with like Eileen and some of the people in the abandoned church. But I think Eileen is very much opposed to Gehrman. Though she's primarily just concerned with going off and killing hunters who have become beasts themselves. And so she'd be, like, wary of divulging too much to the main character. But she's still helpful. And so are all the people in the abandoned church. You kind of, like, corral people into a safe space. We haven't fucking talked about the lady pretending to be like a nurse who's taking care of people but is actually turning them into weird freak aliens.
Yep.
And so like I still agree with you that I think the story of Bloodborne, there's enough there and together that it is probably better than like a Souls or Elden Ring movie or any type of adaptation. But so much of it is just pure nightmare logic that it's gonna be weird.
I still think it could work.
I think it's one of those things that is definitely much better as a video game. It would be cool and fun to see like a John Wick style, like story beat wise style Bloodborne series. I
Yeah.
would watch that. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is much harder to tell that story than it is the John Wick story or the one Dread movie. It'd be a lot of fun.
I think that has a lot of the problems that it has the problems that a lot of the adaptations are, and what we've been running into as we've been talking about this for the last 2 hours. Oh my god, almost 3 hours. Where if you adapt it too loosely, the people that love it aren't going to like it. And if you adapt it too rigidly, the people that don't know anything about it are going to have no fucking clue what's going on.
I almost think it would be better adapted as like in between John Wick and Jacob's Ladder. Because like that's a very out there, works on nightmare logic type of thing, works on dream logic type of thing. Like I almost feel like the movie would be better, a Bloodborne movie or series of movies would be better adapted in a very irregular fashion. Like I think the pacing you're setting up is still pretty good, but
Okay.
like how to tell that story, you'd have to make it known that it's a multi-part thing, and you're just not gonna fucking know anything in the first 2 parts. And even with the ending, it's mostly just the culmination of the main character's story and Gehrman's story, and the thing behind Gehrman. And there was a lot of weird shit along the way.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you that Gehrman needs to be front and center from the first movie, and slowly but surely you need to realize he is
Right.
not on the level. He is
Yeah.
bad. And
Well, and you do that in the game when like halfway through he just fucking disappears. And the only person you can talk to in the Hunter's Dream is the doll. Which is modeled after Maria from the DLC.
yeah.
Who could definitely give our main character a lot more coherent shit in the third movie.
Well, I mean, maybe like, because that's the thing, like, where, like, I almost think the Hunter's Dream has to have something of relevance there. Because again, it's the moon presence that is tying a lot of this together.
Yeah, it's
I
not
almost
it's not actually Gehrman's realm or the
Yeah,
doll's realm. It's the moon presence's realm.
yeah.
You are closest to that elder god when in the Hunter's Dream, as opposed to the college or the Nightmare of Mensis, or and the Nightmare of Mensis is like shit that almost is not even relevant to the rest of stuff that's going on, but it's where the college eventually goes. It's where Mikolash, who's like the one of 2 surviving people from the college that you actually interact with. The rest are all like generic student enemies that have become watery slug monsters, kind of, sort of like Rom, but not really, because Rom's a big coral
Spider.
crystal encrusted spider thing. And the Nightmare of Mensis is just full of like, I mean, there's still like a couple of werewolves, but it's just full of like weird Lovecraftian giant slug things.
Yeah, I do think that would be better for like movie 2. Like movie 1,
Yeah.
like try to keep it very grounded, very banal. It's an evil church. They're doing evil things. Obviously, that's all that's going on. It's not like this is weirder than that or anything crazy, which very obviously that's not the case.
Right.
And then, you know, the end of movie 1, that first arc, he's realizing things aren't as they seem.
Yeah.
Stuff is stranger. You get movie 2 where you're dealing with that strangeness. You're dealing with the old ones. You're dealing with stuff that's just really gone off the rails.
Yeah.
It's just a question of like where does Gehrman go awry? And that's where I think like the Hunter's Dream has to be relevant in some way. Like, you know, have your character die, like full on, like go to the cleric beast Go
Yeah,
somewhere
sure.
else and just full on get murked, and you wake up in the hunter's dream.
Yeah, sure.
You meet an
That
old
works.
man who gives you like a talisman or gives you something that like you can come back there again no matter
That
how far
totally
you are.
works. Yeah, that
And
totally
then
works.
like
The
maybe at the ending of movie 2, when you kill the wet nurse, when you kill something that you were told, no, this is supposed to end it. This is supposed to be the ending.
right, because
Why isn't it the ending? And then you go back to the hunter's dream, and he's not there, but the chair is sitting there, and you're like, did he
Right.
get up and walk somewhere? Where is he?
I thought
And you
this
just
dude
you
was in a
don't have an
wheelchair
answer
the whole time.
Yeah, you don't have an answer, which is why like the third movie is about the hunters, investigating the hunters. Who is this Gehrman? What is going on with him? Like,
Yeah, to be succinct, the first movie would have to deal with, you perhaps set up the church as like the main thing, and then throw kind of a twist with like, okay, there was also this college that was doing a bunch of research into all this weird shit, and maybe that's like near the end, and you go, then Rom happens, and they come out more aware of Eldritch horror shit. And so the second movie is mostly more deeply investigating the church and the college, and that's where you go through, you see like the celestial ones and the Nightmare of Mensis, and potentially ending with Murgo, and maybe even like Ebriotis, because they're also very involved with the church, and it's just a big elder god thing. And so the third movie would have to be like
The Old
trying to
Hunters.
find some origin point for all of this madness, and going back through the old hunter's dream, or the old hunter's nightmare. I forget what it's called, but the old hunter's thing.
I think it's just called the Old Hunters.
The DLC is called the Old Hunters. I
Yeah.
forget what the area is called.
Yeah.
But you get there via, there's like a church that's kind of in the middle of all of this, where you gather a bunch of friendly characters just to stay safe, and you can go off to like some fucking tower, and in there, when you're going halfway down, you can find the area where the original hunter's shack was, and it's just the hunter's dream, but in reality. And so maybe that could tie in somewhere, especially in the third movie if you're doing more discovery. They find this is just the hunter's dream, but it's not the hunter's dream. There's nobody here, there's no doll, there's no Gehrman, but like the workshop that the old hunters used, this is it. This is where the hunters started. And then that connects back to the area where the old hunters DLC starts, which then connects back to the fishing village where Cossum just kind of washed up, presumably dead and pregnant after like their fight with other elder gods. Or maybe the fishermen just like finished it off. And you wouldn't even have to like have the orphan of Cossum as a fight in there to explain how that kicked shit off.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Like, have the third film be like again. First one, mundane causes. Second one, weird old one stuff. Third one, that still didn't fix it. Something still is keeping you here. Gehrman's gone missing. You don't know where he is. You don't know what's going on. You don't know how he went somewhere. And maybe even honestly, this would be neat. In the first two movies until the end of the second movie, Gehrman's the one that talks to you. He doesn't do anything. The doll is there, but doesn't interact with you. And you get back, and you're just like, where the hell is the old man? Like, where's he gone? And you just hear this voice. He's gone away for a while. Did you need anything? You just turn back, and the doll, for the first time, has turned, and it's just looking at you. And it wasn't looking at you a minute ago.
Maybe.
And like just have like just something is weird, something is wrong. Maybe even mention like he, in an earlier one, like I made the doll after one of my students to look like her. Like just something like that, and just to lead.
He does, like very early.
He does.
On.
Well, maybe move around the order a little bit, but like
Yeah,
then
you
that's why the third one is like, no, like I did the church, that didn't fix it.
The third
I
one
did
would
the
have to be
I did the
revelation
college, I
stuff.
did the old one, none of that fixed. This hunter, this old ass motherfucking hunter,
Yeah.
something's up with him. I need to research him, and that's where you get involved with the old hunters. Which, do Ludwig, do Lawrence, do Lady Maria, do the orphan Accost, or at least find out about it or interact with something that gives you information about it. And that's why and maybe even have the umbilical cord. Like maybe it's somewhere in the old Hunters DLC. Or I know it's not supposed to be there, but like as just a narrative.
I'm not thinking
as
about
a narrative
where it is. I'm thinking about
as a narrative MacGuffin
device. Like I
just
don't
like,
know if you even want the umbilical cords as a narrative device.
I feel like you need some kind of MacGuffin to be like, this is what you need to do to bring Gehrman back out. And just like, don't even call it the umbilical cord. Just have somebody like eat this, and they open a box and face it away from them, and the hunter just reaches in, takes something.
Yeah, and you don't
just
even show like what it is
without even showing what they're eating. They just eat it.
Yeah, I feel like for the sake of time, you would probably only need either Laurentis or Lawrence.
Yeah,
because they can both they're both like old church proto hunter people who could kind of explain where things went really wrong way in the past.
And then we need Maria because they will kill us if we don't include Maria.
You need Maria. She's the one that she's the portal to the fishing village, and like has big plot relevancy to Gehrman.
Well, again, that big plot relevancy to Gehrman, like that's the big relevant thing there. Like, I don't even want to talk about like portals to the fishing village or anything like that. Maybe not, but like, just from a narrative standpoint, she is what people remember the old hunters for. Like, she is one of the most iconic bosses in not only in the DLC but in the whole game. Like, people remember Maria. I still see fan art of Maria.
Yeah, no, everybody thinks she's the coolest.
This game is, yeah. So if we cut Maria out, they will kill us. They will kill us.
I've seen people talk about like what Bloodborne character would you want added to different types of games, and almost universally, it's Maria.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So yeah. Like I said, just having it work that way, where like you just have these narrative beats of like what you're trying to investigate, what you're trying to find, and you know the third one just has you investigating the hunters because that's your last lead, because you did everything Gehrman told you to do, and none of it worked, and now he's gone missing, and the doll's talking, and what's going on, and I don't know, but this is terrifying, and it keeps getting scarier.
Yeah, I keep coming back to like, I think that could work, and that's probably the right way to do it. Also, this all works much better as a video game than as anything else. I think you've laid out a good rubric for it.
Well, thank you for that acknowledgement.
I think you have. It's not an easy task. Because, again, it's a whack-as-hell Lovecraftian story where a bunch of shit is supposed to be completely unknowable to, like, people, and everything works on nightmare logic. Like, literally, the way you go from the old hunters area to the fishing village is you beat Maria, and then, like, the clock behind the tower she's in, which is like a big bin type of thing, you're inside of it. A portion of the lower part of the clock turns into a portal, and you walk into it, and then you walk out of just nothing darkness with water around your feet into the fishing village.
Okay.
You know what game would work a lot better as like a single movie that kind of also works like this? The Evil Within.
I've not played that one, I don't think.
So I think you've pretty much nailed how like a Bloodborne movie or series of movies should go down. I agree with all of that. The Evil Within also works on crazy nightmare logic the whole time, but its gimmick is that like there's a facility and they have this machine that lets people go into others' dreams. And crazy otherworldly shit starts happening because of this. And in the first one, there's a lot of points where it's, like, not even clear whether the characters are in reality or in someone's dream. And in the second one, it's like a mesh of dreams. And it turns out there's some evil, almost Wesker-like dude controlling everything because he's taken over the minds from these dreams. And you have a main character that is, like, invested in going into this thing and helping to solve it because their child is one of the people who are wrapped up in all of these dreams. But it's like much more straightforward. There are other people from this facility who are trying to, like, figure out what's going wrong and not just kill everybody attached to the machine to make the, like, world bleed over stuff stop happening. And you still have a lot of really cool cinematic events and shots that don't make sense with a regular, like, understanding of physics. It's still just a bunch of dream logic, but it's all much more cohesive and forwardly told than a Bloodborne.
Fair enough. The only thing I would argue against that is people recognize Bloodborne. So if we're talking about something that's going to get made into a film, I think Bloodborne would happen before The Evil Within, though maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right there. I think The Evil Within would work a lot better as something like this, but, like, clearly Bloodborne is more well-known. I don't know, Evil Within 2 got pretty big, but Bloodborne is still much bigger.
Yeah, and just from, like, a perspective of, like, what works and doesn't as a movie, like, is it going to sell well? Is it going to be a good film that performs well commercially? If it is, The Evil Within going to perform as well as Bloodborne?
No, of course not. But if that's our metric, then go make a Legend of Zelda movie.
I think they will.
I hope they don't.
I also hope they don't, but I think they will.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Evil Within games are pretty good. They're nowhere near as body horror as Bloodborne or that Nick Cage movie, The Color Out of Space. Is it just The Color of Space? I think the Lovecraft story is The Color Out of Space.
So here's a question: do you think they would ever try to adapt, like, Mass Effect to a film series or a television
Color Out of
series?
Space. Fuck, I hope not. God damn. Because Mass Effect, outside of, like, trying to break apart, have you played Mass Effect 1 through 3?
No, not 1 through 3. I played a little bit of 1.
Okay.
I know a lot of what happens, yes.
So Mass Effect 1 is pretty cool. Mass Effect 2 is even more cool. Mass Effect 3 is even more cool until, like, 75-80% of the way through the story.
Yeah, they have to change that ending.
Starts. It's not even just the ending. And they not only does the game have 3 endings, and then they fucking changed it later to have more options. And added extra DLC to, like, try and shove some explanation in there to kind of pad out the hate that everybody had for the ending. But, like, the narrative of the game is so well told up until it starts arguing with itself near the end. And you have, like, a hard rejection and right turn from the themes that the game has been throwing at you and building up the whole time. Like, so here's, to put this as shortly as I can, here's the way that BioWare wrote games, right? They had their lead writer for every game, or for any game that they were working on. They had a lead writer that would do the overarching plot. And then they had a bunch of other sub-writers that would write stories for certain characters in certain areas. And then they would all come together to, like, mesh things out and see what all worked together and make things make sense and see, well, we like this, but it doesn't really fit over here, or what have you. They would smooth things over, and then you would get, like, KOTOR 1 and 2. And the first Dragon Age and stuff like that. With Mass Effect, they kind of did that, except the lead writer left after the second game. And so a bunch of really nice, cool shit that everybody likes that he was setting up just kind of doesn't get touched on in the third. And you have two lead writers that do two very important bad things. One of them is they basically invent their own OC, who's the single worst character in the entire series. It's the most cringe thing in the entire series. And he gets his own
character
book.
is that?
Kai Ling. Kai Ling, the cyber ninja who works for Cerberus. And is just the coolest, most badass assassin ever, except, like, one of your characters who has been built up since the second game is, like, also being a super cool assassin, but is basically dying of, like, space AIDS cancer. Just kind of sneaks up behind the unstoppable cyber assassin working for Cerberus and, like, clocks him in the back of the head. And almost wins because of it. Kai Ling is the worst. Is one of the worst characters in any single video game ever. But also, the two main writers that took over after the second game decided to write the ending on their own and then come into the workshop room with all the other writers and said, this is how it's going to end. There's no discussion. There's no making certain everything else meshes together. This is how we do it. And the ending just is like a hard breakaway from all of the themes that basically all of the themes that have been present and building up throughout all three games, and also like completely ignores things like we have these Mass Effect relays that are huge central plot points that we thought were put here by the Protheans, like one of the first races to ever be intergalactic and space traveling. And they seeded kind of the technology for everything else. Actually, they were put there by the Reapers, which is like a big reveal in, I think, 1 or 2? I forget. But so you get it kind of early on that, like, the Reapers have actually planned this whole cycle thing, and the Protheans were just, like, the biggest race in the last cycle. And they didn't create the Reapers. We don't know where the Reapers came from. Oh, wait, everybody hated the ending, so here's some DLC that explains where the Reapers came from, and it's not great. And no matter which ending you choose in the end of Mass Effect 3, you detonate all of these mass relays, which is how everybody goes back and forth in between different solar systems all across our galaxy. Except we've touched multiple times on the fact there's even like a big story sequence where you actively do this. If you detonate a mass relay, the whole solar system that thing is near gets completely wiped out. It's like a supernova. Which means no matter what ending you chose, every single one, not only is everyone now disconnected, every single one of those planets that you were fighting to like take back or protect, including Earth and the homeworld of every single race that the game set up, is now just stardust. Everybody's dead. So, like, if you wanted to make a Mass Effect series, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. It could be pretty cool in, like, what if the more action-y Star Trek movies and series were actually good, which is kind of what Mass Effect is. They took way too much inspiration, very obviously, from Star Trek. But also you would have to completely rewrite the ending, which most people might be okay with.
Yeah, I don't think people would have a problem with that. Even at the time, it was very, like, you have to work real damn hard and be real damn angry for a long time to get a game studio to be like, okay, fine, we'll change the ending of that game you released 6 months ago.
Right.
Like, and they did.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, everybody loved that series, and a lot of things about it, up until the ending, wherein no one liked it. And really, it's like the last 15-20% of that third game starts throwing plot at you that is dumb and just doesn't mesh. And also, Kai Ling is the worst. It's, oh my god, I'm not gonna touch on it. I will send you a video to watch later.
Oh, good. So what you're saying is, You think it would make a fantastic game as a concept for rewrite the whole thing from scratch and just keep the general vibe of it?
You would either have to rewrite the whole thing from scratch and change, like, the motivation of your main villains, which kind of also runs into, like, the Bloodborne problem of that the Reapers are strange, hyper-advanced, Lovecraftian, unknowable mechano AI. And they stay that way for the first 2 games entirely, and most of the 3rd game. They just, like, they're actually here and fucking shit up in the 3rd game. Or you do a really good, faithful adaptation that, like, somehow does a good job of being Star Trek, but also being Starship Troopers. Maybe not Starship Troopers, because that's a bit out there. But, like, somehow is in between Star Trek and, like, just good military action. With also a lot of, like, espionage. And, like, you do a show, and it could not be a movie. You do a long-running show that is probably at least 3 to 6 seasons. Because even fitting a full game in one season of, like, 12 or maybe even 24 episodes is, like, rough.
Yeah, like even if you did like 2 seasons for a game, it would still be kind of tight.
Yeah, exactly. You would need probably, like, around 20-hour-long episodes per season, and you're still looking at, like, at least 4 seasons in a like, game series that you just have to have, like, a bunch of episodes per season, because the game series is clearly broken up into thirds. There are big story beats, and honestly, people might be fine cutting out large portions of the main plot of Mass Effect 2. Because there's, like, some really cool, good stuff that goes on in Mass Effect 2, and some really great character development of Mass Effect 2, but also the main enemy focus is not the Reapers. And so you could probably cut them out for posterity, and everybody would be like, yeah, alright, that's fine. As long as you kept everything else in there, it'd be fine. But you'd also have to have, like, really cool spy and military shit on top of this Star Trek thing.
I agree, yeah.
So, like, it's doable, but it would take way more money than The Last of Us.
Oh, yeah, of
way
course.
more money.
Especially with as much as with how alien the non-human races look. Like, Mass Effect does not screw around with these people are not human. They are not Puerto Ricans with a thing on their head. Like,
Yeah.
they are
Yeah.
full body prosthetic aliens.
Yeah, like, it does have the benefit
with different musculature and bone structure.
It does have the benefit of, like, most of them being humanoid, but there's, like, at least 2 that definitely stand out as not being humanoid. Almost one of them is more like a reptile gorilla thing, and they're super cool, but they're not actually, like, a playable character or a party member type of thing. They're still super cool. And another one...
I'm thinking of the one that's the party member. What's the Krogan?
Yeah, that's not even what I'm talking about. There's this race called the Hanar, which are... God, there's so much about Mass Effect that's super good. Super, super good. Like, maybe you should play those games, actually.
Yeah, I was starting them, and I was playing them on stream a little bit, and I ran into some issues. With it working with OBS. So maybe I'll play it off stream and pick it up again. But I basically started playing it, took like a week or 2 off, and then went, oh, I don't feel like playing this again, and I didn't go back to it.
Yeah, I'll say, like, mechanically, they get better every game.
Of course, they should.
Yeah. The first one has like there's only one complaint there. The first one has some really old jank, and they always had jank even when they were released, and worked best in their console version. And now like the version that you can get on PC has even more jank. It's still fairly buggy, and things can, like, your controls can stop working. You can get stuck in menu. There's a lot of different bugs in modern Mass Effect, even more than there were in old Mass Effect, which is really weird. But yeah, like there are a bunch of different races. The Krogan are the coolest version of the
Klingons.
And most of the rest of the races in Mass Effect are like almost direct one-to-one translations of races in Star Trek, just like the Krogan were to the Klingons. So like they're very open. It's so weird. They're very open about like heavy Star Trek influence, but also like the big mistakes they made in writing have direct analogies to like Star Trek seasons that were just wrapping up right before they started to write the games, like the first one. So they knew what didn't work, and they did it anyway. It's super weird. Yeah, most of the races in Mass Effect are humanoid. There are, I'll say, 3.5 that are not. And one of them is that DLC race, and the third one that kind of attempts to explain some shit. And then there's the Hanar and the, I forget what they're called, the squid-like people. The Hanar are like big gorilla people. And they grew up on a planet with like lots of crags and cracks and heavy gravity. So they move real slow, even though they're like 700-800 pounds each and super tough. But they also do this cool thing where like their vocal inflections to indicate emotions are so minute that other species can't understand them. So like you'll be talking to a Hanar shopkeeper and they just go, "Regrettably, we are out of that item. With enthusiasm, please come again when we have restocked." And so they like state the emotional context of their sentence at the beginning of every sentence, which is it's fun. Another completely non-humanoid race is like what is basically like a psychic jellyfish, and they're all very, very like zealous and religious about the Protheans, which is hilarious when you find out more truth about the Protheans. It's a really fantastic, great series that, like, completely shits the bed with its ending.
Yeah, it does. I remember that, and getting to the end. Well, also, like, most narratives, like, the story is not set up in a way that is inherently supposed to be tragic, and you get to the ending, and your options are, you can die, or you can die.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
part of it too.
This is terrible. Like, we want to live. Like, I remember at the time people were like, no, I want to fucking live and sit on a beach with my buddy Garrus and be drinking out of coconuts. That's what I want my fucking ending to be.
I've been dating him the entire time through this 3-part series. You have any idea how many romance options I had? Like, a lot. Not even all of them were party members. There were like 4 or 5 more at least. But Garrus is fucking cool, or Tally's the fucking coolest, and we went to go like save their fucking homeworlds. Also, now I have to die. And that's the least bad thing about the ending.
But I remember that was a distinct thing. I remember people complaining about.
Oh yeah, people. There's the original Mass Effect 3 ending with 3 different options. No one liked even one thing about any of them.
Agreed.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And honestly, they're worth playing through just to see that alone.
I've seen it before from streamers and stuff.
Okay.
But also, we are at 11:30 my time.
Yeah, it's getting late for you.
I think we've been spending the last like 2 hours just talking about Bloodborne and Mass Effect.
Probably. That's after spending 2 hours talking about Metroid.
Metroid.
Those games are also great. Everybody should play Metroid games. Unless you hate backtracking and platformers, which some of my viewers do, but whatever.
I do think that's where we're probably going to need to call it for the night. But let me see if I can find a raid on my end. I can raid Critical
Now everybody
Role.
can see how we can spend a lot of time talking after stream. Just random.
Yeah.
One question.
this is usually what
video games should be made into movies, maybe, or maybe will. Oh God, there's 4.5 hours right there.
I was just trying to make conversation.
No, I appreciate it. I agree. That was fun.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Zelda probably will be the next one they try and make a movie out of, and shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because Mario's fun and whimsical, and you can do whatever. Zelda's like explicitly an adventure thing, and like there's so many different ones you could try to make. There's
Also
too
Mario's
much more to fit into
specifically,
anything,
like-
but that doesn't matter.
You can do it as like a childish or like a children's movie because it kind of is.
Right.
And it's not the end of the world. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
I agree with you. There's a very specific tone you need to hit for Zelda, and if you miss that mark,
Yeah.
people will eat you alive.
Yeah. And you don't even need to go like the adult dark way of like Twilight Princess, which is great. But yeah, I don't think there's a way to do a really good Zelda movie. Like Mario is in a great position to just be whimsical and have it work. And I don't really see too much others. We've talked about so many possible ones. Like I think you laid out a pretty good way to do Bloodborne, and that's not a childlike whimsy thing.
Yeah. I don't think necessarily the films have to be childlike or whimsy to be a successful movie. Though before we get going here, lightning round, because I gave a couple of ideas to you of like, oh, do you think this one would be? Do you think this one would be? Do you think this would be? Which ones would you ask me? Like, do I think would they make a good adaptation? While I look around here and like see like, is there something I can raid?
I don't know. We already talked about Xenogears, and that's like laughably no, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't even try.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Before I ask anything, I think going on the childlike whimsy thing, I think the only other best option that's out there right now, which may or may not be happening, is the Final Fantasy IX one.
You mentioned that one.
Let's see. Do you think they could make a Chrono Trigger movie or show?
Ooh. I mean, it has
we
a
can do lightning
defined
round.
narrative. Yeah, it has a defined narrative story.
does.
I don't know if it would do a movie well. I think it would be better as a series.
Yeah, I'd agree to that. What about Genshin Impact? Genshin or like...
So the thing I would say with Genshin is
It's not done.
actually you nailed it on the head. Genshin is still in process. The narrative isn't complete. We kind of know what some stuff is happening. I don't even know if they're done writing it yet. So it's one of those things of like, we don't know what we can even cut.
They do claim to have like a 10-year plan. So they've got some stuff planned out for the whole thing.
They could. It would be interesting. Yeah, I don't really know.
What about
Probab-
Honkai
I would-
Impact? Trick question. That's already like 48 hours worth of cutscenes.
Actually, Honkai I haven't played, so I can't answer that one.
Okay, fair.
And then for Star Rail is the same answer as Genshin. It's not done yet. We don't
Yeah,
know.
it's nowhere near done.
Actually, no. I will take that back. You know what? Yes, they could do Star Rail, because
so?
Star Rail actually, with the way it's written, it's very episodic. Of like, you're on your literal space train, your Star Rail, and you go to destination, and you can't leave because a thing is happening that you need to resolve. And it's very Star Trek like that. where I think they could do a series, maybe a movie, but probably a series, where they could kind of do that. Like you have your entry one where you meet your character and get it. Like I think it could be like an anime, because I was kind of
obviously,
looking at Twitch as I was looking for places to rate. I saw Persona 5 here, and like, yeah, that could be an anime. It probably already is. I think it is.
Basically already is.
I think they did. Did they make a P5 anime?
I think they made a P4 anime, like a P3 or a P4 anime. But also, like, the game itself is basically already an anime.
Persona 5, the animation, the Daybreakers television movie.
Oh, well, there you go.
Persona 5, the animation, 2018 animation, 1 season. Yeah. One of the
I would be more interested in a Shin Megami Tensei anime.
Fair enough. But yeah, Chrono Trigger
Not to
series.
miss a lot, P5 games are great.
Star Rail, definitely like series. You could do that like series or mini series, like with each jump. Do like a small mini series of like 4 to 6 episodes on each location, depending on how long it takes. I don't think that could work. Yeah.
What about a Kirby movie? Where the only thing Kirby ever says is "Play-o."
You need other people to speak and do stuff.
Yeah, you would. There's a lot of characters in that game series.
Maybe if they gave it the Mario treatment, but probably not. I don't think. There's a degree of like who that audience would be for. Like the people that would want to see a Kirby movie are the adults, but you need to make the movie for kids because it's a child's game. Right. So like, there's
Again,
a very
I'm reminded of the FF9 series.
Yeah, there's a very narrow market of who that would be for and whether it would be profitable. So I think it would do better as like a children's TV series rather than an actual serious adaptation. So I'll say no.
Okay.
Because in the spirit of it, it would be no.
What about Hollow Knight?
Ooh.
Because that has like a Dark Souls problem, but it's a lot more straightforward and laid out than Dark Souls.
I mean, in terms of like the basic narrative, you have like a little bit of exploration. You meet Hornet and meet the Dreamers. You eventually get to the graveyard and meet the Dreamers proper and get the Dream Nail and know what you're supposed to do. I think it would be better as a series. I think they could do it.
Yeah.
I think they could do it in 13 episodes.
They made Cuphead into a series, and people like it.
Nice. I think it could happen. You just need to be very specific with that. And again, like also the Knight is. I think that would be another one where they need to not say a word. The Knight needs to be silent.
I kind of think so too. I would honestly be interested to see like a Hollow Knight series or movie that had next to no dialogue. There's a lot of characters that actually talk at you.
Yeah, there are characters that talk at you. Yeah. The thing is, like, the only thing that I would say that would be a potential failure for Hollow Knight is, the Knight itself. Your character, the Knight. I don't know if they could get their characterization right because the whole spiel for them is they are a vessel, a perfect vessel.
Right.
They have no mind, they have no feelings, they have no heart. How do you characterize that on a screen?
Right.
And that is a very difficult task. I think it'll be challenging, but maybe doable.
Maybe. For me, it definitely falls in the realm of like, nah, just leave that a video game. Don't even try. But yeah, like of all the characters that are basically silent protagonists we've talked about, like that's maybe the most difficult one to adapt. Because you can have Samus speak a little bit. You could have Link talk. Whatever. It's a movie. It's a show. Sure, fine. Some people aren't gonna like it, but like it makes more sense than having Samus being very wordy, and it makes a lot more sense than having the Hollow Knight speak.
Yeah, the Hollow Knight speaking would be very bad. That would not.
Right.
That would not make sense at all.
What about Undertale?
I don't know enough about that one.
Have you not played Undertale?
No, I missed that little bit of my gamer education. I think a lot of the whimsy of Undertale is the weird mechanics that you do for like boss fights and stuff.
Which would not translate too well.
It would not translate well.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll say no. Like, I think you could tell the story, but not.
Yeah.
I think it would be that one of those things that would be. You could tell it either for the people who want the game, in which case it's incomprehensible to everyone else, or you could tell it to match the people who need something coherent, in which case the people who love the game would hate it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things I don't think you're going to make everybody happy.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it'd be much easier to make Deltarune into anything else. But I think you're totally right about Undertale, especially because, like, to get the full experience of that game, you have to play through the game in, like, two inherently conflicting manners.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you try to translate that to, like, a show or a movie or miniseries or anything, you lose the, like, inherent video game commentary. And
you
also
have to
you're
pick
probably
one
only
path.
going to tell one of those paths, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So you cut out...
And we know which path it's going to be. It's going to be the good boy path.
Oh, yeah. No, they would not do a genocide path.
Yeah, that would not end well.
Like, what if Happy Tree Friends was explicitly cruel and dark? And wasn't even trying to go for, like, ha-ha hyper-violence comedy? That's your Undertale Genocide Path TV show. Damn, you should play Undertale.
I have a lot of games on my list of things that I probably should get to that I have not yet.
Yeah, Mass Effect and Undertale should be pretty high on that list.
Listen, the list is very high.
That game's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It has a really annoying fan base, by which I mean, like, a lot of them are probably pretty cool, but goddamn, the vocal ones are weird.
Yeah, that's the truth. I was even like commenting with somebody else recently, where like I think it's like just an order of magnitude thing for fan bases. Like once a fan base gets too big, like even if like most of the fans are fine, if you just have 1% of people who are a problem, like if you have 100 people, that's no big deal. It's one guy. 1,000 people, it's 10 people. They're not going to cause much trouble. You start getting to like really popular VTuber sizes where the community is like, oh, you have 500,000 subscribers on Twitch. Like 1% of that is 5,000 people. If even a fraction of them decide to cause trouble, it's a big fucking problem.
Right.
So when you get something that's very popular, the law of average is just going to produce. You're going to hit a saturation point for problematic people. It's just going to be an issue.
Which is why, like, 99.9% of the Mass Effect fan base rising up and being like, that was dog shit terrible. What were you thinking? Is
yeah, they got a lot worse. Yeah, they got a lot more than 1% upset about that.
Yeah. There was a bunch of people who are not weird about the game and actually fans of it being like, y'all fucked up.
You fucked up bad.
Ah, those games are so good, though.
Mm-hmm. So any other ones you wanted to ask?
Oh, I thought of one a second ago, but I forget it now. Let me think. No, I think that's probably good for now. I had something a couple of minutes ago, but I lost it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Is there any... I'll end with this. Is there any Supergiant game that you think would make a good movie or TV show? because those have pretty good stories and characters,
Mhm.
and dialogue and music and writing.
I could see Transistor being a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
I think Transistor could do it because there's a. I mean, it's a tragedy, but I think it could be done.
Mhm.
Bastion, I think, would work better as a miniseries, even though it's a shorter one, because you just have those like narrative dreams that you go into where you explain
Yeah.
the backstory on the kid, Zolf, and Zia,
Yeah.
and that would be better fleshed out.
I could see Bastion as something like Fooly sized.
Yeah, that'd be about right. Hades would probably get one. I don't know how good. It would probably deviate a lot. I think Hades would be the one most likely to get an adaptation.
Sure,
But
yeah.
I don't necessarily think it would be.
Maybe even more likely after Hades 2.
I mean, that's why I'm saying it would be most likely. Yeah. But there isn't a whole lot to go off of. It's just a dungeon crawl with a little bit of narrative to go with it. So like,
Right.
What are
There's
you
a
gonna-
lot of
what are you
really
gonna-
good story there, but it's like super spread out.
yeah, it's super spread out. Like, what are you going to show? Like dying to the same boss 6 times?
Right.
Like maybe you could do it, maybe not. It would be a very different visual narrative compared to a gaming narrative. And then Pyre, I never beat Pyre, so I can't say for certain.
You know, I've never
But
even played
probably better as a series or miniseries because it's essentially just a series of sports matches. You just do it like a sports anime kind of thing.
Yeah, okay.
So probably all of them could be adapted. I do think the best candidate would be Transistor, and the most likely to be adapted would be
Hades.
Hades, because it's newer, it's in more people's minds.
I'd agree.
It might have won awards, but it definitely is getting a sequel, so it's very, very popular. Where like
Hades is
Bastion did not
huge.
get a sequel, Transistor did not get a sequel.
Yeah, they don't do sequels until Hades 2.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think yeah, I think that would be about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think of all the stuff we've talked about, like as a recap, I would probably be most interested in seeing like a really good Metroid, but that's never going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
or an Evil Within show.
Makes sense.
That'd be fun. Yeah. Well, I think that's a good place to call it. You found a raid
Yeah.
target?
I think I did. I found somebody playing Xenogears, so I'll send
Hey.
somebody over to that. But thank you for joining us tonight, folks. We really went off the rails
Yes.
at a certain couple of points. So thank you for putting up with us when we very much stopped gaming and started ranting about our opinions about movies and why our very, 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 very minor changes in this plot are critically important, cannot be altered. Because we did
They're
that.
never
We
making-
did that with I think both Metroid and Bloodborne.
Yeah. They're never
Like-
making they're never making either of those. Or at least
Exactly.
they won't be. good.
Exactly why. Our conversation is a perfect example of why they shouldn't try. Because it's just going to be people
Yeah.
arguing for 6 years.
Yeah, if anyone ever needed more proof or more argument fodder to be like, just leave it. It works better as a video game. Don't make it into a movie or film or show. This is a pretty good 4 hours as to why.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to get the raid started, folks. My next stream will be Saturday morning. We're going to be playing Coffee Talk 2 again. I think we're getting close to the end of the game, though if it's anything like the first one, there's going to be plenty of value in doing like a new game plus. So I'm expecting that.
Oh, that's cool. That's good to hear.
When is your next stream, Rad? Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
My next stream is going to be Thursday. I've got my schedule up on screen right now. It's my last week's schedule, but it's basically the same as this week's schedule, so the dates are wrong. But yeah, I'm going to be playing more The Messenger on Thursday. That game is great so far, and I don't know. I feel like I just went through like a halfway point, but it's probably a 1/4 point, and everything changed. It's super good. And then more Ultra Kill on Friday.
Nice,
That
nice.
is also super good.
But cool. So thank you again for joining us, everyone. I hope you had a good time. Rad, I feel like next time we should just do like a just chatting one because we enjoy talking with and at each other for long periods of time.
Yeah.
So I do feel like that would work really well.
Yeah, we could just decide on like a topic and then probably
Yeah.
go off on that for like 4 to 5 hours so we could end before it's almost midnight your time.
Yep. But all right, I'm gonna get the raid started. We got a nice person here that I've never met before who's playing Xenogears. So
Hell yeah.
treat them nice. They at least have good taste, folks.
That game's great.
It is. It is.
All right.
But
See you later, Twitch. Bye-bye, YouTube. Rad Mahou.
bye, YouTube. Have a good one.
See you next time.
Take care of yourselves. Bye.